Book 2, Chapter 9 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 9, in which the orphan makes his will. The secretary, working in the dismal swamp betimes next morning, was informed that a youth waited in the hall who gave the name of Sloppy. The footman who communicated this intelligence made a decent pause before uttering the name, to express that it was forced on his reluctance by the youth in question, and that if the youth had had the good sense and good taste to inherit some other name, it would have spared the feelings of him the bearer. "Mrs Boffin will be very well pleased," said the secretary in a perfectly composed way. "Show him in." Mr Sloppy, being introduced, remained close to the door, revealing in various parts of his form many surprising, confounding, and incomprehensible buttons. "I'm glad to see you," said John Rokesmith in a cheerful tone of welcome. "I've been expecting you." Sloppy explained that he had meant to come before, but that the orphan, of whom he made mention as our Johnny, had been ailing, and he had waited to report him well. "Then he is well now?" said the secretary.
"No, he ain't," said Sloppy.
Mr Sloppy, having shaken his head to a considerable extent, proceeded to remark that he thought Johnny must have took him from the Minders. Being asked what he meant, he answered,
"Them that come out upon him, and particular his chest."
Being requested to explain himself, he stated that
"There was some of 'em what you couldn't kiver with a sixpence."
Pressed to fall back upon a nominative case, he opined
that they was 'bout as red as ever red could be, but as long as they strikes outwards, sir," continued Sloppy, "they ain't so much. It's their striking inwards that's to be kept off."
John Rokesmith hoped the child had had medical attendance.
"Oh, yes,"
said Sloppy. He had been took to the doctor's shop once. "And what did the doctor call it?" Rokesmith asked him. After some perplexed reflection, Sloppy answered, brightening,
"He called it something as was very long 4 spots."
Rokesmith suggested measles.
"No," said Sloppy with confidence, "ever so much longer than them, sir."
Mr Sloppy was elevated by this fact, and seemed to consider that it reflected credit on the poor little patient. "Mrs Boffin will be sorry to hear this," said Rokesmith.
"Mrs Higden said so, sir, when she kept it from her, hoping as our Johnny would work round."
"But I hope he will," said Rokesmith, with a quick turn upon the messenger.
"I hope so," answered Sloppy. "It all depends on their striking inwards."
He then went on to say that whether Johnny had took 'em from the Minders, or whether the Minders had took 'em from Johnny, the Minders had been sent home and had got 'em. Furthermore, that Mrs Higden's days and nights being devoted to our Johnny, who was never out of her lap, the whole of the mangling arrangements had devolved upon himself, and he had had rather a tight time. The ungainly piece of honesty beamed and blushed as he said it, quite enraptured with the remembrance of having been serviceable.
"Last night," said Sloppy, "when I was a-turning at the wheel pretty late, the mangle seemed to go like our Johnny's breathing. It began beautiful. Then, as it went out, it shook a little and got unsteady. Then, as it took the turn to come home, it had a rattle like, and lumbered a bit, and it come smooth. And so it went on, till I scarce knowed which was mangle and which was our Johnny. Nor our Johnny, he scarce knowed either. For sometimes, when the mangle lumbers, he says, 'Me choking, Granny,' and Mrs. Higden holds him up in her lap and says to me, 'Bide a bit, Sloppy,' and we all stops together. And when our Johnny gets his breathing again, I turns again, and we all goes on together."
Sloppy had gradually expanded with his description into a stare and a vacant grin. He now contracted, being silent, into a half-repressed gush of tears, and, under pretence of being heated, drew the under part of his sleeve across his eyes with a singularly awkward, laborious, and roundabout smear. "This is unfortunate," said Rokesmith. "I must go and break it to Mrs Boffin. Stay you here, Sloppy." Sloppy stayed there, staring at the pattern of the paper on the wall, until the Secretary and Mrs Boffin came back together. And with Mrs Boffin was a young lady, Miss Bella Wilfer by name, who was better worth staring at, it occurred to Sloppy, than the best of wallpapering.
"Ah, my poor dear pretty little John Harmon!" exclaimed Mrs Boffin. "Yes, mum," said the sympathetic Sloppy. "You don't think he is in a very, very bad way, do you?"
asked the pleasant creature with a wholesome cordiality. Put upon his good faith, and finding it in collision with his inclinations, Sloppy threw back his head and uttered a mellifluous howl, rounded off with a sniff.
"So bad as that?" cried Mrs Boffin. "And Betty Higden not to tell me of it sooner!" "I think she might have been mistrustful, mum," answered Sloppy, hesitating. "Of what, for heaven's sake?" "I think she might have been mistrustful, mum," returned Sloppy with submission, "of standing in our Johnny's light. There's so much trouble in illness, and so much expense, and she's seen such a lot of it's being objected to." "But she never can have thought," said Mrs Boffin, "that I would grudge the dear child anything." "No, ma'am, but she might have thought, as a bit like, of it standing in Johnny's light, and might have tried to bring him through it unbeknownst."
Sloppy knew his ground well. To conceal herself in sickness like a lower animal, to creep out of sight and coil herself away and die, had become this woman's instinct. To catch up in her arms the sick child who was dear to her, and hide it as if it were a criminal, and keep off all ministration but such as her own ignorant tenderness and patience could supply, had become this woman's idea of maternal love, fidelity, and duty. The shameful accounts we read every week in the Christian year, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, the infamous records of small official inhumanity, do not pass by the people as they pass by us, and hence these irrational, blind, and obstinate prejudices, so astonishing to our magnificence, and having no more reason in them, God save the Queen and confound their politics, no, than smoke has in coming from fire.
"It's not a right place for the poor child to stay in," said Mrs Boffin. "Tell us, dear Mr Rokesmith, what to do for the best."
He had already thought what to do, and the consultation was very short. He could pave the way, he said, in half an hour, and then they would go down to Brentford.
"Pray, take me," said Bella. Therefore a carriage was ordered of capacity to take them all, and in the meantime Sloppy was regaled, feasting alone in the Secretary's room, with a complete realization of that fairy vision, meat, beer, vegetables, and pudding. In consequence of which his buttons became more importunate of public notice than before, with the exception of 2 or 3 about the region of the waistband, which modestly withdrew into a creasy retirement. Punctual to the time appeared the carriage, and the Secretary. He sat on the box, and Mr Sloppy graced the rumble. So to the 3 magpies as before, where Mrs Boffin and Miss Bella were handed out, and whence they all went on foot to Mrs Betty Higden's. But on the way down they had stopped at a toy shop,
and had bought that noble charger, a description of whose points and trappings had on the last occasion conciliated the then worldly-minded orphan, and also a Noah's Ark, and also a yellow bird with an artificial voice in him, and also a military doll, so well dressed that if he had only been of life size, his brother officers in the Guards might never have found him out. Bearing these gifts, they raised the latch of Betty Higden's door, and saw her sitting in the dimmest and furthest corner with poor Johnny in her lap.
"And how's my boy, Betty?"
asked Mrs Boffin, sitting down beside her.
"He's bad. He's bad,"
said Betty.
"I begin to be afeard he'll not be yours any more than mine. All others belonging to him have gone to the power and the glory, and I have a mind that they're drawing him to them, leading him away." "No, no, no," said Mrs Boffin. "I don't know why else. He clenches his little hand as if it had hold of a finger that I can't see. Look at it,"
said Betty, opening the wrappers in which the flushed child lay, and showing his small right hand lying closed upon his breast.
"It's always so. It don't mind me." "Is he asleep?" "No, I think not. You're not asleep, my Johnny?" "No,"
said Johnny, with a quiet air of pity for himself, and without opening his eyes.
"Here's the lady, Johnny, and the horse."
Johnny could bear the lady with complete indifference, but not the horse. Opening his heavy eyes, he slowly broke into a smile on beholding that splendid phenomenon, and wanted to take it in his arms. As it was much too big, it was put upon a chair where he could hold it by the mane and contemplate it, which he soon forgot to do. But, Johnny murmuring something with his eyes closed, and Mrs Boffin not knowing what, old Betty bent her ear to listen, and took pains to understand. Being asked by her to repeat what he had said, he did so 2 or 3 times, and then it came out that he must have seen more than they supposed when he looked up to see the horse, for the murmur was,
"Who is the boofer lady?"
Now, the boofer, or beautiful, lady was Bella, and whereas this notice from the poor baby would have touched her of itself, it was rendered more pathetic by the late melting of her heart to her poor little father, and their joke about the lovely woman. So, Bella's behaviour was very tender and very natural when she kneeled on the brick floor to clasp the child, and when the child, with a child's admiration of what is young and pretty, fondled the boofer lady.
"Now, my good dear Betty," said Mrs Boffin, hoping that she saw her opportunity, and laying her hand persuasively on her arm, "we have come to remove Johnny from his cottage to where he can be taken better care of."
Instantly, and before another word could be spoken, the old woman started up with blazing eyes, and rushed at the door with the sick child.
"Stand away from me, every one of ye!"
she cried out wildly.
"I see what you mean now. Let me go my way, all of ye. I'll sooner kill the pretty than kill myself."
"Stay, stay," said Rokesmith, soothing her. "You don't understand."
"I understand too well. I know too much about it, sir. I've run from it too many a year. No, never for me, nor for the child, while there's water enough in England to cover us."
The terror, the shame, the passion of horror and repugnance, firing the worn face and perfectly maddening it, would have been a quite terrible sight, if embodied in one old fellow creature alone. Yet it crops up, as our slang goes, my lords and gentlemen and honourable boards, in other fellow creatures rather frequently.
"It's been chasing me all my life, but it shall never take me, nor mine alive," cried old Betty. "I've done with ye. I'd have fastened door and window and starved afore I'd ever have let ye in if I'd known what you came for."
But, catching sight of Mrs Boffin's wholesome face, she relented, and crouching down by the door and bending over her burden to hush it, said humbly, "Maybe my fears has put me wrong. If they have so, tell me, and the good Lord forgive me. I'm quick to take this fright, I know, and my head is summat light with wearying and watching."
"There, there, there," returned Mrs Boffin. "Come, come. Say no more of it, Betty. It was a mistake, a mistake. Any one of us might have made it in your place, and felt just as you do." "The Lord bless ye," said the old woman, stretching out her hand. "Now, see, Betty,"
pursued the sweet compassionate soul, holding the hand kindly,
"what I really did mean, and what I should have begun by saying out if I'd only been a little wiser and handier. We want to move Johnny to a place where there are none but children, a place set up on purpose for sick children, where the good doctors and nurses pass their lives with children, talk to none but children, touch none but children, comfort and cure none but children." "Is there really such a place?"
asked the old woman with a gaze of wonder.
"Yes, Betty, on my word, and you shall see it. If my home was a better place for the dear boy, I'd take him to it, but indeed it's not." "You shall take him," returned Betty, fervently kissing the comforting hand, "where you will, my dearie. I'm not so hard but that I believe your face and voice, and I will, as long as I can see and hear." This victory gained, Rokesmith made haste to profit by it, for he saw how woefully time had been lost. He dispatched Sloppy to bring the carriage to the door, caused the child to be carefully wrapped up, bade old Betty to get her bonnet on, collected the toys, enabling the little fellow to comprehend that his treasures were to be transported with him, and had all things prepared so easily that they were ready for the carriage as soon as it appeared, and in a minute afterwards were on their way. Sloppy they left behind, relieving his overcharged breast with a paroxysm of mangling. At the Children's Hospital, the gallant steed, the Noah's Ark, Yellow Bird, and the officer in the Guards were made as welcome as their child owner. But the doctor said aside to Rokesmith, "This should have been days ago. Too late." However, they were all carried up into a fresh airy room, and there Johnny came to himself, out of a sleep or a swoon or whatever it was, to find himself lying in a little quiet bed, with a little platform over his breast, on which were already arranged, to give him heart and urge him to cheer up, the Noah's Ark, the noble steed, and the Yellow Bird, with the officer in the Guards doing duty over the whole, quite as much to the satisfaction of his country as if he had been upon parade. And at the bed's head was a coloured picture, beautiful to see, representing, as it were, another Johnny seated on the knee of some angel surely who loved little children. And, marvellous fact to lie and stare at, Johnny had become one of a little family, all in little quiet beds, except two playing dominoes in little armchairs at a little table on the hearth. And on all the little beds were little platforms, whereon were to be seen dolls' houses, woolly dogs with mechanical barks in them, not very dissimilar from the artificial voice pervading the bowels of the Yellow Bird, tin armies, Moorish tumblers, wooden tea things, and the riches of the earth. As Johnny murmured something in his placid admiration, the ministering women at his bed's head asked him what he said. It seemed that he wanted to know whether all these were brothers and sisters of his, so they told him yes. It seemed then that he wanted to know whether God had brought them all together there, so they told him yes again. They made out then that he wanted to know whether they would all get out of pain, so they answered yes to that question likewise, and made him understand that the reply included himself. Johnny's powers of sustaining conversation were as yet so very imperfectly developed, even in a state of health, that in sickness they were little more than monosyllabic. But he had to be washed and tended,
and remedies were applied, and though those offices were far, far more skilfully and lightly done than ever anything had been done for him in his little life, so rough and short, they would have hurt and tired him but for an amazing circumstance which laid hold of his attention. This was no less than the appearance on his own little platform, in pairs, of all creation, on its way into his own particular ark. The elephant leading, and the fly, with a diffident sense of his size, politely bringing up the rear. A very little brother lying in the next bed with a broken leg was so enchanted by this spectacle that his delight exalted its enthralling interest, and so came rest and sleep.
"I see you're not afraid to leave the dear child here, Betty," whispered Mrs Boffin. "No, ma'am, most willingly, most thankfully, with all my heart and soul."
So they kissed him and left him there, and old Betty was to come back early in the morning. And nobody but Rokesmith knew for certain how that the doctor had said, "This should have been days ago, too late." But Rokesmith knowing it, and knowing that his bearing it in mind would be acceptable thereafter to that good woman who had been the only light in the childhood of desolate John Harmon dead and gone, resolved that late at night he would go back to the bedside of John Harmon's namesake, and see how it fared with him. The family whom God had brought together were not all asleep, but were all quiet. From bed to bed, a light womanly tread and a pleasant fresh face passed in the silence of the night. A little head would lift itself up into the softened light here and there to be kissed as the face went by, for these little patients are very loving, and would then submit itself to be composed to rest again. The mite with the broken leg was restless and moaned, but after a while turned his face towards Johnny's bed, to fortify himself with a view of the ark, and fell asleep. Over most of the beds the toys were yet grouped as the children had left them when they last laid themselves down, and, in their innocent grotesqueness and incongruity, they might have stood for the children's dreams. The doctor came in, too, to see how it fared with Johnny, and he and Rokesmith stood together, looking down with compassion on him. What is it, Johnny?" Rokesmith was the questioner, and put an arm round the poor baby as he made a struggle.
"Him,"
said the little fellow.
"Those."
The doctor was quick to understand children, and taking the horse, the ark, the yellow bird, and the man in the guards, from Johnny's bed, softly placed them on that of his next neighbour, the mite with the broken leg. With a weary and yet a pleased smile, and with an action as if he stretched his little figure out to rest, the child heaved his body on the sustaining arm, and seeking Rokesmith's face with his lips, said,
"A kiss for the buffer, lady."
Having now bequeathed all he had to dispose of, and arranged his affairs in this world, Johnny, thus speaking, left it. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 10, A Successor. Some of the Reverend Frank Milvey's brethren had found themselves exceedingly uncomfortable in their minds because they were required to bury the dead too hopefully. But the Reverend Frank, inclining to the belief that they were required to do one or two other things, say out of 9 and 30, calculated to trouble their consciences rather more if they would think as much about them, held his peace. Indeed, the Reverend Frank Milvey was a forbearing man, who noticed many sad warps and blights in the vineyard wherein he worked, and did not profess that they made him savagely wise. He only learnt that the more he himself knew, in his little limited human way, the better he could distantly imagine what omniscience might know. Wherefore, if the Reverend Frank had had to read the words that troubled some of his brethren, and profitably touched innumerable hearts, in a worse case than Johnny's, he would have done so out of the pity and humility of his soul. Reading them over Johnny, he thought of his own 6 children, but not of his poverty, and read them with dimmed eyes. And very seriously did he and his bright little wife, who had been listening, look down into the small grave, and walk home arm in arm. There was grief in the aristocratic house, and there was joy in the bower. Mr Wegg argued, if an orphan were wanted, was he not an orphan himself, and could a better be desired? And why go beating about Brentford bushes, seeking orphans forsooth, who had established no claims upon you, and made no sacrifices for you, when here was an orphan ready to your hand, who had given up in your cause Miss Elizabeth, Master George, Aunt Jane, and Uncle Parker? Mr Wegg chuckled, consequently, when he heard the tidings. Nay, it was afterwards affirmed by a witness who shall at present be nameless, that in the seclusion of the bower he poked out his wooden leg, in the stage ballet manner, and executed a taunting or triumphant pirouette on the genuine leg remaining to him. John Rokesmith's manner towards Mrs Boffin at this time was more the manner of a young man towards a mother than that of a secretary towards his employer's wife. It had always been marked by a subdued affectionate deference that seemed to have sprung up on the very day of his engagement. Whatever was odd in her dress or her ways had seemed to have no oddity for him. He had sometimes borne a quietly amused face in her company, but still it had seemed as if the pleasure her genial temper and radiant nature yielded him could have been quite as naturally expressed in a tear as in a smile. The completeness of his sympathy with her fancy for having a little John Harmon to protect and rear, he had shown in every act and word, and now that the kind fancy was disappointed, he treated it with a manly tenderness and respect for which she could hardly thank him enough.
'But I do thank you, Mr Rokesmith,' said Mrs Boffin, 'and I thank you most kindly. You love children?'
'I hope everybody does.'
'They ought,' said Mrs Boffin, 'but we don't all of us do what we ought, do us?'
John Rokesmith replied, 'Some among us supply the shortcomings of the rest. You have loved children well, Mr Boffin has told me.'
'Not a bit better than he has, but that's his way. He puts all the good upon me. You speak rather sadly, Mr Rokesmith.'
'Do I?'
'It sounds to me so. Were you one of many children?'
He shook his head.
'An only child?'
'No, there was another. Dead long ago.'
'Father or mother alive?'
'Dead.'
'And the rest of your relations?'
'Dead, if I ever had any living. I never heard of any.' At this point of the dialogue, Bella came in with a light step. She paused at the door a moment, hesitating whether to remain or retire, perplexed by finding that she was not observed.
'Now, don't mind an old lady's talk,' said Mrs Boffin, 'but tell me, are you quite sure, Mr Rokesmith, that you have never had a disappointment in love?'
'Quite sure. Why do you ask me?'
'Why, for this reason. Sometimes you have a kind of kept down manner with you, which is not like your age. You can't be 30.
'I am not yet 30. Deeming it high time to make her presence known, Bella coughed here to attract attention, begged pardon, and said she would go, fearing that she interrupted some matter of business.
'Oh no, don't go,' rejoined Mrs Boffin, 'because we are coming to business, instead of having begun it, and you belong to it as much now, my dear Bella, as I do. But I want my Noddy to consult with us. Would somebody be so good as to find my Noddy for me?'
Rokesmith departed on that errand, and presently returned accompanied by Mr Boffin at his jog-trot. Bella felt a little vague trepidation as to the subject matter of this same consultation, until Mrs Boffin announced it.
'Now, you come and sit by me, my dear,' said that worthy soul, taking her comfortable place on a large ottoman in the centre of the room, and drawing her arm through Bella's. And Noddy, you sit here, and Mr. Rokesmith, you sit there. Now, you see, what I want to talk about is this. Mr. and Mrs. Milvey have sent me the kindest note possible, which Mr. Rokesmith just now read to me out aloud, for I ain't good at handwritings, offering to find me another little child to name and educate and bring up. Well, this has set me thinking.
And she's a steam engine at it, murmured Mr Boffin in an admiring parenthesis. When she once begins, it might be so easy to start her, but once started, she's a engine.
This has set me thinking, I say, repeated Mrs Boffin, cordially beaming under the influence of her husband's compliment. And I have thought two things. First of all, that I have grown timid of reviving John Harmon's name. It's an unfortunate name, and I fancy I should reproach myself if I gave it to another dear child, and it proved again unlucky.
Now, whether, said Mr Boffin, gravely propounding a case for his secretary's opinion, whether one might call that a superstition? It is a matter of feeling with Mrs Boffin, said Rokesmith gently. The name has always been unfortunate. It has now this new unfortunate association connected with it. The name has died out. Why revive it? Might I ask Miss Wilfer what she thinks?
It has not been a fortunate name for me, said Bella, colouring, or at least it was not until it led to my being here, but that is not the point in my thoughts. As we had given the name to the poor child, and as the poor child took so lovingly to me, I think I should feel jealous of calling another child by it. I think I should feel as if the name had become endeared to me, and I had no right to use it so.
And that's your opinion, remarked Mr Boffin, observant of the secretary's face, and again addressing him. I say again, it is a matter of feeling, returned the secretary. I think Miss Wilfer's feeling very womanly and pretty.
Now, give us your opinion, Noddy, said Mrs Boffin.
My opinion, old lady, returned the Golden Dustman, is your opinion.
Then, said Mrs Boffin, we agree not to revive John Harmon's name, but to let it rest in the grave. It is, as Mr Rokesmith says, a matter of feeling, but law, how many matters are matters of feeling? Well, and so I come to the second thing I've thought of. You must know, Bella, my dear, and Mr Rokesmith, that when I first named to my husband my thoughts of adopting a little orphan boy in remembrance of John Harmon, I further named to my husband that it was comforting to think that how the poor boy would be benefited by John's own money, and protected from John's own forlornness.
Hear, hear, cried Mr Boffin. So she did. Encore.
No, not encore, Noddy, my dear, returned Mrs Boffin, because I am going to say something else. I mean that, I am sure, much as I still mean it. But this little death has made me ask myself the question seriously whether I wasn't too bent upon pleasing myself. Else, why did I seek out so much for a pretty child, and a child quite to my liking? Wanting to do good, why not do it for its own sake, and put my taste and likings by?
Perhaps, said Bella, and perhaps she said it with some little sensitiveness arising out of those old curious relations of hers towards the murdered man.
Perhaps, in reviving the name, you would not have liked to give it to a less interesting child than the original. He interested you very much. Well, my dear, returned Mrs Boffin, giving her a squeeze, it's kind of you to find that reason out, and I hope it may have been so, and indeed, to a certain extent, I believe it was so. But I'm afraid not to the whole extent. However, that don't come in question now, because we have done with the name. Laid it up as a remembrance, suggested Bella musingly. Much better said, my dear. Laid it up as a remembrance. Well, then, I've been thinking, if I take any orphan to provide for, let it not be a pet and a plaything for me, but a creature to be helped for its own sake.' 'Not pretty, then?' said Bella. 'No,' returned Mrs Boffin stoutly. 'Nor prepossessing, then?' said Bella. 'No,' returned Mrs Boffin. 'Not necessarily so. That's as it may happen. A well-disposed boy comes in my way, who may be even a little wanting in such advantages for getting on in life, but is honest and industrious, and requires a helping hand, and deserves it. If I am very much in earnest, and quite determined to be unselfish, let me take care of him.' Here the footman, whose feelings had been hurt on the former occasion, appeared, and crossing to Rokesmith, apologetically announced the objectionable Sloppy. The four members of council looked at one another and paused. 'Shall he be brought here, ma'am?' asked Rokesmith. 'Yes,'
said Mrs Boffin, whereupon the footman disappeared, reappeared presenting Sloppy, and retired, much disgusted. The consideration of Mrs Boffin had clothed Mr Sloppy in a suit of black, on which the tailor had received personal directions from Rokesmith to expend the utmost cunning of his art with a view to the concealment of the cohering and sustaining buttons. But, so much more powerful were the frailties of Sloppy's form and the strongest resources of tailoring science, that he now stood before the council a perfect Argus in the way of buttons, shining and winking and gleaming and twinkling out of 100 of those eyes of bright metal at the dazzled spectators. The artistic taste of some unknown hatter had furnished him with a hatband of wholesale capacity, which was fluted behind, from the crown of his hat to the brim, and terminated in a black bunch, from which the imagination shrunk discomforted, and the reason revolted. Some special powers with which his legs were endowed had already hitched up his glossy trousers at the ankles, and bagged them at the knees, while similar gifts in his arms had raised his coat sleeves from his wrists and accumulated them at his elbows. Thus set forth, with the additional embellishments of a very little tail to his coat and a yawning gulf at his waistband, Sloppy stood confessed.
'And how is Betty, my good fellow?'
Mrs Boffin asked him.
'Thank'ee, mum,' said Sloppy. 'She do pretty nicely, and sending her duty, and many thanks for the tea, and all the favours, and wishing to know the family's healths.' 'Have you just come, Sloppy?' 'Yes, mum.' 'Then you have not had your dinner yet?' 'No, mum, but I mean to, for I ain't forgotten your handsome orders. I was never to go away without having had a good un off of meat, and beer, and pudding. Oh no, there was 4 of 'em, for I reckoned them up when I had 'em. Meat 1, beer 2, vegetables 3, and which was 4? Oh, why, pudding, he was 4.
Here Sloppy threw his head back and opened his mouth wide and laughed rapturously.
'How are the 2 poor little minders?' asked Mrs Boffin. 'Striking right out, mum, and coming round beautiful.'
Mrs Boffin looked on the other 3 members of council, and then said, beckoning with her finger,
'Sloppy?' 'Yes, mum.' 'Come forward, Sloppy. Should you like to dine here every day?' 'Of all 4 on 'em, mum? Oh, mum!'
Sloppy's feelings obliged him to squeeze his hat and contract one leg at the knee.
'Yes, and should you like to be always taken care of here, if you were industrious and deserving?' 'Oh, mum! But there's Mrs Higden,'
said Sloppy, checking himself in his raptures, drawing back and shaking his head with very serious meaning.
'There's Mrs Higden. Mrs Higden goes before all. None can ever be better French to me than Mrs Higden's been, and she must be turned for, must Mrs Higden. Where would Mrs Higden be if she warn't turned for?'
At the mere thought of Mrs Higden in this inconceivable affliction, Mr Sloppy's countenance became pale, and manifested the most distressful emotions.
'You are as right can be, Sloppy,' said Mrs Boffin, 'and far be it from me to tell you otherwise. it shall be seen to. If Betty Higden can be turned for all the same, you shall come here and be taken care of for life, and be made able to keep her in other ways than the turning.' 'Even as to that, mum,' answered the ecstatic Sloppy, 'the turning might be done in the night, don't you see? I could be here in the day and turn in the night. I don't want no sleep, I don't. Or even if I anyways should want a wink or two,' added Sloppy, after a moment's apologetic reflection, 'I could take 'em turning. I've took 'em turning many a time, and enjoyed 'em wonderful.' On the grateful impulse of the moment, Mr Sloppy kissed Mrs Boffin's hand, and then detaching himself from that good creature that he might have room enough for his feelings, threw back his head, opened his mouth wide, and uttered a dismal howl. It was creditable to his tenderness of heart, but suggested that he might on occasion give some offence to the neighbours, the rather as the footman looked in and begged pardon, finding he was not wanted, but excused himself on the ground that he thought it was cats. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 11, Some Affairs of the Heart. Little Miss Peecher, from her little official dwelling-house, with its little windows like the eyes in needles, and its little doors like the covers of school-books, was very observant indeed of the object of her quiet affections. Love, though said to be afflicted with blindness, is a vigilant watchman, and Miss Peecher kept him on double duty over Mr Bradley Headstone. It was not that she was naturally given to playing the spy. It was not that she was at all secret, plotting, or mean. It was simply that she loved the irresponsive Bradley with all the primitive and homely stock of love that had never been examined or certificated out of her. If her faithful slate had had the latent qualities of sympathetic paper, and its pencil those of invisible ink, many a little treatise calculated to astonish the pupils would have come bursting through the dry sums in school-time under the warming influence of Miss Peecher's bosom. For oftentimes when school was not, and her calm leisure and calm little house were her own, Miss Peecher would commit to the confidential slate an imaginary description of how, upon a balmy evening at dusk, two figures might have been observed in the market-garden ground round the corner, of whom one, being a manly form, bent over the other, being a womanly form of short stature and some compactness, and breathed in a low voice the words, "Emma Peecher, wilt thou be my own?" After which the womanly form's head reposed upon the manly form's shoulder, and the nightingales tuned up. Though all unseen and unsuspected by the pupils, Bradley Headstone even pervaded the school exercises. Was geography in question, he would come triumphantly flying out of Vesuvius and Etna ahead of the lava, and would boil unharmed in the hot springs of Iceland, and would float majestically down the Ganges and the Nile. Did history chronicle a king of men? Behold him in pepper and salt pantaloons, with his watch-guard round his neck. Were copies to be written? In capital B's and H's, most of the girls under Miss Peecher's tuition were half a year ahead of every other letter in the alphabet. And mental arithmetic, administered by Miss Peecher, often devoted itself to providing Bradley Headstone with a wardrobe of fabulous extent. 84 neckties at 2 and 9pence halfpenny, 2 gross of silver watches at £4 15 and 6pence, 74 black hats at 18 shillings, and many similar superfluities. The vigilant watchman, using his daily opportunities of turning his eyes in Bradley's direction, soon apprised Miss Peecher that Bradley was more preoccupied than had been his wont, and more given to strolling about with a downcast and reserved face, turning something difficult in his mind that was not in the scholastic syllabus. Putting this and that together, combining under the head this
present appearances and the intimacy with Charlie Hexam, and ranging under the head that, the visit to his sister, the watchman reported to Miss Peecher his strong suspicions that the sister was at the bottom of it.
"I wonder," said Miss Peecher, as she sat making up her weekly report on a half-holiday afternoon, "what they call Hexam's sister."
Mary Ann, at her needlework, attendant and attentive, held her arm up.
"Well, Mary Ann?" "She is named Lizzie, ma'am." "She can hardly be named Lizzie, I think, Mary Ann,"
returned Miss Peecher, in a tunefully instructive voice.
"Is Lizzie a Christian name, Mary Ann?"
Mary Ann laid down her work, rose, hooked herself behind as being under catechization, and replied,
"No, it is a corruption, Miss Peecher." "Who gave her that name?"
Miss Peecher was going on, from the mere force of habit, when she checked herself, on Mary Ann's evincing theological impatience to strike in with her godfathers and her godmothers, and said,
"I mean, of what name is it a corruption?" "Elizabeth or Eliza, Miss Peecher." "Right, Mary Ann. Whether there were any Lizzies in the early Christian church must be considered very doubtful, very doubtful."
Miss Peecher was exceedingly sage here.
"Speaking correctly, we say, then, that Hexam's sister is called Lizzie, not that she is named so. Do we not, Mary Ann?" "We do, Miss Peecher." "And where,"
pursued Miss Peecher, complacent in her little transparent fiction of conducting the examination in a semi-official manner for Mary Ann's benefit, not her own,
"where does this young woman who is called but not named Lizzie live? Think now, before answering." "In Church Street, Smith Square, by Millbank, ma'am." "In Church Street, Smith Square, by Millbank,"
repeated Miss Peecher, as if possessed beforehand of the book in which it was written.
"Exactly so. And what occupation does this young woman pursue, Mary Ann? Take time." "She has a place of trust at an outfitter's in the city, ma'am."
"Oh," said Miss Peecher, pondering on it, but smoothly added in a confirmatory tone,
"At an outfitter's in the city. Yes."
"And Charlie," Mary Ann was proceeding, when Miss Peecher stared.
"I mean Hexam, Miss Peecher." "I should think you did, Mary Ann, and glad to hear you do. And Hexam says," Mary Ann went on, "that he is not pleased with his sister, and that his sister won't be guided by his advice, and persists in being guided by somebody else's, and that—" "Mr Headstone coming across the garden?"
exclaimed Miss Peecher, with a flushed glance at the looking-glass.
"You have answered very well, Mary Ann. You are forming an excellent habit of arranging your thoughts clearly. That will do."
The discreet Mary Ann resumed her seat and her silence, and stitched, and was stitching when the schoolmaster's shadow came in before him, announcing that he might be instantly expected. "Good evening, Miss Peecher," he said, pursuing the shadow and taking its place.
"Good evening, Mr Headstone. Mary Ann, a chair."
"Thank you," said Bradley, seating himself in his constrained manner. "This is but a flying visit. I've looked in on my way to ask a kindness of you as a neighbour."
"Did you say on your way, Mr Headstone?"
asked Miss Peecher. "On my way to where I am going." "Church Street, Smith Square, by Millbank," repeated Miss Peecher in her own thoughts. "Charlie Hexam has gone to get a book or two he wants, and will probably be back before me. As we leave my house empty, I took the liberty of telling him I would leave the key here. Would you kindly allow me to do so?"
"Certainly, Mr Headstone. Going for an evening walk, sir?"
"Partly for a walk, and partly for on business." "Business in Church Street, Smith Square, by Millbank," repeated Miss Peecher to herself. "Having said which," pursued Bradley, laying his door key on the table, "I must be already going. There is nothing I can do for you, Miss Peecher?"
"Thank you, Mr Headstone. In which direction?"
"In the direction of Westminster."
"Millbank,"
Miss Peecher repeated in her own thoughts again.
"No, thank you, Mr Headstone. I'll not trouble you."
"You couldn't trouble me," said the schoolmaster. Ah, returned Miss Peecher, though not aloud, but you can trouble me. And for all her quiet manner and her quiet smile, she was full of trouble as he went his way. She was right touching his destination. He held as straight a course for the house of the doll's dressmaker as the wisdom of his ancestors, exemplified in the construction of the intervening streets, would let him, and walked with a bent head, hammering at one fixed idea. It had been an immovable idea since he first set eyes upon her. It seemed to him as if all that he could suppress in himself he had suppressed, as if all that he could restrain in himself he had restrained, and the time had come, in a rush, in a moment, when the power of self-command had departed from him. Love at first sight is a trite expression, quite sufficiently discussed. Enough that in certain smouldering natures like this man's, that passion leaps into a blaze, and makes such head as fire does in a rage of wind, when other passions, but for its mastery, could be held in chains. As a multitude of weak imitative natures are always lying by, ready to go mad upon the next wrong idea that may be broached, in these times generally some form of tribute to somebody for something that never was done, or, if ever done, that was done by somebody else, so these less ordinary natures may lie by for years, ready on the touch of an instant to burst into flame. The schoolmaster went his way, brooding and brooding, and a sense of being vanquished in a struggle might have been pieced out of his worried face. Truly, in his breast there lingered a resentful shame to find himself defeated by this passion for Charley Hexam's sister, though in the very self-same moments he was concentrating himself upon the object of bringing the passion to a successful issue. He appeared before the doll's dressmaker, sitting alone at her work. "Oho!" thought that sharp young personage. "It's you, is it? I know your tricks and your manners, my friend." "Hexam's sister," said Bradley Headstone, "is not come home yet?"
"You are quite a conjurer," returned Miss Wren.
"I will wait, if you please, for I want to speak to her."
"Do you?" returned Miss Wren. "Sit down. I hope it's mutual."
Bradley glanced distrustfully at the shrewd face again bending over the work, and said, trying to conquer doubt and hesitation, "I hope you don't imply that my visit will be unacceptable to Hexam's sister?"
"There! Don't call her that. I can't bear you to call her that," returned Miss Wren, snapping her fingers in a volley of impatient snaps, "for I don't like Hexam."
"Indeed?"
"No."
Miss Wren wrinkled her nose to express dislike.
"Selfish. Thinks only of himself. The way with all of you."
"The way with all of us? Then you don't like me?"
"So," replied Miss Wren with a shrug and a laugh. "Don't know much about you."
"But I was not aware it was the way with all of us," said Bradley, returning to the accusation a little injured. "Won't you say some of us?"
"Meaning," returned the little creature, "every one of you but you. Ha ha ha! Now look this lady in the face. This is Mrs. Truth, the honourable, full-dressed."
Bradley glanced at the doll she held up for his observation, which had been lying on its face on her bench, while with a needle and thread she fastened the dress on at the back, and looked from it to her.
"I stand, the Honourable Mrs. T., on my bench in this corner against the wall, where her blue eyes can shine upon you," pursued Miss Wren, doing so, and making two little dabs at him in the air with her needle, as if she pricked him with it in his own eyes. "And I defy you to tell me, with Mrs. T. for a witness, what you have come here for."
"To see Hexam's sister."
"You don't say so," retorted Miss Wren, hitching her chin. "But on whose account?"
"Her own."
"Oh, Mrs. T.!"
exclaimed Miss Wren.
"You hear him."
"To reason with her," pursued Bradley, half humouring what was present and half angry with what was not present, "for her own sake."
"Oh, Mrs. T.!"
exclaimed the dressmaker. "For her own sake," repeated Bradley, warming, "and for her brother's, and as a perfectly disinterested person."
"Really, Mrs. T.?" remarked the dressmaker, "since it comes to this, we must positively turn you with your face to the wall."
She had hardly done so, when Lizzie Hexam arrived, and showed some surprise on seeing Bradley Headstone there, and Jenny shaking her little fist at him close before her eyes, and the Honourable Mrs T. with her face to the wall.
"Here's a perfectly disinterested person, Lizzie dear," said the knowing Miss Wren, "come to talk with you for your own sake and your brother's. Think of that. I'm sure there ought to be no third party present at anything so very kind and so very serious, and so, if you remove the third party upstairs, my dear, the third party will retire."
Lizzie took the hand which the doll's dressmaker held out to her for the purpose of being supported away, but only looked at her with an inquiring smile, and made no other movement.
"The third party hobbles awfully, you know, when she's left to herself," said Miss Wren, "her back being so bad and her legs so queer. So she can't retire gracefully unless you help her, Lizzie."
"She can do no better than stay where she is," returned Lizzie, releasing the hand and laying her own lightly on Miss Jenny's curls, and then to Bradley, "From Charley, sir?" In an irresolute way, and stealing a clumsy look at her, Bradley rose to place a chair for her, and then returned to his own. "Strictly speaking," said he, "I come from Charley because I left him only a little while ago. But I am not commissioned by Charley. I come of my own spontaneous act." With her elbows on her bench, and her chin upon her hands, Miss Jenny Wren sat looking at him with a watchful sidelong look. Lizzie, in her different way, sat looking at him too. "The fact is," began Bradley, with a mouth so dry that he had some difficulty in articulating his words, the consciousness of which rendered his manner still more ungainly and undecided, "the truth is that Charley, having no secrets from me, to the best of my belief, has confided the whole of this matter to me." He came to a stop, and Lizzie asked, "What matter, sir?" "I thought," returned the schoolmaster, stealing another look at her, and seeming to try in vain to sustain it, for the look dropped as it lighted on her eyes, "that it might be so superfluous as to be almost impertinent to enter upon a definition of it. My allusion was to this matter of your having put aside your brother's plans for you, and given the preference to those of Mr. I believe the name is Mr. Eugene Wrayburn." He made this point of not being certain of the name with another uneasy look at her, which dropped like the last. Nothing being said on the other side, he had to begin again, and began with new embarrassment. "Your brother's plans were communicated to me when he first had them in his thoughts. In point of fact, he spoke to me about them when I was last here, when we were walking back together, and when the impression was fresh upon me of having seen his sister." There might have been no meaning in it, but the little dressmaker here removed one of her supporting hands from her chin, and musingly turned the Honourable Mrs T. with her face to the company. That done, she fell into her former attitude. "I approved of his idea," said Bradley, with his uneasy look wandering to the doll, and unconsciously resting there longer than it had rested on Lizzie, "both because your brother ought naturally to be the originator of any such scheme, and because I hoped to be able to promote it. I should have had inexpressible pleasure, I should have taken inexpressible interest in promoting it. Therefore, I must acknowledge that when your brother was disappointed, I too was disappointed. I wish to avoid reservation or concealment, and I fully acknowledge that." He appeared to have encouraged himself by having got so far. At all events, he went on with much greater firmness and force of emphasis, though with a curious disposition to set his teeth, and with a curious tight screwing movement of his right hand in the clenching palm of his left, like the action of one who was being physically hurt and was unwilling to cry out. "I am a man of strong feelings, and I have strongly felt this disappointment. I do strongly feel it. I don't show what I feel. Some of us are obliged habitually to keep it down. But to return to your brother. He has taken the matter so much to heart that he has remonstrated, in my presence he remonstrated, with Mr. Eugene Wrayburn, if that be the name. He did so quite ineffectually, as any one not blinded to the real character of Mr. Eugene Wrayburn would readily suppose. He looked at Lizzie again, and held the look, and his face turned from burning red to white, and from white back to burning red, and so for the time to lasting deadly white. Finally, I resolved to come here alone and appeal to you. I resolved to come here alone and entreat you to retract the course you have chosen, and instead of confiding in a mere stranger, a person of most insolent behaviour to your brother and others, to prefer your brother and your brother's friend. Lizzie Hexam had changed colour when those changes came over him, and her face now expressed some anger, more dislike, and even a touch of fear, but she answered him very steadily.
I cannot doubt, Mr Headstone, that your visit is well meant. You have been so good a friend to Charley that I have no right to doubt it. I have nothing to tell Charley, but that I accepted the help to which he so much objects before he made any plans for me, or certainly before I knew of any. It was considerately and delicately offered, and there were reasons that had weight with me which should be as dear to Charley as to me. I have no more to say to Charley on this subject.
His lips trembled and stood apart, as he followed this repudiation of himself and limitation of her words to her brother.
I should have told Charley, if he had come to me, she resumed, as though it were an afterthought, that Jenny and I find our teacher very able and very patient, and that she takes great pains with us. So much so that we've said to her we hope in a very little while to be able to go on by ourselves. Charley knows about teachers, and I should also have told him, for his satisfaction, that ours comes from an institution where teachers are regularly brought up.
I should like to ask you, said Bradley Headstone, grinding his words slowly out, as though they came from a rusty mill. I should like to ask you, if I may, without offence, whether you would have objected? No, rather, I should like to say, if I may, without offence, that I wish I had the opportunity of coming here with your brother and devoting my poor abilities and experience to your service.
Thank you, Mr Headstone.
But I fear, he pursued after a pause, furtively wrenching at the seat of his chair with one hand, as if he would have wrenched the chair to pieces, and gloomily observing her while her eyes were cast down, that my humble services would not have found much favour with you. She made no reply, and the poor stricken wretch sat contending with himself in a heat of passion and torment. After a while he took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead and hands. There is only one thing more I had to say, but it is the most important. There is a reason against this matter. There is a personal relation concerned in this matter, not yet explained to you. It might, I don't say it would, it might, induce you to think differently. To proceed under the present circumstances is out of the question. Will you please come to the understanding that there shall be another interview on the subject?
With Charley, Mr Headstone?
Well, he answered, breaking off. Yes, say with him too. Will you please come to the understanding that there must be another interview, under more favourable circumstances, before the whole case can be submitted?
I don't, said Lizzie, shaking her head, understand your meaning, Mr Headstone.
Limit my meaning for the present, he interrupted, to the whole case being submitted to you in another interview.
What case, Mr Headstone? What is wanting to it?
You shall be informed in the other interview. Then he said, as if in a burst of irrepressible despair, I leave it all incomplete. There is a spell upon me, I think. And then added, almost as if he asked for pity, Good night. He held out his hand, as she, with manifest hesitation, not to say reluctance, touched it. A strange tremble passed over him, and his face, so deadly white, was moved as by a stroke of pain. Then he was gone. The doll's dressmaker sat with her attitude unchanged, eyeing the door by which he had departed, until Lizzie pushed her bench aside and sat down near her. Then, eyeing Lizzie, as she had previously eyed Bradley in the door, Miss Wren chopped that very sudden and keen chop in which her jaws sometimes indulged, leaning back in her chair with folded arms, and thus expressed herself.
If he, of course, my dear, the party who is coming to court me when the time comes should be that sort of man, he may spare himself the trouble. He wouldn't do to be trotted about and made useful. He'd take fire and blow up while he was about it.
And so you would be rid of him, said Lizzie, humouring her.
Not so easily, returned Miss Wren. He wouldn't blow up alone. He'd carry me up with him. I know his tricks and his manners.
Would he want to hurt you, do you mean? Asked Lizzie.
Mightn't exactly want to do it, my dear, returned Miss Wren, but a lot of gunpowder among lighted lucifer matches in the next room might almost as well be here.
He is a very strange man, said Lizzie thoughtfully.
I wish he was so very strange a man as to be a total stranger,
answered the sharp little thing. It being Lizzie's regular occupation, when they were alone of an evening, to brush out and smooth the long fair hair of the doll's dressmaker, she unfastened a ribbon that kept it back while the little creature was at her work, and it fell in a beautiful shower over the poor shoulders that were much in need of such a dawning rain.
Not now, Lizzie dear, said Jenny. Let us have a talk by the fire.
With those words, she in her turn loosened her friend's dark hair, and it dropped of its own weight over her bosom in two rich masses. Pretending to compare the colours and admire the contrast, Jenny so managed a mere touch or two of her nimble hands as that she herself, laying a cheek on one of the dark folds, seemed blinded by her own clustering curls to all but the fire, while the fine handsome face and brow of Lizzie were revealed without obstruction in the sombre light.
Let us have a talk, said Jenny, about Mr. Eugene Wrayburn.
Something sparkled down among the fair hair resting on the dark hair, and if it were not a star, which it couldn't be, it was an eye, and if it were an eye, it was Jenny Wren's eye, bright and watchful as the bird's whose name she had taken. Why, about Mr. Wrayburn? Lizzie asked.
For no better reason than because I'm in the humour. I wonder whether he's rich.
No, not rich.
Poor?
I think so, for a gentleman.
Ah, to be sure, yes, he's a gentleman. Not of our sort, is he?
A shake of the head, a thoughtful shake of the head, and the answer softly spoken,
Oh no, oh no.
The doll's dressmaker had an arm round her friend's waist. Adjusting the arm, she slyly took the opportunity of blowing at her own hair where it fell over her face. Then the eye down there, under lighter shadows, sparkled more brightly and appeared more watchful.
When he turns up, he shan't be a gentleman. I'll very soon send him packing if he is. However, he's not Mr. Wrayburn. I haven't captivated him. I wonder whether anybody has, Lizzie.
It is very likely.
Is it very likely? I wonder who.
Is it not very likely that some lady has been taken by him, and that he may love her dearly?
Perhaps. I don't know. What would you think of him, Lizzie, if you were a lady?
I, a lady, she repeated, laughing. Such a fancy.
Yes, but say, just as a fancy, and for instance.
I, a lady. I, a poor girl who used to row poor father on the river. I, who had rowed poor father out and home on the very night when I saw him for the first time. I, who was made so timid by his looking at me that I got up and went out. He did look at you, even that night, though you were not a lady, thought Miss Wren. I, a lady, Lizzie went on in a low voice with her eyes upon the fire. I,
with poor father's grave, not even cleared of undeserved stain and shame, and he trying to clear it for me. I, a lady!' 'Only as a fancy and for instance,' urged Miss Wren. 'Too much, Jenny dear, too much. My fancy's not able to get that far.' As the low fire gleamed upon her, it showed her smiling mournfully and abstractedly. 'But I'm in the humour, and I must be humoured, Lizzie, because after all I am a poor little thing, and I have a hard day with my bad child. Look in the fire, as I like to hear you tell how you used to do, when you lived in that dreary old house that had once been a windmill. Look in the... what was its name when you told fortunes with your brother that I don't like?'
'The Hollow, down by the flare.'
'Ah, that's the name. You can find a lady there, I know.'
'More easily than I can make one of such material as myself, Jenny.' The sparkling eye looked steadfastly up, as the musing face looked thoughtfully down.
'Well,'
said the doll's dressmaker,
'we have found our lady.'
Lizzie nodded and asked, 'Shall she be rich?'
'She had better be, as he's poor.'
'She is very rich. Shall she be handsome?'
'Even you can be that, Lizzie, so she ought to be.'
'She is very handsome.'
'What does she say about him?'
asked Miss Jenny in a low voice, watchful, through an intervening silence, of the face looking down at the fire.
'She is glad to be rich, that he may have the money. She's glad to be beautiful, that he may be proud of her. Her poor heart.' 'Eh? Her poor heart?'
said Miss Wren.
'Her heart is given him with all its love and truth. She would joyfully die with him, or, better than that, die for him. She knows he has failings, but she thinks they have grown up through his being like one cast away for the want of something to trust in and care for and think well of. And she says, that lady, rich and beautiful, that I can never come near. Only put me in that empty place, only try how little I mind myself, only prove what a world of things I will do and bear for you, and I hope that you might even come to be much better than you are, through me, who am so much worse, and hardly worth the thinking of beside you.'
As the face looking at the fire had become exalted and forgetful in the rapture of these words, the little creature, openly clearing away her fair hair with her disengaged hand, had gazed at it with earnest attention and something like alarm. Now that the speaker ceased, the little creature laid down her head again and moaned,
'Oh me! Oh me! Oh me!'
'In pain, dear Jenny?' asked Lizzie, as if awakened.
'Yes, but not the old pain. Lay me down, lay me down. Don't go out of my sight to-night. Lock the door and keep close to me.'
Then turning away her face, she said in a whisper to herself,
'My Lizzie, my poor Lizzie. Oh, my blessed children, come back in the long bright slanting rows, and come for her, not me. She wants help more than I, my blessed children.'
She had stretched her hands up with that higher and better look, and now she turned again and folded them round Lizzie's neck, and rocked herself on Lizzie's breast. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 12, More Birds of Prey. Rogue Riderhood dwelt deep and dark in Limehouse Hole, among the riggers and the mast,
oar and block makers, and the boat builders and the sail lofts, as in a kind of ship's hold stored full of waterside characters. Some no better than himself, some very much better, and none much worse. The whole, albeit in a general way not over nice in its choice of company, was rather shy in reference to the honour of cultivating the rogue's acquaintance, more frequently giving him the cold shoulder than the warm hand, and seldom or never drinking with him unless at his own expense. A part of the whole, indeed, contained so much public spirit and private virtue that not even this strong leverage could move it to good fellowship with a tainted accuser. But there may have been the drawback on this magnanimous morality, that its exponents held a true witness before justice to be the next unneighbourly and accursed character to a false one. Had it not been for the daughter whom he often mentioned, Mr Riderhood might have found the whole a mere grave as to any means it would yield him of getting a living. But Miss Pleasant Riderhood had some little position and connection in Limehouse Hole. Upon the smallest of small scales, she was an unlicensed pawnbroker, keeping what was popularly called a leaving shop, by lending insignificant sums on insignificant articles of property deposited with her as security. In her 24th year of life, Pleasant was already in her 5th year of this way of trade. Her deceased mother had established the business, and on that parent's demise she had appropriated a secret capital of 15 shillings to establishing herself in it. The existence of such capital in a pillow being the last intelligible confidential communication made to her by the departed before succumbing to dropsical conditions of snuff and gin, incompatible equally with coherence and existence. Why christened Pleasant? The late Mrs Riderhood might possibly have been at some time able to explain, and possibly not. Her daughter had no information on that point. Pleasant she found herself, and she couldn't help it. She had not been consulted on the question any more than on the question of her coming into these terrestrial parts to want a name. Similarly, she found herself possessed of what is colloquially termed a swivel eye, derived from her father, which she might perhaps have declined if her sentiments on the subject had been taken. She was not otherwise positively ill-looking, though anxious, meagre, of a muddy complexion, and looking as old again as she really was. As some dogs have it in the blood, or are trained, to worry certain creatures to a certain point, so, not to make the comparison disrespectfully, Pleasant Riderhood had it in the blood, or had been trained to regard seamen within certain limits as her prey. Show her a man in a blue jacket, and, figuratively speaking, she pinned him instantly. Yet, all things considered, she was not of an evil mind or an unkindly disposition. For, observe how many things were to be considered according to her own unfortunate experience. Show Pleasant Riderhood a wedding in the street, and she only saw 2 people taking out a regular licence to quarrel and fight. Show her a christening, and she saw a little heathen personage having a quiet superfluous name bestowed upon it, inasmuch as it would be commonly addressed by some abusive epithet, which little personage was not in the least wanted by anybody, and would be shoved and banged out of everybody's way until it should grow big enough to shove and bang. Show her a funeral, and she saw an unremunerative ceremony in the nature of a black masquerade, conferring a temporary gentility on the performers at an immense expense, and representing the only formal party ever given by the deceased. Show her a live father, and she saw but a duplicate of her own father, who from her infancy had been taken with fits and starts of discharging his duty to her, which duty was always incorporated in the form of a fist or a leathern strap, and being discharged hurt her. All things considered, therefore, Pleasant Riderhood was not so very, very bad. There was even a touch of romance in her, of such romance as could creep into Limehouse Hole, and maybe sometimes of a summer evening, when she stood with folded arms at her shop door, looking from the reeking street to the sky where the sun was setting, she may have had some vaporous visions of far-off islands in the southern seas or elsewhere, not being geographically particular, where it would be good to roam with a congenial partner among groves of breadfruit, waiting for ships to be wafted from the hollow ports of civilization. For sailors to be got the better of were essential to Miss Pleasant's Eden. Not on a summer evening did she come to her little shop door, when a certain man standing over against the house on the opposite side of the street took notice of her. That was on a cold, shrewd, windy evening after dark. Pleasant Riderhood shared with most of the lady inhabitants of the Hole the peculiarity that her hair was a ragged knot, constantly coming down behind, and that she never could enter upon any undertaking without first twisting it into place. At that particular moment, being newly come to the threshold to take a look out of doors, she was winding herself up with both hands after this fashion. And so prevalent was the fashion, that on the occasion of a fight or other disturbance in the Hole, the ladies would be seen flocking from all quarters, universally twisting their back hair as they came along, and many of them, in the hurry of the moment, carrying their back combs in their mouths. It was a wretched little shop, with a roof that any man standing in it could touch with his hand, little better than a cellar or cave, down 3 steps. Yet in its ill-lighted window, among a flaring handkerchief or two, an old pea-coat or so, a few valueless watches and compasses, a jar of tobacco and 2 crossed pipes, a bottle of walnut ketchup, and some horrible sweets, these creature discomforts serving as a blind to the main business of the leaving shop, was displayed the inscription, Seaman's Boarding House. Taking notice of Pleasant Riderhood at the door, the man crossed so quickly that she was still winding herself up when he stood close before her. "Is your father at home?" said he.
"I think he is," returned Pleasant, dropping her arms. "Come in."
It was a tentative reply, the man having a seafaring appearance. Her father was not at home, and Pleasant knew it.
"Take a seat by the fire,"
were her hospitable words when she had got him in.
"Men of your calling are always welcome here."
"Thankee," said the man. His manner was the manner of a sailor, and his hands were the hands of a sailor, except that they were smooth. Pleasant had an eye for sailors, and she noticed the unused colour and texture of the hands, sunburnt though they were, as sharply as she noticed their unmistakable looseness and suppleness, as he sat himself down with his left arm carelessly thrown across his left leg, a little above the knee, and the right arm as carelessly thrown over the elbow of the wooden chair, with the hand curved, half open and half shut, as if it had just let go a rope.
"Might you be looking for a boarding house?" Pleasant inquired, taking her observant stand on one side of the fire.
"I don't rightly know my plans yet," returned the man.
"You ain't looking for a leaving shop?"
"No," said the man.
"No," assented Pleasant. "You've got too much of an outfit on you for that. But if you should want either, this is both."
"Aye, aye," said the man, glancing round the place. "I know. I've been here before."
"Did you leave anything when you were here before?" asked Pleasant, with a view to principle and interest.
"No."
The man shook his head. "I'm pretty sure you never boarded here?"
"No."
The man again shook his head. "What did you do here when you were here before?" asked Pleasant. "For I don't remember you."
"It's not at all likely you should. I only stood at the door one night, on the lower step there, while a shipmate of mine looked in to speak to your father. I remember the place well," looking very curiously round it.
"Might that have been long ago?"
"Aye, a goodish bit ago, when I came off my last voyage."
"Then you have not been to sea lately?"
"No. Been in the sick bay since then, and been employed ashore."
"Then, to be sure, that accounts for your hands."
The man, with a keen look, a quick smile, and a change of manner, caught her up. "You're a good observer. Yes, that accounts for my hands." Pleasant was somewhat disquieted by his look, and returned it suspiciously. Not only was his change of manner, though very sudden, quite collected, but his former manner, which he resumed, had a certain suppressed confidence and sense of power in it that were half threatening. "Will your father be long?" he inquired.
"I don't know. I can't say."
"As you supposed he was at home, it would seem that he has just gone out. How's that?"
"I suppose he had come home," Pleasant explained.
"Oh, you supposed he had come home? Then he has been some time out? How's that?"
I don't want to deceive you. Father's on the river in his boat.'
'At the old work?' asked the man.
'I don't know what you mean,'
said Pleasant, shrinking a step back.
'What on earth do you want?'
'I don't want to hurt your father. I don't want to say I might, if I chose. I want to speak to him. Not much in that, is there? There shall be no secrets from you. You shall be by. And plainly, Miss Riderhood, there's nothing to be got out of me, or made of me. I'm not good for the leaving shop. I'm not good for the boarding house. I'm not good for anything in your way to the extent of sixpenn'orth of halfpence. Put the idea aside, and we shall get on together.'
'But you're a seafaring man?'
argued Pleasant, as if that were a sufficient reason for his being good for something in her way.
'Yes and no. I have been, and I may be again. But I'm not for you. Won't you take my word for it?'
The conversation had arrived at a crisis to justify Miss Pleasant's hair in tumbling down. It tumbled down accordingly, and she twisted it up, looking from under her bent forehead at the man. In taking stock of his familiarly worn rough-weather nautical clothes piece by piece, she took stock of a formidable knife in a sheath at his waist, ready to his hand, and of a whistle hanging round his neck, and of a short, jagged, knotted club with a loaded head that peeped out of a pocket of his loose outer jacket or frock. He sat quietly looking at her, but, with these appendages partially revealing themselves, and with a quantity of bristling oakum-coloured head and whisker, he had a formidable appearance.
'Won't you take my word for it?'
he asked again. Pleasant answered with a short, dumb nod. He rejoined with another short, dumb nod. Then he got up, and stood with his arms folded in front of the fire, looking down into it occasionally, as she stood with her arms folded, leaning against the side of the chimney-piece.
'To while away the time till your father comes,' he said, 'pray, is there much robbing and murdering of seamen about the waterside now?'
'No,'
said Pleasant.
'Any?'
'Complaints of that sort are sometimes made, about Ratcliffe and Wapping and up that way, but who knows how many are true?'
'To be sure. And it don't seem necessary.'
'That's what I say,' observed Pleasant. 'Where's the reason for it? Bless the sailors! It ain't as if they ever could keep what they have without it.'
'You're right. Their money may be soon got out of them without violence,' said the man.
'Of course it may,' said Pleasant. 'And then they ship again and get more. And the best thing for 'em too, to ship again as soon as ever they can be brought to it. They're never so well off as when they're afloat.'
'I'll tell you why I ask,' pursued the visitor, looking up from the fire. 'I was once beset that way myself, and left for dead.'
'No,' said Pleasant. 'Where did it happen?'
'It happened,'
returned the man with a ruminative air, as he drew his right hand across his chin and dipped the other in the pocket of his rough outer coat.
'It happened somewhere about here, as I reckon. I don't think it can have been a mile from here.'
'Were you drunk?'
asked Pleasant.
'I was muddled, but not with fair drinking. I had not been drinking, you understand. A mouthful did it.'
Pleasant, with a grave look, shook her head, importing that she understood the process, but decidedly disapproved.
'Fair trade is one thing,' said she, 'but that's another. No one has a right to carry on with Jack in that way.'
'The sentiment does you credit,'
returned the man with a grim smile, and added in a mutter,
'the more so, as I believe it's not your father's. Yes, I had a bad time of it, that time. I lost everything, and had a sharp struggle for my life, weak as I was.'
'Did you get the parties punished?'
asked Pleasant.
'A tremendous punishment followed,' said the man more seriously, 'but it was not of my bringing about.'
'Of whose then?'
asked Pleasant. The man pointed upward with his forefinger, and, slowly recovering that hand, settled his chin in it again as he looked at the fire. Bringing her inherited eye to bear upon him, Pleasant Riderhood felt more and more uncomfortable. His manner was so mysterious, so stern, so self-possessed.
'Anyways,' said the damsel. I am glad punishment followed, and I say so. Fair trade with seafaring men gets a bad name through deeds of violence. I am as much against deeds of violence being done to seafaring men as seafaring men can be themselves. I am of the same opinion as my mother was when she was living. Fair trade, my mother used to say, but no robbery and no blows. In the way of trade, Miss Pleasant would have taken, and indeed did take when she could, as much as 30 shillings a week for board, that would be dear at 5, and likewise conducted the leaving business upon correspondingly equitable principles. Yet she had that tenderness of conscience and those feelings of humanity, at the moment her ideas of trade were overstepped, she became the seaman's champion, even against her father, whom she seldom otherwise resisted. But she was here interrupted by her father's voice exclaiming angrily, "Now, Poll Parrot!" and by her father's hat being heavily flung from his hand and striking her face. Accustomed to such occasional manifestations of his sense of parental duty, Pleasant merely wiped her face on her hair, which of course had tumbled down before she twisted it up. This was another common procedure on the part of the ladies of the Hole, when heated by verbal or fistic altercation. "Blest if I believe such a poll parrot as you was ever learned to speak," growled Mr Riderhood, stooping to pick up his hat, and making a feint at her with his head and right elbow, for he took the delicate subject of robbing seamen in extraordinary dudgeon, and was out of humour too. "What are you poll parroting at now? Ain't you got nothing to do but fold your arms and stand a poll parroting all night?" "Let her alone," urged the man. "She was only speaking to me." "Let her alone too?" retorted Mr Riderhood, eyeing him all over. "Do you know she's my daughter?" "Yes." "And don't you know that I won't have no poll parroting on the part of my daughter? No, nor yet that I won't take no poll parroting from no man. And who may you be, and what may you want?" "How can I tell you until you're silent?" returned the other fiercely. "Well," said Mr Riderhood, quailing a little, "I am willing to be silent for the purpose of hearing, but don't poll parrot me." "Are you thirsty, you?" the man asked in the same fierce short way, after returning his look. "Why, naturally," said Mr Riderhood. "Ain't I always thirsty?" indignant at the absurdity of the question. "What will you drink?" demanded the man. "Sherry wine," returned Mr Riderhood in the same sharp tone, "if you're capable of it." The man put his hand in his pocket, took out half a sovereign, and begged the favour of Miss Pleasant that she would fetch a bottle. "With the cork undrawn," he added, emphatically, looking at her father. "I'll take my Alfred David," muttered Mr Riderhood, slowly relaxing into a dark smile. "That you know a move. Do I know you? No, I don't know you." The man replied, "No, you don't know me." And so they stood looking at one another surlily enough until Pleasant came back. "There's small glasses on the shelf," said Riderhood to his daughter. "Give me the one without a foot. I gets me living by the sweat of my brow, and it's good enough for me." This had a modest self-denying appearance, but it soon turned out that as, by reason of the impossibility of standing the glass upright while there was anything in it, it required to be emptied as soon as filled, Mr Riderhood managed to drink in the proportion of 3 to 1. With his Fortunatus's goblet ready in his hand, Mr Riderhood sat down on one side of the table before the fire, and the strange man on the other, Pleasant occupying a stool between the latter and the fireside. The background, composed of handkerchiefs, coats, shirts, hats, and other old articles, on leaving, had a general dim resemblance to human listeners, especially where a shiny black sou'wester suit and hat hung, looking very like a clumsy mariner with his back to the company, who was so curious to overhear that he paused for the purpose with his coat half pulled on and his shoulders up to his ears in the uncompleted action. The visitor first held the bottle against the light of the candle, and next examined the top of the cork.
Satisfied that it had not been tampered with, he slowly took from his breast pocket a rusty clasp knife, and, with a corkscrew in the handle, opened the wine. That done, he looked at the cork, unscrewed it from the corkscrew, laid each separately on the table, and, with the end of the sailor's knot of his neckerchief, dusted the inside of the neck of the bottle. All this with great deliberation. At first Riderhood had sat with his footless glass extended at arm's length for filling, while the very deliberate stranger seemed absorbed in his preparations. But, gradually his arm reverted home to him, and his glass was lowered and lowered until he rested it upside down upon the table. By the same degrees his attention became concentrated on the knife. And now, as the man held out the bottle to fill all round, Riderhood stood up, leaned over the table to look closer at the knife, and stared from it to him. "What's the matter?" asked the man.
"Why, I know that knife,"
said Riderhood. "Yes, I dare say you do." He motioned to him to hold up his glass, and filled it. Riderhood emptied it to the last drop, and began again.
"That there knife—"
"Stop," said the man composedly. "I was going to drink to your daughter. Your health, Miss Riderhood."
"That knife was the knife of a seaman named George Radfoot."
"It was."
"That seaman was well beknown to me."
"He was."
"What's come to him?"
"Death has come to him. Death came to him in an ugly shape. He looked," said the man, "very horrible after it."
"After what?"
said Riderhood, with a frowning stare. "After he was killed."
"Killed? Who killed him?"
Only answering with a shrug, the man filled the footless glass, and Riderhood emptied it, looking amazedly from his daughter to his visitor.
"You don't mean to tell an honest man—"
He was recommencing with his empty glass in his hand, when his eye became fascinated by the stranger's outer coat. He leaned across the table to see it nearer, touched the sleeve, turned the cuff to look at the sleeve lining, the man in his perfect composure offering not the least objection, and exclaimed, "It's my belief as this here coat was George Radfoot's too." "You're right. He wore it the last time you ever saw him, and the last time you ever will see him in this world."
"It's my belief you mean to tell me to my face you killed him?"
exclaimed Riderhood, but nevertheless allowing his glass to be filled again. The man only answered with another shrug, and showed no symptom of confusion.
"Wish I may die if I know what to be up to with this chap," said Riderhood, after staring at him and tossing his last glassful down his throat. "Let's know what to make of you. Say something plain."
"I will," returned the other, leaning forward across the table and speaking in a low, impressive voice. "What a liar you are." The honest witness rose, and made as though he would fling his glass in the man's face. The man, not wincing, and merely shaking his forefinger half knowingly, half menacingly, the piece of honesty thought better of it, and sat down again, putting the glass down too. "And when you went to that lawyer yonder in the Temple with that invented story," said the stranger in an exasperatingly comfortable sort of confidence, "you might have had your strong suspicions of a friend of your own, you know. I think you had, you know."
"Me? My suspicions? Of what friend?"
"Tell me again whose knife was this?" demanded the man.
"It was possessed by, and was the property of, him as I have made mention on,"
said Riderhood, stupidly evading the actual mention of the name. "Tell me again whose coat was this?"
"That there article of clothing likewise belonged to, and was wore by, him as I have made mention on,"
was again the dull Old Bailey evasion. "I suspect that you gave him the credit of the deed, and of keeping cleverly out of the way. But there was small cleverness in his keeping out of the way. The cleverness would have been to have got back for one single instant to the light of the sun."
"Things is come to a pretty pass,"
growled Mr Riderhood, rising to his feet, goaded to stand at bay.
When bulliers as is wearing dead men's clothes, and bulliers as is armed with dead men's knives, is to come into the houses of honest live men, getting their livings by the sweats of their brows, and is to make this here sort of charges with no rhyme and no reason, neither the one nor yet the other, why should I have had my suspicions of him?
Because you knew him, replied the man. Because you had been one with him, and knew his real character under a fair outside. Because on the night which you had afterwards reason to believe to be the very night of the murder, he came in here, within an hour of his having left his ship in the docks, and asked you in what lodgings he could find room. Was there no stranger with him?
I'll take my world without end everlasting, Alfred David, that you warn't with him, answered Riderhood. You talk big, you do, but things look pretty black against yourself, to my thinking. You charge again me that George Radfoot got lost sight of, and was no more thought of. What's that for a sailor? Why, there's 50 such, out of sight and out of mind, 10 times as long as him, through entering in different names, reshipping when the outward voyage is made, and what not, a turning up to light every day about here, and no matter made of it. Ask my daughter. You could go on Poll Parroting enough with her when I weren't come in. Poll Parrot a little with her on this pint. You and your suspicions of my suspicions of him. What are my suspicions of you? You tell me George Radfoot got killed. I ask you who done it, and how you know it. You carry his knife, and you wear his coat. I ask you how you come by him. Hand over that there bottle.
Here Mr Riderhood appeared to labour under a virtuous delusion that it was his own property.
And you,
he added, turning to his daughter as he filled the footless glass,
if it warn't wasting good sherry wine on you, I'd chuck this at you for Poll Parroting with this man. It's along of Poll Parroting that such like as him gets their suspicions, whereas I gets mine by argument, and being naturally a honest man, and sweating away at the brow as an honest man ought.
Here he filled the footless goblet again, and stood chewing one half of its contents and looking down into the other as he slowly rolled the wine about in the glass, while Pleasant, whose sympathetic hair had come down on her being apostrophised, rearranged it much in the style of the tail of a horse when proceeding to market to be sold. "Well, have you finished?" asked the strange man.
"No," said Riderhood, "I ain't. Far from it. Now then, I want to know how George Radfoot come by his death, and how you come by his kit."
"If you ever do know, you won't know now."
"And next I want to know," proceeded Riderhood, "whether you means to charge that what you may call it murder."
"Harmon murder, father," suggested Pleasant.
"No, Poll Parroting,"
he vociferated in return.
"Keep your mouth shut. I want to know, you, sir, whether you charge that there crime on George Radfoot."
"If you ever do know, you won't know now."
"Perhaps you done it yourself,"
said Riderhood with a threatening action. "I alone know," returned the man, sternly shaking his head. "The mysteries of that crime, I alone know that your trumped-up story cannot possibly be true. I alone know that it must be altogether false, and that you must know it to be altogether false. I come here tonight to tell you so much of what I know, and no more." Mr Riderhood, with his crooked eye upon his visitor, meditated for some moments, and then refilled his glass and tipped the contents down his throat in 3 tips.
"Shut the shop door,"
he then said to his daughter, putting the glass suddenly down,
"and turn the key, and stand by it. If you know all this, you, sir," getting, as he spoke, between the visitor and the door, "why hadn't you gone to Lawyer Lightwood?"
"That also is alone known to myself," was the cool answer.
"Don't you know that if you didn't do the deed, what you say you could tell is worth from £5,000 to £10,000?
asked Riderhood. "I know it very well,
and when I claim the money, you shall share it.' The honest man paused, and drew a little nearer to the visitor, and a little further from the door. 'I know it,' repeated the man quietly, 'as well as I know that you and George Radfoot were one together in more than one dark business, and as well as I know that you, Roger Riderhood, conspired against an innocent man for blood money, and as well as I know that I can, and that I swear I will, give you up on both scores, and be the proof against you in my own person, if you defy me.'
'Father!' cried Pleasant from the door. 'Don't defy him. Give way to him. Don't get into more trouble, father.'
'Will you leave off a poll parroting, I ask you?'
cried Mr Riderhood, half beside himself between the two. Then propitiatingly and crawlingly,
'You, sir, you ain't said what you want of me. Is it fair, is it worthy of yourself, to talk of my defying you afore ever you say what you want of me?'
'I don't want much,' said the man. 'This accusation of yours must not be left half made and half unmade. What was done for the blood money must be thoroughly undone.'
'Well, but shipmate—'
'Don't call me shipmate,' said the man.
'Captain, then,'
urged Mr Riderhood.
'There, you won't object to captain. It's an honourable title, and you fully look it. Captain, ain't the man dead? Now I ask you fair, ain't Gaffer dead?'
'Well,' returned the other with impatience, 'yes, he is dead. What then?'
'Can words hurt a dead man, Captain? I only ask you fair.'
'They can hurt the memory of a dead man, and they can hurt his living children. How many children had this man?'
'Meaning Gaffer, Captain?'
'Of whom else are we speaking?' returned the other with a movement of his foot, as if Rogue Riderhood were beginning to sneak before him in the body as well as the spirit, and he spurned him off. 'I have heard of a daughter and a son. I ask for information. I ask your daughter. I prefer to speak to her. What children did Hexham leave?' Pleasant, looking to her father for permission to reply, that honest man exclaimed with great bitterness,
'Why the devil don't you answer the captain? You can poll parrot enough when you ain't wanted to poll parrot, you perverse jade.'
Thus encouraged, Pleasant explained that there were only Lizzie, the daughter in question, and the youth. 'Both very respectable,' she added. 'It is dreadful that any stigma should attach to them,' said the visitor, whom the consideration rendered so uneasy that he rose and paced to and fro, muttering, 'Dreadful! Unforeseen! How could it be foreseen?' Then he stopped and asked aloud, 'Where do they live?' Pleasant further explained that only the daughter had resided with the father at the time of his accidental death, and that she had immediately afterwards quitted the neighbourhood. 'I know that,' said the man, 'for I have been to the place they dwelt in at the time of the inquest. Could you quietly find out for me where she lives now?' Pleasant had no doubt she could do that. Within what time, did she think? Within a day. The visitor said that was well, and he would return for the information, relying on its being obtained. To this dialogue Riderhood had attended in silence, and he now obsequiously bespake the captain.
'Captain, mentioning them unfortunate words of mine respecting Gaffer, it is contrarily to be bore in mind that Gaffer always were a precious rascal, and that his line were a thieving line. Likewise, when I went to them two governors, Lawyer Lightwood and the t'other governor, with my information, I may have been little over eager for the cause of justice, or, to put it another way, a little overstimulated by them feelings which rouses a man up when a pot of money is going about, to get his hand into that pot of money for his family's sake. Besides which, I think the wine of them two governors was, I will not say a hocussed wine, but fur from a wine as was healthy for the mind. And there's another thing to be remembered, Captain. Did I stick to them words when Gaffer was no more? And did I say bold to them two governors? Governors both. What I informed, I still inform. What was took down, I hold to. No, I says frank and open, no shuffling, mind you, Captain. I may have been mistook. I've been a-thinking of it. It mayn't have been took down correct on this and that, and I won't swear to thick and thin. I'd rather forfeit your good opinions than do it. And so far as I know,' concluded Mr Riderhood, by way of proof and evidence to character, 'I have actually forfeited the good opinions of several persons, even your own, Captain, if I understand your words, but I'd sooner do it than be forswore. There, if that's conspiracy, call me conspirator.'
'You shall sign,' said the visitor, taking very little heed of this oration, 'a statement that it was all utterly false, and the poor girl shall have it. I'll bring it with me for your signature when I come again.'
'When might you be expected, Captain?'
inquired Riderhood again, dubiously getting between him and the door. 'Quite soon enough for you. I shall not disappoint you. Don't be afraid.'
'Might you be inclined to leave any name, Captain?'
'No, not at all. I have no such intention.'
'Shall is summat of a hard word, Captain,'
urged Riderhood, still feebly dodging between him and the door as he advanced.
'When you say a man shall sign this and that and t'other, Captain, you order him about in a grand sort of a way. Don't it seem so to yourself?'
The man stood still, and angrily fixed him with his eyes.
'Father, father!'
entreated Pleasant from the door, with her disengaged hand nervously trembling at her lips.
Don't get into trouble any more.'
'Hear me out, Captain, hear me out. All I was wishing to mention, Captain, afore you took your departure,' said the sneaking Mr Riderhood, falling out of his path, 'was your handsome words relating to the reward.'
'When I claim it,' said the man, in a tone which seemed to leave some such words as 'you dog' very distinctly understood, 'you shall share it.' Looking steadfastly at Riderhood, he once more said in a low voice, this time with a grim sort of admiration of him as a perfect piece of evil, 'What a liar you are!' and, nodding his head twice or thrice over the compliment, passed out of the shop. But, to Pleasant he said good night kindly. The honest man who gained his living by the sweat of his brow remained in a state akin to stupefaction, until the footless glass and the unfinished bottle conveyed themselves into his mind. From his mind he conveyed them into his hands, and so conveyed the last of the wine into his stomach. When that was done, he awoke to a clear perception that Poll Parroting was solely chargeable with what had passed. Therefore, not to be remiss in his duty as a father, he threw a pair of sea boots at Pleasant, which she ducked to avoid, and then cried, poor thing, using her hair for a pocket handkerchief. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 13, A Solo and a Duet. The wind was blowing so hard when the visitor came out at the shop door into the darkness and dirt of Limehouse Hole, that it almost blew him in again. Doors were slamming violently, lamps were flickering or blown out, signs were rocking in their frames, the water of the kennels, wind dispersed, flew about in drops like rain. Indifferent to the weather, and even preferring it to better weather for its clearance of the streets, the man looked about him with a scrutinizing glance. 'Thus much I know,' he murmured. 'I have never been here since that night, and never was here before that night, but thus much I recognize. I wonder which way did we take when we came out of that shop? We turned to the right as I have turned, but I can recall no more. Did we go by this alley, or down that little lane?'
He tried both, but both confused him equally, and he came straying back to the same spot. I remember there were poles pushed out of upper windows on which clothes were drying, and I remember a low public house, and the sound flowing down a narrow passage belonging to it of the scraping of a fiddle and the shuffling of feet. But here are all these things in the lane, and here are all these things in the alley, and I have nothing else in my mind but a wall, a dark doorway, a flight of stairs, and a room. He tried a new direction, but made nothing of it. Walls, dark doorways, flights of stairs, and rooms were too abundant, and, like most people so puzzled, he again and again described a circle, and found himself at the point from which he had begun. "This is like what I have read in narratives of escape from prison," said he, "where the little track of the fugitives in the night always seems to take the shape of the great round world on which they wander, as if it were a secret law." Here he ceased to be the oakum-headed, oakum-whiskered man on whom Miss Pleasant Riderhood had looked, and, allowing for his being still wrapped in a nautical overcoat, became as like that same lost, wanted Mr. Julius Handford as never man was like another in this world. In the breast of the coat he stowed the bristling hair and whisker. In a moment, as the favouring wind went with him down a solitary place that it had swept clear of passengers, yet in that same moment he was the secretary also, Mr Boffin's secretary. For John Rokesmith, too, was as like that same lost, wanted Mr Julius Handford as never man was like another in this world. "I have no clue to the scene of my death," said he. "Not that it matters now. But having risked discovery by venturing here at all, I should have been glad to track some part of the way." With which singular words he abandoned his search, came up out of Limehouse Hole, and took the way past Limehouse Church. At the great iron gate of the churchyard he stopped and looked in. He looked up at the high tower spectrally resisting the wind, and he looked round at the white tombstones, like enough to their dead in their winding sheets, and he counted the 9 tolls of the clock bell. "It is a sensation not experienced by many mortals," said he, "to be looking into a churchyard on a wild windy night, and to feel that I no more hold a place among the living than these dead do, and even to know that I lie buried somewhere else, as they lie buried here. Nothing uses me to it. A spirit that was once a man could hardly feel stranger or lonelier, going unrecognized among mankind, than I feel. But this is the fanciful side of the situation. It has a real side, so difficult that, though I think of it every day, I never thoroughly think it out. Now, let me determine to think it out as I walk home. I know I evade it, as many men, perhaps most men, do evade thinking their way through their greatest perplexity. I will try to pin myself to mine. Don't evade it, John Harmon. Don't evade it. Think it out. When I came to England, attracted to the country with which I had none but most miserable associations, by the accounts of my fine inheritance that found me abroad, I came back, shrinking from my father's money, shrinking from my father's memory, mistrustful of being forced on a mercenary wife, mistrustful of my father's intention in thrusting that marriage on me, mistrustful that I was already growing avaricious, mistrustful that I was slackening in gratitude to the 2 dear noble honest friends who had made the only sunlight in my childish life, or that of my heartbroken sister. I came back, timid, divided in my mind, afraid of myself and everybody here, knowing of nothing but wretchedness that my father's wealth had ever brought about. Now stop, and so far think it out, John Harmon. Is that so? That is exactly so. On board, serving as third mate, was George Redfoot. I knew nothing of him. His name first became known to me about a week before we sailed, through my being accosted by one of the ship agent's clerks as Mr. Radfoot. It was one day when I had gone aboard to look to my preparations, and the clerk, coming behind me as I stood on deck, tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Radfoot, look here," referring to some papers that he had in his hand, and my name first became known to Radfoot through another clerk within a day or two, and while the ship was yet in port, coming up behind him, tapping him on the shoulder, and beginning, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Harmon." I believe we were alike in bulk and stature, but not otherwise, and that we were not strikingly alike even in those respects when we were together and could be compared. However, a sociable word or two on these mistakes became an easy introduction between us, and the weather was hot, and he helped me to a cool cabin on deck alongside his own, and his first school had been at Brussels as mine had been, and he had learned French as I had learnt it, and he had a little history of himself to relate. God only knows how much of it was true and how much of it false, that had its likeness to mine. I had been a seaman too, so we got to be confidential together, and the more easily yet, because he and every one on board had known by general rumour what I was making the voyage to England for. By such degrees and means he came to the knowledge of my uneasiness of mind, and of its setting at that time in the direction of desiring to see and form some judgment of my allotted wife before she could possibly know me for myself, also to try Mrs Boffin and give her a glad surprise. So the plot was made out of our getting common sailors' dresses, as he was able to guide me about London, and throwing ourselves in Bella Wilfer's neighbourhood, and trying to put ourselves in her way, and doing whatever chance might favour on the spot, and seeing what came of it. If nothing came of it, I should be no worse off, and there would merely be a short delay in my presenting myself to Lightwood. I have all these facts right? Yes, they are all accurately right. His advantage in all this was, that for a time I was to be lost. It might be for a day or for 2 days, but I must be lost sight of on landing, or there would be recognition, anticipation, and failure. Therefore I disembarked with my valise in my hand, as Potterson, the steward, and Mr Jacob Kibble, my fellow passenger, afterwards remembered, and waited for him in the dark by that very Limehouse church which is now behind me. As I had always shunned the port of London, I only knew the church through his pointing out its spire from on board. Perhaps I might recall, if it were any good to try, the way by which I went to it alone from the river, but how we two went from it to Riderhood's shop, I don't know, any more than I know what turns we took and doubles we made after we left it. The way was purposely confused, no doubt. But let me go on thinking the facts out, and avoid confusing them with my speculations. Whether he took me by a straight way or a crooked way, what is that to the purpose now? Steady, John Harmon. When we stopped at Riderhood's, and he asked that scoundrel a question or two, purporting to refer only to the lodging-houses in which there was accommodation for us, had I the least suspicion of him? None. Certainly none until afterwards, when I held the clue. I think he must have got from Riderhood in a paper the drug, or whatever it was, that afterwards stupefied me, but I am far from sure. All I felt safe in charging on him tonight was old companionship and villainy between them. Their undisguised intimacy, and the character I now know Riderhood to bear, made that not at all adventurous. But I am not clear about the drug. Thinking out the circumstances in which I found my suspicion, there are only two. 1. I remember his changing a small folded paper from one pocket to another after we came out, which he had not touched before. 2. I now know Riderhood to have been previously taken up for being concerned in the robbery of an unlucky seaman to whom some such poison had been given. It is my conviction that we cannot have gone a mile from that shop before we came to the wall, the dark doorway, the flight of stairs, and the room. The night was particularly dark, and it rained hard. As I think the circumstances back, I hear the rain splashing on the stone pavement of the passage, which was not under cover. The room overlooked the river, or a dock, or a creek, and the tide was out. Being possessed of the time down to that point, I know by the hour that it must have been about low water. But while the coffee was getting ready, I drew back the curtain, a dark brown curtain, and, looking out, knew by the kind of reflection below, of the few neighbouring lights, that they were reflected in tidal mud. He had carried under his arm a canvas bag containing a suit of his clothes. I had no change of outer clothes with me, as I was to buy slops. "You're very wet, Mr. Harmon," I can hear him saying, "and I am quite dry under this good waterproof coat. Put on these clothes of mine. You may find on trying them that they will answer your purpose tomorrow as well as the slops you mean to buy, or better. While you change, I'll hurry the hot coffee." When he came back, I had his clothes on, and there was a black man with him, wearing a linen jacket like a steward, who put the smoking coffee on the table in a tray and never looked at me. I am so far literal and exact? Literal and exact, I am certain. Now, I pass to sick and deranged impressions. They are so strong that I rely upon them, but there are spaces between them that I know nothing about, and they are not pervaded by any idea of time. I had drank some coffee, when, to my sense of sight, he began to swell immensely, and something urged me to rush at him. We had a struggle near the door. He got from me, through my not knowing where to strike in the whirling round of the room, and the flashing of flames of fire between us. I dropped down, lying helpless on the ground. I was turned over by a foot. I was dragged by the neck into a corner. I heard men speak together. I was turned over by other feet. I saw a figure like myself lying dressed in my clothes on a bed. What might have been, for anything I knew, a silence of days, weeks, months, years, was broken by a violent wrestling of men all over the room. The figure like myself was assailed, and my valise was in its hand. I was trodden upon and fallen over. I heard a noise of blows, and thought it was a woodcutter cutting down a tree. I could not have said that my name was John Harmon. I could not have thought it. I didn't know it. But when I heard the blows, I thought of the woodcutter and his axe, and had some dead idea that I was lying in a forest. This is still correct? Still correct, with the exception that I cannot possibly express it to myself without using the word I. But it was not I. There was no such thing as I within my knowledge. It was only after a downward slide through something like a tube, and then a great noise and a sparkling and crackling as of fires, that the consciousness came upon me. This is John Harmon drowning. John Harmon, struggle for your life. John Harmon, call on heaven and save yourself. I think I cried it out aloud in a great agony, and then a heavy, horrid, unintelligible something vanished, and it was I who was struggling there, alone in the water. I was very weak and faint, frightfully oppressed with drowsiness and driving fast with the tide. Looking over the black water, I saw the lights racing past me on the two banks of the river, as if they were eager to be gone and leave me dying in the dark. The tide was running down, but I knew nothing of up or down then. When, guiding myself safely with heaven's assistance before the fierce set of the water, I at last caught at a boat moored, one of a tier of boats at a causeway, I was sucked under her, and came up, only just alive, on the other side. Was I long in the water? Long enough to be chilled to the heart, but I don't know how long. Yet the cold was merciful, for it was the cold night air and the rain that restored me from a swoon on the stones of the causeway. They naturally supposed me to have toppled in drunk when I crept to the public house it belonged to, for I had no notion where I was, and could not articulate, through the poison that had made me insensible having affected my speech, and I suppose the night to be the previous night, as it was still dark and raining, but I had lost 24 hours. I have checked the calculation often, and it must have been 2 nights that I lay recovering in that public house. Let me see. Yes, I am sure it was while I lay in that bed there that the thought entered my head of turning the danger I had passed through to the account of being for some time supposed to have disappeared mysteriously, and of proving Bella. The dread of our being forced on one another, and perpetuating the fate that seemed to have fallen on my father's riches, the fate that they should lead to nothing but evil, was strong upon the moral timidity that dates from my childhood with my poor sister. As to this hour, I cannot understand that side of the river where I recovered the shore, being the opposite side to that on which I was ensnared. I shall never understand it now. Even at this moment, while I leave the river behind me going home, I cannot conceive that it rolls between me and that spot, or that the sea is where it is. But this is not thinking it out, this is making a leap to the present time. I could not have done it but for the fortune in the waterproof belt round my body. Not a great fortune, 40 and odd pounds for the inheritor of 100 and odd thousand, but it was enough. Without it, I must have disclosed myself. Without it, I could never have gone to that Exchequer coffee-house or taken Mrs. Wilfer's lodgings. Some 12 days I lived at that hotel, before the night when I saw the corpse of Radfoot at the police station. The inexpressible mental horror that I laboured under, as one of the consequences of the poison, makes the interval seem greatly longer, but I know it cannot have been longer. That suffering has gradually weakened and weakened since, and has only come upon me by starts, and I hope I am free from it now. But even now, I have sometimes to think, constrain myself, and stop before speaking, or I could not say the words I want to say. Again I ramble away from thinking it out to the end. It is not so far to the end that I need be tempted to break off. Now, on straight. I examined the newspapers every day for tidings that I was missing, but saw none. Going out that night to walk, for I kept retired while it was light, I found a crowd assembled round a placard posted at Whitehall. It described myself, John Harmon, as found dead and mutilated in the river under circumstances of strong suspicion, described my dress, described the papers in my pockets, and stated where I was lying for recognition. In a wild incautious way I hurried there, and there, with the horror of the death I had escaped before my eyes in its most appalling shape, added to the inconceivable horror tormenting me at that time, when the poisonous stuff was strongest on me, I perceived that Radfoot had been murdered by some unknown hands for the money for which he would have murdered me, and that probably we had both been shot into the river from the same dark place into the same dark tide, when the stream ran deep and strong. That night I almost gave up my mystery, though I suspected no one, could offer no information, knew absolutely nothing save that the murdered man was not I, but Radfoot. Next day, while I hesitated, and next day while I hesitated, it seemed as if the whole country were determined to have me dead. The inquest declared me dead. The government proclaimed me dead. I could not listen at my fireside for 5 minutes to the outer noises, but it was borne into my ears that I was dead. So, John Harmon died, and Julius Handford disappeared, and John Rokesmith was born. John Rokesmith's intent tonight has been to repair a wrong that he could never have imagined possible, coming to his ears through the Lightwood talk related to him, and which he is bound by every consideration to remedy. In that intent, John Rokesmith will persevere, as his duty is. Now, is it all thought out? All to this time? Nothing omitted? No, nothing. But beyond this time, to think it out through the future is a harder though a much shorter task than to think it out through the past. John Harmon is dead. Should John Harmon come to life? If yes, why? If no, why? Take yes first. To enlighten human justice concerning the offence of one far beyond it who may have a living mother, to enlighten it with the lights of a stone passage, a flight of stairs, a brown window curtain, and a black man. To come into possession of my father's money, and with it, sordidly, to buy a beautiful creature whom I love. I cannot help it. Reason has nothing to do with it. I love her against reason. But who would as soon love me for my own sake as she would love the beggar at the corner? What a use for the money, and how worthy of its old misuses! Now, take no. The reasons why John Harmon should not come to life. Because he has passively allowed these dear old faithful friends to pass into possession of the property. Because he sees them happy with it, making a good use of it, effacing the old rust and tarnish on the money. Because they have virtually adopted Bella, and will provide for her. Because there is affection enough in her nature, and warmth enough in her heart, to develop into something enduringly good, under favourable conditions. Because her faults have been intensified by her place in my father's will, and she is already growing better. Because her marriage with John Harmon, after what I have heard from her own lips, would be a shocking mockery, of which both she and I must always be conscious, and which would degrade her in her mind, and me in mine, and each of us and the others. Because if John Harmon comes to life and does not marry her, the property falls into the very hands that hold it now. What would I have? Dead, I have found the true friends of my lifetime still as true, as tender, and as faithful as when I was alive, and making my memory an incentive to good actions done in my name. Dead, I have found them when they might have slighted my name and passed greedily over my grave to ease and wealth, lingering by the way like single-hearted children to recall their love for me when I was a poor frightened child. Dead, I have heard from the woman who would have been my wife if I had lived, the revolting truth that I should have purchased her, caring nothing for me, as a sultan buys a slave. What would I have? If the dead could know, or do know, how the living use them, who among the hosts of dead has found a more disinterested fidelity on earth than I, is not that enough for me? If I had come back, these noble creatures would have welcomed me, wept over me, given up everything to me with joy. I did not come back, and they have passed unspoiled into my place. Let them rest in it, and let Bella rest in hers. What course for me, then? This: to live the same quiet secretary life, carefully avoiding chances of recognition, until they shall have become more accustomed to their altered state, and until the great swarm of swindlers under many names shall have found newer prey. By that time, the method I am establishing through all the affairs, and with which I will every day take new pains to make them both familiar, will be, I may hope, a machine in such working order as that they can keep it going. I know I need but ask of their generosity to have. When the right time comes, I will ask no more than will replace me in my former path of life, and John Rokesmith shall tread it as contentedly as he may, but John Harmon shall come back no more. That I may never, in the days to come afar off, have any weak misgiving that Bella might, in any contingency, have taken me for my own sake if I had plainly asked her, I will plainly ask her, proving beyond all question what I already know too well. And now it is all thought out, from the beginning to the end, and my mind is easier. So deeply engaged had the living dead man been in thus communing with himself, that he had regarded neither the wind nor the way, and had resisted the former instinctively as he had pursued the latter. But being now come into the city where there was a coach stand, he stood irresolute whether to go to his lodgings or to go first to Mr Boffin's house. He decided to go round by the house, arguing, as he carried his overcoat upon his arm, that it was less likely to attract notice if left there than if taken to Holloway, both Mrs Wilfer and Miss Lavinia being ravenously curious touching every article of which the lodger stood possessed. Arriving at the house, he found that Mr and Mrs Boffin were out, but that Miss Wilfer was in the drawing-room.
Miss Wilfer had remained at home in consequence of not feeling very well, and had inquired in the evening if Mr Rokesmith were in his room.
'Make my compliments to Miss Wilfer, and say I am here now.'
Miss Wilfer's compliments came down in return, and, if it were not too much trouble, would Mr Rokesmith be so kind as to come up before he went? It was not too much trouble, and Mr Rokesmith came up. Oh, she looked very pretty. She looked very, very pretty. If the father of the late John Harmon had but left his money unconditionally to his son, and if his son had but lighted on this lovable girl for himself, and had the happiness to make her loving as well as lovable.
'Dear me! Are you not well, Mr Rokesmith?'
'Yes, quite well. I was sorry to hear when I came in that you were not.'
'A mere nothing. I had a headache, gone now, and was not quite fit for a hot theatre, so I stayed at home. I asked you if you were not well, because you look so white.'
'Do I? I have had a busy evening.'
She was on a low ottoman before the fire, with a little shining jewel of a table, and her book and her work beside her. Ah, what a different life the late John Harmon's, if it had been his happy privilege to take his place upon that ottoman, and draw his arm about that waist, and say, 'I hope the time has been long without me. What a home goddess you look, my darling!' But the present John Rokesmith, far removed from the late John Harmon, remained standing at a distance. A little distance in respect of space, but a great distance in respect of separation.
'Mr Rokesmith,'
said Bella, taking up her work and inspecting it all round the corners,
'I wanted to say something to you, when I could have the opportunity, as an explanation why I was so rude to you the other day. You have no right to think ill of me, sir.'
The sharp little way in which she darted a look at him, half sensitively injured and half pettishly, would have been very much admired by the late John Harmon. 'You don't know how well I think of you, Miss Wilfer.'
'Truly, you must have a very high opinion of me, Mr Rokesmith, when you believe that in prosperity I neglect and forget my old home.'
'Do I believe so?'
'You did, sir, at any rate,'
returned Bella.
'I took the liberty of reminding you of a little omission into which you had fallen, insensibly and naturally fallen. It was no more than that.'
'And I beg leave to ask you, Mr Rokesmith,' said Bella, 'why you took that liberty? I hope there is no offence in the phrase. It is your own, remember.'
'Because I am truly, deeply, profoundly interested in you, Miss Wilfer. Because I wish to see you always at your best. Because shall I go on?'
'No, sir,'
returned Bella, with a burning face.
'You have said more than enough. I beg that you will not go on. If you have any generosity, any honour, you will say no more.'
The late John Harmon, looking at the proud face with the downcast eyes, and at the quick breathing as it stirred the fall of bright brown hair over the beautiful neck, would probably have remained silent.
'I wish to speak to you, sir,' said Bella, 'once for all, and I don't know how to do it. I have sat here all this evening, wishing to speak to you, and determining to speak to you, and feeling that I must. I beg for a moment's time.'
He remained silent, and she remained with her face averted, sometimes making a slight movement as if she would turn and speak. At length she did so.
'You know how I am situated here, sir, and you know how I am situated at home. I must speak to you for myself, since there is no one about me whom I could ask to do so. It is not generous in you, it is not honourable in you, to conduct yourself towards me as you do.'
'Is it ungenerous or dishonourable to be devoted to you? Fascinated by you?'
'Preposterous!'
said Bella. The late John Harmon might have thought it rather a contemptuous and lofty word of repudiation. 'I now feel obliged to go on,' pursued the Secretary, 'though it were only in self-explanation and self-defence. I hope, Miss Wilfer, that it is not unpardonable, even in me, to make an honest declaration of an honest devotion to you.
honest declaration?' repeated Bella with emphasis.
'Is it otherwise?'
'I must request, sir,'
said Bella, taking refuge in a touch of timely resentment,
'that I may not be questioned. You must excuse me if I decline to be cross-examined.'
'Oh, Miss Wilfer, this is hardly charitable. I ask you nothing but what your own emphasis suggests. However, I waive even that question. But what I have declared, I take my stand by. I cannot recall the avowal of my earnest and deep attachment to you, and I do not recall it.'
'I reject it, sir,'
said Bella. I should be blind and deaf if I were not prepared for the reply. Forgive my offence, for it carries its punishment with it.'
'What punishment?'
asked Bella. 'Is my present endurance none? But excuse me, I did not mean to cross-examine you again.'
'You take advantage of a hasty word of mine,'
said Bella with a little sting of self-reproach,
'to make me seem I don't know what. I spoke without consideration when I used it. If that was bad, I am sorry, but you repeat it after consideration, and that seems to me to be at least no better. For the rest, I beg it may be understood, Mr Rokesmith, that there is an end of this between us, now and for ever.'
'Now and for ever,' he repeated.
'Yes, I appeal to you, sir,' proceeded Bella with increasing spirit, 'not to pursue me. I appeal to you not to take advantage of your position in this house to make my position distressing and disagreeable. I appeal to you to discontinue your habit of making your misplaced attentions as plain to Mrs Boffin as to me.'
'Have I done so?'
'I should think you have,' replied Bella. 'In any case, it is not your fault if you have not, Mr Rokesmith.'
'I hope you are wrong in that impression. I should be very sorry to have justified it. I think I have not. For the future there is no apprehension. It is all over.'
'I am much relieved to hear it,' said Bella. 'I have far other views in life, and why should you waste your own?'
'Mine?' said the Secretary. 'My life?' His curious tone caused Bella to glance at the curious smile with which he said it. It was gone as he glanced back. 'Pardon me, Miss Wilfer,' he proceeded when their eyes met. 'You have used some hard words, for which I do not doubt you have a justification in your mind, that I do not understand. Ungenerous and dishonourable. In what?'
'I would rather not be asked,'
said Bella, haughtily looking down. 'I would rather not ask, but the question is imposed upon me. Kindly explain. Or if not kindly, justly.'
'Oh, sir,'
said Bella, raising her eyes to his after a little struggle to forbear,
'is it generous and honourable to use the power here which your favour with Mr and Mrs Boffin and your ability in your place give you against me?'
'Against you?'
'Is it generous and honourable to form a plan for gradually bringing their influence to bear upon a suit which I have shown you that I do not like, and which I tell you that I utterly reject?'
The late John Harmon could have borne a good deal, but he would have been cut to the heart by such a suspicion as this.
'Would it be generous and honourable to step into your place, if you did so, for I don't know that you did, and I hope you did not, anticipating or knowing beforehand that I should come here, and designing to take me at this disadvantage?'
'This mean and cruel disadvantage?' said the Secretary.
'Yes,'
assented Bella. The Secretary kept silence for a little while, then merely said, 'You are wholly mistaken, Miss Wilfer. Wonderfully mistaken. I cannot say, however, that it is your fault. If I deserve better things of you, you do not know it.'
'At least, sir,'
retorted Bella, with her old indignation rising,
'you know the history of my being here at all. I have heard Mr Boffin say that you are master of every line and word of that will, as you are master of all his affairs. And was it not enough that I should have been willed away like a horse, or a dog, or a bird, but must you too begin to dispose of me in your mind, and speculate in me, as soon as I had ceased to be the talk and the laugh of the town? Am I for ever to be made the property of strangers?'
'Believe me,' returned the Secretary, 'you are wonderfully mistaken.'
'I should be glad to know it,'
answered Bella. 'I doubt if you ever will. Good night. Of course I shall be careful to conceal any traces of this interview from Mr. and Mrs. Boffin as long as I remain here. Trust me, what you have complained of is at an end for ever.'
'I am glad I have spoken then, Mr Rokesmith. It has been painful and difficult, but it is done. If I have hurt you, I hope you will forgive me. I am inexperienced and impetuous, and I have been a little spoilt. But really I am not so bad as I dare say I appear, or as you think me.'
He quitted the room when Bella had said this, relenting in her wilful inconsistent way. Left alone, she threw herself back on her ottoman and said,
'I didn't know the lovely woman was such a dragon.'
Then she got up and looked in the glass, and said to her image,
'You have been positively swelling your features, you little fool.'
Then she took an impatient walk to the other end of the room and back, and said,
'I wish Pa was here to have a talk about an avaricious marriage. But he is better away, poor dear, for I know I should pull his hair if he was here.'
And then she threw her work away, and threw her book after it, and sat down and hummed a tune, and hummed it out of tune, and quarrelled with it. And John Rokesmith, what did he? He went down to his room, and buried John Harmon many additional fathoms deep. He took his hat and walked out, and as he went to Holloway or anywhere else, not at all minding where, heaped mounds upon mounds of earth over John Harmon's grave. His walking did not bring him home until the dawn of day, and so busy had he been all night, piling and piling weights upon weights of earth above John Harmon's grave, that by that time John Harmon lay buried under a whole Alpine range, and still the sexton Rokesmith accumulated mountains over him, lightening his labour with the dirge, 'Cover him, crush him, keep him down.' End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 14, Strong of Purpose. The sexton task of piling earth above John Harmon all night long was not conducive to sound sleep, but Rokesmith had some broken morning rest, and rose strengthened in his purpose. It was all over now. No ghost should trouble Mr. and Mrs. Boffin's peace. Invisible and voiceless, the ghost should look on for a little while longer at the state of existence out of which it had departed, and then should for ever cease to haunt the scenes in which it had no place. He went over it all again. He had lapsed into the condition in which he found himself, as many a man lapses into many a condition without perceiving the accumulative power of its separate circumstances. When, in the distrust engendered by his wretched childhood and the action for evil, never yet for good within his knowledge then, of his father and his father's wealth on all within their influence, he conceived the idea of his first deception. It was meant to be harmless. It was to last but a few hours or days. It was to involve in it only the girl so capriciously forced upon him, and upon whom he was so capriciously forced. And it was honestly meant well towards her. For if he had found her unhappy in the prospect of that marriage, through her heart inclining to another man or for any other cause, he would seriously have said, "This is another of the old perverted uses of the misery-making money. I will let it go to my and my sister's only protectors and friends." When the snare into which he fell so outstripped his first intention, as that he found himself placarded by the police authorities upon the London walls for dead, he confusedly accepted the aid that fell upon him, without considering how firmly it must seem to fix the Boffins in their accession to the fortune. When he saw them, and knew them, and even from his vantage ground of inspection could find no flaw in them, he asked himself, "And shall I come to life to dispossess such people as these?" There was no good to set against the putting of them to that hard proof. He had heard from Bella's own lips, when he stood tapping at the door on that night of his taking the lodgings, that the marriage would have been on her part thoroughly mercenary. He had since tried her, in his own unknown person and supposed station, and she not only rejected his advances, but resented them. Was it for him to have the shame of buying her, or the meanness of punishing her? Yet, by coming to life and accepting the condition of the inheritance, he must do the former, and by coming to life and rejecting it, he must do the latter. Another consequence that he had never foreshadowed was the implication of an innocent man in his supposed murder. He would obtain complete retraction from the accuser, and set the wrong right, but clearly the wrong could never have been done if he had never planned a deception. Then, whatever inconvenience or distress of mind the deception cost him, it was manful repentantly to accept as among its consequences, and make no complaint. Thus John Rokesmith in the morning, and it buried John Harmon still many fathoms deeper than he had been buried in the night. Going out earlier than he was accustomed to do, he encountered the cherub at the door. The cherub's way was for a certain space his way, and they walked together. It was impossible not to notice the change in the cherub's appearance. The cherub felt very conscious of it, and modestly remarked, "A present from my daughter Bella, Mr. Rokesmith." The words gave the secretary a stroke of pleasure, for he remembered the £50, and he still loved the girl. No doubt it was very weak, it always is very weak, some authorities hold, but he loved the girl. "I don't know whether you happen to have read many books of African travel, Mr. Rokesmith?" said R.W. "I have read several." "Well, you know, there's usually a King George, or a King Boy, or a King Sambo, or a King Bill, or Bull, or Rum, or Junk, or whatever name the sailors may have happened to give him." "Where?" asked Rokesmith. "Anywhere. Anywhere in Africa, I mean. Pretty well everywhere, I may say, for black kings are cheap, and I think," said R.W. with an apologetic air, "nasty." "I am much of your opinion, Mr. Wilfer. You were going to say?" "I was going to say, the king is generally dressed in a London hat only, or a Manchester pair of braces, or one epaulette, or an uniform coat with his legs in the sleeves, or something of that kind." "Just so," said the secretary. "In confidence, I assure you, Mr. Rokesmith," observed the cheerful cherub, "that when more of my family were at home and to be provided for, I used to remind myself immensely of that king. You have no idea, as a single man, of the difficulty I have had in wearing more than one good article at a time." "I can easily believe it, Mr. Wilfer." "I only mention it," said R.W. in the warmth of his heart, "as a proof of the amiable, delicate, and considerate affection of my daughter Bella. If she had been a little spoilt, I couldn't have thought so very much of it under the circumstances, but no, not a bit, and she is so very pretty. I hope you agree with me in finding her very pretty, Mr. Rokesmith?" "Certainly I do. Every one must." "I hope so," said the cherub. "Indeed, I have no doubt of it. This is a great advancement for her in life, Mr. Rokesmith, a great opening of her prospects." "Miss Wilfer could have no better friends than Mr. and Mrs. Boffin." "Impossible," said the gratified cherub. "Really, I begin to think things are very well as they are. If Mr. John Harmon had lived—" "He is better dead," said the secretary. "No, I won't go so far as to say that," urged the cherub, a little remonstrant against the very decisive and unpitying tone. 'But he mightn't have suited Bella, or Bella mightn't have suited him, or 50 things. Whereas now I hope she can choose for herself.' 'Has she, as you place the confidence in me of speaking on the subject, you will excuse my asking, has she, perhaps, chosen?' faltered the Secretary. 'Oh dear no,' returned R.W. 'Young ladies sometimes,' Rokesmith hinted, 'choose without mentioning their choice to their fathers. Not in this case, Mr Rokesmith. Between my daughter Bella and me there is a regular league and covenant of confidence. It was ratified only the other day. The ratification dates from these,' said the cherub, giving a little pull at the lapels of his coat and the pockets of his trousers. 'Oh no, she is not chosen. To be sure, young George Sampson, in the days when Mr John Harmon—' 'Who I wish had never been born,' said the Secretary, with a gloomy brow. R.W. looked at him with surprise, as thinking he had contracted an unaccountable spite against the poor deceased, and continued. 'In the days when Mr John Harmon was being sought out, young George Sampson certainly was hovering about Bella, and Bella let him hover. But it never was seriously thought of, and it's still less than ever to be thought of now. For Bella is ambitious, Mr Rokesmith, and I think I may predict will marry fortune. This time, you see, she will have the person and the property before her together, and will be able to make her choice with her eyes open. This is my road. I am very sorry to part company so soon. Good morning, sir.' The Secretary pursued his way, not very much elevated in spirits by this conversation, and arriving at the Boffin mansion, found Betty Higden waiting for him.
'I should thank you kindly, sir,' said Betty, 'if I might make so bold as have a word or two with you.'
She should have as many words as she liked, he told her, and took her into his room, and made her sit down.
''Tis concerning Sloppy, sir,' said Betty, 'and that's how I come here by myself. Not wishing him to know what I'm a going to say to you, I got the start of him early and walked up.'
'You have wonderful energy,' returned Rokesmith. 'You are as young as I am.' Betty Higden gravely shook her head. 'I am strong for my time of life, sir, but not young, thank the Lord.' 'Are you thankful for not being young?'
'Yes, sir. If I was young, it would all have to be gone through again, and the end would be a weary way off, don't you see? But never mind me. 'Tis concerning Sloppy.'
'And what about him, Betty?'
''Tis just this, sir. It can't be reasoned out of his head by any powers of mine, but what that he can do right by your kind lady and gentleman, and do his work for me, both together. Now he can't. To give himself up to being put in the way of earning a good living and getting on, he must give me up. Well, he won't.'
'I respect him for it,' said Rokesmith.
'Do ye, sir? I don't know but what I do myself. Still, that don't make it right to let him have his way. So, as he won't give me up, I'm a going to give him up.'
'How, Betty?'
'I'm a going to run away from him.'
With an astonished look at the indomitable old face and the bright eyes, the Secretary repeated, 'Run away from him?'
'Yes, sir,'
said Betty, with one nod. And in the nod, and in the firm set of her mouth, there was a vigour of purpose not to be doubted. 'Come, come,' said the Secretary, 'we must talk about this. Let us take our time over it, and try to get at the true sense of the case and the true course by degrees.'
'Now, look here, my dear,' returned old Betty, 'asking your excuse for being so familiar, but being of a time of life almost to be your grandmother twice over. Now, look here.
'Tis a poor living, and a hard, as is to be got out of this work that I'm a doing now, and but for Sloppy, I don't know as I should have held to it this long, but it did just keep us on the two together. Now that I'm alone, with even Johnny gone, I'd far sooner be upon my feet and tiring of myself out than a sitting folding and folding by the fire. And I'll tell you why. There's a deadness steals over me at times, that the kind of life favours and I don't like. Now I seem to have Johnny in my arms, now his mother, now his mother's mother. Now I seem to be a child myself, a lying once again in the arms of my own mother. Then I get numbed, thought and sense, till I start out of my seat, afeard that I'm a-growing like the poor old people that they brick up in the Unions, as you may sometimes see when they let 'em out of the four walls to have a warm in the sun, crawling quite scared about the streets. I was a nimble girl, and have always been a active body, as I told your lady first time ever I see her good face. I can still walk 20 mile if I'm put to it. I'd far better be a-walking than a-getting numbed and dreary. I'm a good fair knitter, and can make many little things to sell. The loan from your lady and gentleman of 20 shillings to fit out a basket with would be a fortune for me. Trudging round the country and tiring of myself out, I shall keep the deadness off, and get my own bread by my own labour. And what more can I want? And this is your plan, said the Secretary, for running away? Show me a better, my dearie, show me a better. Why, I know very well, said old Betty Higden, and you know very well that your lady and gentleman would set me up like a queen for the rest of my life, if so be that we could make it right among us to have it so. But we can't make it right among us to have it so. I've never took charity yet, nor yet has any one belonging to me, and it would be forsaking of myself indeed, and forsaking of my children dead and gone, and forsaking of their children dead and gone, to set up a contradiction now at last. It might come to be justifiable and unavoidable at last, the Secretary gently hinted, with a slight stress on the word. I hope it never will. It ain't that I mean to give offence by being anyways proud, said the old creature simply, but that I want to be of a piece like, and helpful of myself right through to me death. And, to be sure, added the Secretary as a comfort for her, Sloppy will be eagerly looking forward to his opportunity of being to you what you have been to him. Trust him for that, sir, said Betty cheerfully, though he had need to be something quick about it, for I'm a-getting to be an old one. But I'm a strong one too, and travel and weather never hurt me yet. Now, be so kind as to speak for me to your lady and gentleman, and tell him what I ask of their good friendliness to let me do, and why I ask it. The Secretary felt that there was no gainsaying what was urged by this brave old heroine, and he presently repaired to Mrs Boffin and recommended her to let Betty Higden have her way, at all events for the time. It would be far more satisfactory to your kind heart, I know, he said, to provide for her, but it may be a duty to respect this independent spirit. Mrs Boffin was not proof against the consideration set before her. She and her husband had worked too, and had brought their simple faith and honour clean out of dust heaps. If they owed a duty to Betty Higden, of a surety that duty must be done.
But Betty,
said Mrs Boffin, when she accompanied John Rokesmith back to his room, and shone upon her with the light of her radiant face,
granted all else, I think I wouldn't run away.
'Twould come easier to Sloppy, said Mrs Higden, shaking her head. 'Twould come easier to me too, but 'tis as you please.
When would you go?
Now, was the bright and ready answer. 'Today, my dearie.
to-morrow. Bless ye, I'm used to it. I know many parts of the country well. When nothing else was to be done, I have worked in many a market garden afore now, and in many a hop garden too. If I give my consent to your going, Betty, which Mr Rokesmith thinks I ought to do,' Betty thanked him with a grateful curtsy, 'we must not lose sight of you. We must not let you pass out of our knowledge. We must know all about you.' 'Yes, my dearie, but not through letter writing, because letter writing, indeed writing of most sorts, hadn't much come up for such as me when I was young. But I shall be to and fro. No fear of my missing a chance of giving myself a sight of your reviving face. Besides,' said Betty, with logical good faith, 'I shall have a debt to pay off by littles, and naturally that would bring me back, if nothing else would.' 'Must it be done?' asked Mrs Boffin, still reluctant, of the Secretary. 'I think it must.' After more discussion, it was agreed that it should be done, and Mrs Boffin summoned Bella to note down the little purchases that were necessary to set Betty up in trade. 'Don't ye be timorous for me, my dear,' said the staunch old heart, observant of Bella's face. 'When I take my seat with my work, clean and busy and fresh, in a country market-place, I shall turn a sixpence, as sure as ever a farmer's wife there.' The Secretary took that opportunity of touching on the practical question of Mr Sloppy's capabilities. 'He would have made a wonderful cabinet-maker,' said Mrs Higden, 'if there had been the money to put him to it.' She had seen him handle tools that he had borrowed to mend the mangle, or to knock a broken piece of furniture together, in a surprising manner. As to constructing toys for the Minders out of nothing, he had done that daily. And once as many as a dozen people had got together in the lane to see the neatness with which he fitted the broken pieces of a foreign monkey's musical instrument. 'That's well,' said the Secretary. 'It will not be hard to find a trade for him.' John Harmon being buried under mountains now, the Secretary that very same day set himself to finish his affairs and have done with him. He drew up an ample declaration, to be signed by Rogue Riderhood, knowing he could get his signature to it by making him another and much shorter evening call, and then considered to whom should be given the document. To Hexam's son or daughter? Resolved speedily to the daughter. But it would be safer to avoid seeing the daughter, because the son had seen Julius Handford, and he could not be too careful. There might possibly be some comparison of notes between the son and daughter, which would awake slumbering suspicion, and lead to consequences. I might even, he reflected, be apprehended as having been concerned in my own murder. Therefore, best to send it to the daughter under cover by the post. Pleasant Riderhood had undertaken to find out where she lived, and it was not necessary that it should be attended by a single word of explanation. So far, straight. But all that he knew of the daughter he derived from Mrs Boffin's accounts of what she heard from Mr Lightwood, who seemed to have a reputation for his manner of relating a story, and to have made this story quite his own. It interested him, and he would like to have the means of knowing more, as, for instance, that she received the exonerating paper, and that it satisfied her. By opening some channel altogether independent of Lightwood, who likewise had seen Julius Handford, who had publicly advertised for Julius Handford, and whom of all men he, the Secretary, most avoided, but with whom the common course of things might bring me in a moment face to face any day in the week or any hour in the day. Now, to cast about for some likely means of opening such a channel. The boy Hexam was training for and with a schoolmaster. The Secretary knew it because his sister's share in that disposal of him seemed to be the best part of Lightwood's account of the family. This young fellow, Sloppy, stood in need of some instruction. If he, the Secretary, engaged that schoolmaster to impart it to him, the channel might be opened. The next point was, did Mrs Boffin know the schoolmaster's name? No,
but she knew where the school was. Quite enough. Promptly the secretary wrote to the master of that school, and that very evening Bradley Headstone answered in person. The secretary stated to the schoolmaster how the object was to send to him for certain occasional evening instruction a youth whom Mr. and Mrs. Boffin wished to help to an industrious and useful place in life. The schoolmaster was willing to undertake the charge of such a pupil. The secretary inquired on what terms. The schoolmaster stated on what terms, agreed and disposed of. "May I ask, sir," said Bradley Headstone, "to whose good opinion I owe a recommendation to you?" "You should know that I am not the principal here. I am Mr. Boffin's secretary. Mr. Boffin is a gentleman who inherited a property of which you may have heard some public mention, the Harmon property." "Mr. Harmon," said Bradley, who would have been a great deal more at a loss than he was if he had known to whom he spoke, "was murdered and found in the river." "Was murdered and found in the river. It was not—" "No," interposed the secretary, smiling. "It was not he who recommended you. Mr. Boffin heard of you through a certain Mr. Lightwood. I think you know Mr. Lightwood, or know of him." "I know as much of him as I wish to know, sir. I have no acquaintance with Mr. Lightwood, and I desire none. I have no objection to Mr. Lightwood, but I have a particular objection to some of Mr. Lightwood's friends, in short, to one of Mr. Lightwood's friends, his great friend." He could hardly get the words out even then and there, so fierce did he grow, though keeping himself down with an infinite pains of repression, when the careless and contemptuous bearing of Eugene Wrayburn rose before his mind. The secretary saw there was a strong feeling here on some sore point, and he would have made a diversion from it, but for Bradley's holding to it in his cumbersome way. "I have no objection to mention the friend by name," he said doggedly. "The person I object to is Mr. Eugene Wrayburn." The secretary remembered him. In his disturbed recollection of that night when he was striving against the drugged drink, there was but a dim image of Eugene's person, but he remembered his name, and his manner of speaking, and how he had gone with them to view the body, and where he had stood, and what he had said. "Pray, Mr. Headstone, what is the name," he asked again, trying to make a diversion, "of young Hexam's sister?" "Her name is Lizzie," said the schoolmaster, with a strong contraction of his whole face. "She is a young woman of a remarkable character, is she not?" "She is sufficiently remarkable to be very superior to Mr. Eugene Wrayburn, though an ordinary person might be that," said the schoolmaster, "and I hope you will not think it impertinent in me, sir, to ask why you put the two names together." "By mere accident," returned the secretary. "Observing that Mr. Wrayburn was a disagreeable subject with you, I tried to get away from it, though not very successfully, it would appear." "Do you know Mr. Wrayburn, sir?" "No." "Then perhaps the names cannot be put together on the authority of any representation of his." "Certainly not." "I took the liberty to ask," said Bradley, after casting his eyes on the ground, "because he is capable of making any representation in the swaggering levity of his insolence. I hope you will not misunderstand me, sir. I am much interested in this brother and sister, and the subject awakens very strong feelings within me. Very, very strong feelings." With a shaking hand, Bradley took out his handkerchief and wiped his brow. The secretary thought, as he glanced at the schoolmaster's face, that he had opened a channel here indeed, and that it was an unexpectedly dark and deep and stormy one, and difficult to sound. All at once, in the midst of his turbulent emotions, Bradley stopped, and seemed to challenge his look, much as though he suddenly asked him, "What do you see in me?" "The brother, young Hexam, was your real recommendation here?" said the Secretary, quietly going back to the point. "Mr. and Mrs. Boffin happening to know, through Mr. Lightwood, that he was your pupil, anything that I ask respecting the brother and sister, or either of them, I ask for myself, out of my own interest in the subject, and not in my official character, or on Mr. Boffin's behalf. How I come to be interested, I need not explain. You know the father's connection with the discovery of Mr. Harmon's body." "Sir," replied Bradley, very restlessly indeed, "I know all the circumstances of that case." "Pray tell me, Mr. Headstone," said the Secretary, "does the sister suffer under any stigma because of the impossible accusation? Groundless would be a better word, that was made against the father, and substantially withdrawn." "No, sir," returned Bradley with a kind of anger. "I'm very glad to hear it." "The sister," said Bradley, separating his words over carefully, and speaking as if he were repeating them from a book, "suffers under no reproach that repels a man of unimpeachable character who had made for himself every step of his way in life from placing her in his own station. I will not say raising her to his own station, I say placing her in it. The sister labours under no reproach, unless she should unfortunately make it for herself. When such a man is not deterred from regarding her as his equal, and when he has convinced himself that there is no blemish on her, I think the fact must be taken to be pretty expressive." "And there is such a man?" said the Secretary. Bradley Headstone knotted his brows, and squared his large lower jaw, and fixed his eyes on the ground with an air of determination that seemed unnecessary to the occasion, as he replied, "And there is such a man." The Secretary had no reason or excuse for prolonging the conversation, and it ended here. Within 3 hours, the oakum-headed apparition once more dived into the leaving shop, and that night Rogue Riderhood's recantation lay in the post office, addressed under cover to Lizzie Hexham at her right address. All these proceedings occupied John Rokesmith so much that it was not until the following day that he saw Bella again. It seemed then to be tacitly understood between them that they were to be as distantly easy as they could, without attracting the attention of Mr. and Mrs. Boffin to any marked change in their manner. The fitting out of old Betty Higden was favourable to this, as keeping Bella engaged and interested, and as occupying the general attention. "I think," said Rokesmith, when they all stood about her while she packed her tidy basket, except Bella, who was busily helping on her knees at the chair on which it stood, "that at least you might keep a letter in your pocket, Mrs. Higden, which I would write for you and date from here, merely stating, in the names of Mr. and Mrs. Boffin, that they are your friends. I won't say patrons, because they wouldn't like it."
"No, no, no," said Mr. Boffin. "No patronising. Let's keep out of that, whatever we come to."
"There's more than enough of that about without us, ain't there, Noddy?"
said Mrs. Boffin. "I believe you, old lady," returned the Golden Dustman. "Overmuch indeed."
"But people sometimes like to be patronised, don't they, sir?"
asked Bella, looking up. "I don't. And if they do, my dear, they ought to learn better," said Mr. Boffin. "Patrons and patronesses, and vice-patrons and vice-patronesses, and deceased patrons and deceased patronesses, and ex-vice-patrons and ex-vice-patronesses. What does it all mean, in the books of the charities that come pouring in on Rokesmith, as he sits among 'em pretty well up to his neck? If Mr. Tom Noakes gives his 5 shillings, ain't he a patron? And if Mrs. Jack Styles gives her 5 shillings, ain't she a patroness? What the deuce is it all about? If it ain't stark staring impudence, what do you call it?"
"Don't be warm, Noddy,"
Mrs. Boffin urged. "Warm?" cried Mr. Boffin. "It's enough to make a man smoking hot. I can't go anywhere without being patronised. I don't want to be patronised. If I buy a ticket for a flower show, or a music show, or any sort of show, and pay pretty heavy for it, why am I to be patroned and patronessed, as if the patrons and patronesses treated me? If there's a good thing to be done, can't it be done in its own merits? If there's a bad thing to be done, can it ever be patroned and patronessed right? Yet, when a new institution's going to be built, it seems to me that the bricks and mortar ain't made of half so much consequence as the patrons and patronesses. No, nor yet the objects. I wish somebody would tell me whether other countries get patronised to anything like the extent of this one. And as to the patrons and patronesses themselves, I wonder they're not ashamed of themselves. They ain't pills, or hair washes, or invigorating nervous essences to be puffed in that way.' Having delivered himself of these remarks, Mr Boffin took a trot, according to his usual custom, and trotted back to the spot from which he had started. 'As to the letter, Rokesmith,' said Mr Boffin, 'you're as right as a trivet. Give her the letter, make her take the letter, put it in her pocket by violence. She might fall sick. You know you might fall sick,' said Boffin. 'Don't deny it, Mrs Higden. In your obstinacy, you know you might.' Old Betty laughed, and said that she would take the letter and be thankful. 'That's right,' said Mr Boffin. 'Come, that's sensible. And don't be thankful to us, for we never thought of it, but to Mr Rokesmith.' The letter was written and read to her, and given to her. 'Now, how do you feel?' said Mr Boffin. 'Do you like it?'
'The letter, sir?' said Betty. 'Aye, it's a beautiful letter.'
'No, not the letter,' said Mr Boffin. 'The idea. Are you sure you're strong enough to carry out the idea?'
'I shall be stronger and keep the deadness off better this way than any way left open to me, sir.'
'Don't say than any way left open, you know,' urged Mr Boffin, 'because there are ways without end. A housekeeper would be acceptable over yonder at the Bower, for instance. Wouldn't you like to see the Bower, and know a retired literary man of the name of Wegg that lives there, with a wooden leg?' Old Betty was proof even against this temptation, and fell to adjusting her black bonnet and shawl. 'I wouldn't let you go, now it comes to this after all,' said Mr Boffin, 'if I didn't hope that it may make a man and a workman of Sloppy, in as short a time as ever a man and workman was made yet. Why, what have you got there, Betty? Not a doll?' It was the man in the Guards who had been on duty over Johnny's bed. The solitary old woman showed what it was, and put it up quietly in her dress. Then she gratefully took leave of Mrs Boffin, and of Mr Boffin, and of Rokesmith, and then put her old withered arms round Bella's young and blooming neck, and said, repeating Johnny's words,
'A kiss for the boofer lady.'
The secretary looked on from a doorway at the boofer lady thus encircled, and still looked on at the boofer lady standing alone there, when the determined old figure with its steady bright eyes was trudging through the streets, away from paralysis and pauperism. End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 15, The Whole Case So Far. Bradley Headstone held fast by that other interview he was to have with Lizzie Hexham. In stipulating for it, he had been impelled by a feeling little short of desperation, and the feeling abided by him. It was very soon after his interview with the secretary that he and Charley Hexam set out one leaden evening, not unnoticed by Miss Peecher, to have this desperate interview accomplished. 'That doll's dressmaker,' said Bradley, 'is favourable neither to me nor to you, Hexam.'
'A pert, crooked little chit, Mr Headstone. I knew she'd put herself in the way if she could, and would be sure to strike him with something impertinent. It was on that account that I proposed our going to the city tonight and meeting my sister.'
'So I supposed,' said Bradley, getting his gloves on his nervous hands as he walked. 'So I supposed.'
'Nobody but my sister,' pursued Charley, 'would have found out such an extraordinary companion. She's done it in ridiculous fancy of giving herself up to another. She told me so that night when we went there.'
'Why should she give herself up to the dressmaker?' asked Bradley.
'Oh,' said the boy, colouring, 'one of her romantic ideas. I tried to convince her so, but I didn't succeed. However, what we have got to do is to succeed tonight, Mr Headstone, and then all the rest follows.
You are still sanguine, Hexham?
Certainly I am, sir. Why, we have everything on our side.
Except your sister, perhaps, thought Bradley, but he only gloomily thought it, and said nothing.
Everything on our side,
repeated the boy with boyish confidence.
Respectability, an excellent connection for me, common sense, everything.
To be sure, your sister has always shown herself a devoted sister, said Bradley, willing to sustain himself on even that low ground of hope.
Naturally, Mr Headstone, I have a good deal of influence with her. And now that you have honoured me with your confidence and spoken to me first, I say again, we have everything on our side.
And Bradley thought again, except your sister, perhaps. A grey, dusty, withered evening in London City has not a hopeful aspect. The closed warehouses and offices have an air of death about them, and the national dread of colour has an air of mourning. The towers and steeples of the many house-encompassed churches, dark and dingy as the sky that seems descending on them, are no relief to the general gloom. A sundial on a church wall has the look, in its useless black shade, of having failed in its business enterprise and stopped payment for ever. Melancholy waifs and strays of housekeepers and porters sweep melancholy waifs and strays of papers and pins into the kennels, and other more melancholy waifs and strays explore them, searching and stooping and poking for anything to sell. The set of humanity outward from the city is as a set of prisoners departing from jail, and dismal Newgate seems quite as fit a stronghold for the mighty Lord Mayor as his own state dwelling. On such an evening, when the city grit gets into the hair and eyes and skin, and when the fallen leaves of the few unhappy city trees grind down in corners under wheels of wind, the schoolmaster and the pupil emerged upon the Leadenhall Street region, spying eastward for Lizzie. Being something too soon in their arrival, they lurked at a corner, waiting for her to appear. The best-looking amongst us will not look very well lurking at a corner, and Bradley came out of that disadvantage very poorly indeed.
Here she comes, Mr Headstone. Let us go forward and meet her.
As they advanced, she saw them coming, and seemed rather troubled, but she greeted her brother with the usual warmth, and touched the extended hand of Bradley.
Why, where are you going, Charlie, dear?
She asked him then.
Nowhere. We came on purpose to meet you.
To meet me, Charlie?
Yes, we're going to walk with you. But don't let us take the great leading streets, where everyone walks, and we can't hear ourselves speak. Let us go by the quiet back ways. Here's a large paved court by this church, and quiet too. Let us go up here.
But it's not in the way, Charlie.
Yes, it is, said the boy petulantly. It's in my way, and my way is yours.
She had not released his hand, and still holding it, looked at him with a kind of appeal. He avoided her eyes, under pretence of saying,
Come along, Mr Headstone.
Bradley walked at his side, not at hers, and the brother and sister walked hand in hand. The court brought them to a churchyard, a paved square court, with a raised bank of earth about breast high in the middle, enclosed by iron rails. Here, conveniently and healthfully elevated above the level of the living, were the dead, and the tombstones, some of the latter droopingly inclined from the perpendicular, as if they were ashamed of the lies they told. They paced the whole of this place once, in a constrained and uncomfortable manner, when the boy stopped and said,
Lizzie, Mr Headstone has something to say to you. I don't wish to be an interruption either to him or to you, and so I'll go and take a little stroll and come back. I know in a general way what Mr Headstone intends to say, and I very highly approve of it, as I hope, and indeed I do not doubt, you will. I needn't tell you, Lizzie, that I am under great obligations to Mr Headstone, and that I am very anxious for Mr Headstone to succeed in all he undertakes, as I hope, and as indeed I don't doubt, you must be.
Charlie,
returned his sister, detaining his hand as he withdrew it,
I think you had better stay. I think Mr Headstone had better not say what he thinks of saying.
Why, how do you know what it is?
returned the boy.
Perhaps I don't, but perhaps you don't.
No, Liz, I should think not. If you knew what it was, you would give me a very different answer. There, let go, be sensible. I wonder you don't remember that Mr Headstone is looking on.
She allowed him to separate himself from her, and he, after saying,
Now, Liz, be a rational girl and a good sister,
walked away. She remained standing alone with Bradley Headstone, and it was not until she raised her eyes that he spoke. "I said," he began, "when I saw you last, that there was something unexplained which might perhaps influence you. I have come this evening to explain it. I hope you will not judge of me by my hesitating manner when I speak to you. You see me at my greatest disadvantage. It is most unfortunate for me that I wish you to see me at my best, and that I know you see me at my worst." She moved slowly on when he paused, and he moved slowly on beside her. "It seems egotistical to begin by saying so much about myself," he resumed, "but whatever I say to you seems, even in my own ears, below what I want to say, and different from what I want to say. I can't help it. So it is. You are the ruin of me." She started at the passionate sound of the last words, and at the passionate action of his hands with which they were accompanied. "Yes, you are the ruin of me. I have no resources in myself. I have no confidence in myself. I have no government of myself when you are near me or in my thoughts. And you are always in my thoughts now. I have never been quit of you since I first saw you. Oh, that was a wretched day for me. That was a wretched, miserable day." A touch of pity for him mingled with her dislike of him, and she said,
Mr Headstone, I am grieved to have done you any harm, but I have never meant it.
"There!" he cried despairingly. "Now I seem to have reproached you, instead of revealing to you the state of my own mind. Bear with me. I am always wrong when you are in question. It is my doom." Struggling with himself, and by times looking up at the deserted windows of the houses as if there could be anything written in their grimy panes that would help him, he paced the whole pavement at her side before he spoke again. "I must try to give expression to what is in my mind. It shall and must be spoken. Though you see me so confounded, though you strike me so helpless, I ask you to believe that there are many people who think well of me, that there are some people who highly esteem me, that I have, in my way, won a station which is considered worth winning."
"Surely, Mr Headstone, I do believe it. Surely I have always known it from Charley."
"I ask you to believe that if I were to offer my home such as it is, my station such as it is, my affections such as they are, to any one of the best considered and best qualified and most distinguished among the young women engaged in my calling, they would probably be accepted, even readily accepted."
"I do not doubt it,"
said Lizzie, with her eyes upon the ground. "I have sometimes had it in my thoughts to make that offer and to settle down as many men of my class do. I on the one side of a school, my wife on the other, both of us interested in the same work."
"Why have you not done so?" asked Lizzie Hexam. "Why do you not do so?"
"Far better that I never did. The only one grain of comfort I have had these many weeks," he said, always speaking passionately and, when most emphatic, repeating that former action of his hands, which was like flinging his heart's blood down before her in drops upon the pavement stones. "The only one grain of comfort I have had these many weeks is, that I never did. For if I had, and if the same spell had come upon me for my ruin, I know I should have broken that tie asunder, as if it had been a thread." She glanced at him with a glance of fear and a shrinking gesture. He answered as if she had spoken.
No, it would not have been voluntary on my part, any more than it is voluntary in me to be here now. You draw me to you. If I were shut up in a strong prison, you would draw me out. I should break through the wall to come to you. If I were lying on a sick bed, you would draw me up to stagger to your feet and fall there.
The wild energy of the man, now quite let loose, was absolutely terrible. He stopped and laid his hand upon a piece of the coping of the burial-ground enclosure, as if he would have dislodged the stone.
No man knows, till the time comes, what depths are within him. To some men it never comes. Let them rest and be thankful. To me you brought it. On me you forced it. And the bottom of this raging sea,
striking himself upon the breast,
has been heaved up ever since.
Mr Headstone, I've heard enough. Let me stop you here. It will be better for you and better for me. Let us find my brother.
Not yet. It shall and must be spoken. I have been in torments ever since I stopped short of it before. You are alarmed. It is another of my miseries that I cannot speak to you or speak of you without stumbling at every syllable, unless I let the cheque go altogether and run mad. Here is a man lighting the lamps. He will be gone directly. I entreat of you, let us walk round this place again. You have no reason to look alarmed. I can restrain myself, and I will.
She yielded to the entreaty. How could she do otherwise? And they paced the stones in silence. One by one the lights leaped up, making the cold grey church tower more remote, and they were alone again. He said no more until they had regained the spot where he had broken off. There, he again stood still, and again grasped the stone. In saying what he said then, he never looked at her, but looked at it, and wrenched at it.
You know what I am going to say. I love you. What other men may mean when they use that expression I cannot tell. What I mean is that I am under the influence of some tremendous attraction which I have resisted in vain and which overmasters me. You could draw me to fire. You could draw me to water. You could draw me to the gallows. You could draw me to any death. You could draw me to anything I have most avoided. You could draw me to any exposure and disgrace. This and the confusion of my thoughts, so that I am fit for nothing, is what I mean by your being the ruin of me. But if you would return a favourable answer to my offer of myself in marriage, you could draw me to any good, every good, with equal force. My circumstances are quite easy, and you would want for nothing. My reputation stands quite high, and would be a shield for yours. If you saw me at my work, able to do it well and respected in it, you might even come to take a sort of pride in me. I would try hard that you should. Whatever considerations I may have thought of against this offer, I have conquered, and I make it with all my heart. Your brother favours me to the utmost, and it is likely that we might live and work together. Anyhow, it is certain that he would have my best influence and support. I don't know what I could say more if I tried. I might only weaken what is ill enough said as it is. I only add that if it is any claim on you to be in earnest, I am in thorough earnest, dreadful earnest.
The powdered mortar from under the stone at which he wrenched rattled on the pavement to confirm his words.
Mr Headstone.
Stop. I implore you, before you answer me, to walk round this place once more. It will give you a minute's time to think, and me a minute's time to get some fortitude together.
Again she yielded to the entreaty, and again they came back to the same place, and again he worked at the stone.
Is it,
he said, with his attention apparently engrossed by it,
yes or no?
Mr Headstone, I thank you sincerely. I thank you gratefully, and hope you may find a worthy wife before long, and be very happy. But it is no.
Is no short time necessary for reflection? No weeks or days?' he asked, in the same half-suffocated way.
'None whatever.'
'Are you quite decided? And is there no chance of any change in my favour?'
'I am quite decided, Mr Headstone, and I am bound to answer, I am certain there is none.'
'Then,' said he, suddenly changing his tone and turning to her, and bringing his clenched hand down upon the stone with a force that laid the knuckles raw and bleeding, 'then I hope that I may never kill him.' The dark look of hatred and revenge with which the words broke from his livid lips, and with which he stood holding out his smeared hand as if it held some weapon and had just struck a mortal blow, made her so afraid of him that she turned to run away. But he caught her by the arm.
'Mr Headstone, let me go. Mr Headstone, I must call for help.'
'It is I who should call for help,' he said. 'You don't know yet how much I need it.' The working of his face, as she shrank from it, glancing round for her brother and uncertain what to do, might have extorted a cry from her in another instant. But all at once he sternly stopped it and fixed it, as if death itself had done so. 'There! You see, I have recovered myself. Hear me out.' With much of the dignity of courage, as she recalled her self-reliant life and her right to be free from accountability to this man, she released her arm from his grasp and stood looking full at him. She had never been so handsome in his eyes. A shade came over them while he looked back at her, as if she drew the very light out of them to herself. 'This time at least, I will leave nothing unsaid,' he went on, folding his hands before him, clearly to prevent his being betrayed into any impetuous gesture. 'This last time at least, I will not be tortured with afterthoughts of a lost opportunity. Mr Eugene Wrayburn.'
'Was it of him you spoke in your ungovernable rage and violence?' Lizzie Hexham demanded with spirit.
He bit his lip and looked at her, and said never a word.
'Was it Mr Wrayburn that you threatened?'
He bit his lip again, and looked at her, and said never a word.
'You asked me to hear you out, and you will not speak. Let me find my brother.'
'Stay. I threatened no one.' Her look dropped for an instant to his bleeding hand. He lifted it to his mouth, wiped it on his sleeve, and again folded it over the other. 'Mr Eugene Wrayburn,' he repeated.
'Why do you mention that name again and again, Mr Headstone?'
'Because it is the text of the little I have left to say. Observe. There are no threats in it. If I utter a threat, stop me, and fasten it upon me. Mr Eugene Wrayburn.' A worse threat than was conveyed in his manner of uttering the name could hardly have escaped him. 'He haunts you. You accept favours from him. You are willing enough to listen to him. I know it as well as he does.'
'Mr Wrayburn has been considerate and good to me, sir,' said Lizzie proudly, 'in connection with the death and with the memory of my poor father.'
'No doubt. He is, of course, a very considerate and a very good man, Mr Eugene Wrayburn.'
'He is nothing to you, I think,'
said Lizzie, with an indignation she could not repress. 'Oh, yes, he is. There you mistake. He is much to me.'
'What can he be to you?'
'He can be a rival to me, among other things,' said Bradley.
'Mr Headstone,'
returned Lizzie with a burning face,
'it is cowardly in you to speak to me in this way, but it makes me able to tell you that I do not like you, and that I have never liked you from the first, and that no other living creature has anything to do with the effect you have produced upon me for yourself.' His head bent for a moment as if under a weight, and he then looked up again, moistening his lips. 'I was going on with the little I had left to say.
I knew all this about Mr Eugene Wrayburn, all the while you were drawing me to you. I strove against the knowledge, but quite in vain. It made no difference in me. With Mr Eugene Wrayburn in my mind, I went on. With Mr Eugene Wrayburn in my mind, I spoke to you just now. With Mr Eugene Wrayburn in my mind, I have been set aside, and I have been cast out.
If you give those names to my thanking you for your proposal and declining it, is it my fault, Mr Headstone? Said Lizzie, compassionating the bitter struggle he could not conceal, almost as much as she was repelled and alarmed by it.
I am not complaining, he returned. I am only stating the case. I had to wrestle with my self-respect when I submitted to be drawn to you in spite of Mr Wrayburn. You may imagine how low my self-respect lies now.
She was hurt and angry, but repressed herself in consideration of his suffering, and of his being her brother's friend.
And it lies under his feet,
said Bradley, unfolding his hands in spite of himself, and fiercely motioning with them both towards the stones of the pavement.
Remember that. It lies under that fellow's feet, and he treads upon it and exults above it.
He does not, said Lizzie.
He does, said Bradley. I have stood before him face to face, and he crushed me down in the dirt of his contempt, and walked over me. Why? Because he knew with triumph what was in store for me tonight.
Oh, Mr Headstone, you talk quite wildly.
Quite collectedly. I know what I say too well. Now I have said all. I've used no threat, remember. I've done no more than show you how the case stands. How the case stands, so far.
At this moment her brother sauntered into view close by. She darted to him and caught him by the hand. Bradley followed and laid his heavy hand on the boy's opposite shoulder. Charlie Hexham, I am going home. I must walk home by myself tonight, and get shut up in my room without being spoken to. Give me half an hour's start, and let me be till you find me at my work in the morning. I shall be at my work in the morning, just as usual. Clasping his hands, he uttered a short, unearthly, broken cry, and went his way. The brother and sister were left looking at one another near a lamp in the solitary churchyard, and the boy's face clouded and darkened as he said in a rough tone,
"What is the meaning of this? What have you done to my best friend? Out with the truth." "Charlie," said his sister, "speak a little more considerately."
"I am not in a humour for consideration, or for nonsense of any sort," replied the boy. "What have you been doing? Why has Mr Headstone gone from us in that way?"
"He asked me, you know he asked me to be his wife, Charlie."
"Well?"
said the boy impatiently. "And I was obliged to tell him that I could not be his wife."
"You were obliged to tell him?"
repeated the boy angrily between his teeth, and rudely pushing her away.
"You were obliged to tell him? Do you know that he's worth 50 of you?"
"It may easily be so, Charlie, but I cannot marry him."
"You mean that you are conscious that you can't appreciate him, and don't deserve him, I suppose?"
"I mean that I do not like him, Charlie, and that I will never marry him."
"Upon my soul," exclaimed the boy, "you're a nice picture of a sister. Upon my soul, you're a pretty piece of disinterestedness. And so all my endeavours to cancel the past, and to raise myself in the world, and to raise you with me, are to be beaten down by your low whims, are they?"
"I will not reproach you, Charlie."
"Here!"
exclaimed the boy, looking round at the darkness.
"She won't reproach me. She does her best to destroy my fortunes in her own, and she won't reproach me. Why, you'll tell me next that you won't reproach Mr Headstone for coming out of the sphere to which he is an ornament, and putting himself at your feet to be rejected by you."
"No, Charlie. I will only tell you, as I told him myself, that I thank him for doing so, and I am sorry he did so, and that I hope he will do much better and be happy.'
Some touch of compunction smote the boy's hardening heart as he looked upon her, his patient little nurse in infancy, his patient friend, adviser, and reclaimer in boyhood, the self-forgetting sister who had done everything for him. His tone relented, and he drew her arm through his. 'Now, come, Liz, don't let us quarrel. Let us be reasonable and talk this over like brother and sister. Will you listen to me?' 'Oh, Charley,' she replied through her starting tears, 'do I not listen to you and hear many hard things?' 'Then I'm sorry. There, Liz, I'm unfeignedly sorry. Only you do put me out so. Now see, Mr Headstone is perfectly devoted to you. He has told me in the strongest manner that he has never been his old self for one single minute since I first brought him to see you. Miss Peecher, our schoolmistress, pretty and young and all that, is known to be very much attached to him, and he won't so much as look at her or hear of her. Now, his devotion to you must be a disinterested one, mustn't it? If he married Miss Peecher, he would be a great deal better off in all worldly respects than in marrying you. Well, then, he has nothing to get by it, has he?' 'Nothing, heaven knows.' 'Very well, then,' said the boy. 'That's something in his favour, and a great thing. Then I come in. Mr Headstone has always got me on, and he has a good deal in his power, and of course if he was my brother-in-law he wouldn't get me on less, but would get me on more. Mr Headstone comes and confides in me in a very delicate way, and says, "I hope my marrying your sister will be agreeable to you, Hexham, and useful to you." I say, "There's nothing in the world, Mr Headstone, that I could be better pleased with." Mr Headstone says, "Then I may rely upon your intimate knowledge of me for your good word with your sister, Hexham?" And I say, "Certainly, Mr Headstone, and naturally I have a good deal of influence with her." So I have, haven't I, Liz?
Yes, Charley.
Well said. Now, you see, we begin to get on. The moment we begin to be really talking it over like brother and sister. Very well. Then you come in. As Mr Headstone's wife, you would be occupying a most respectable station, and you would be holding a far better place in society than you hold now, and you would at length get quit of the riverside and the old disagreeables belonging to it, and you would be rid for good of dolls' dressmakers and their drunken fathers and the like of that. Not that I want to disparage Miss Jenny Wren. I dare say she's all very well in her way, but her way is not your way, as Mr Headstone's wife. Now, you see, Liz, on all three accounts, on Mr Headstone's, on mine, on yours, nothing could be better or more desirable.
They were walking slowly as the boy spoke, and here he stood still to see what effect he had made. His sister's eyes were fixed upon him, but as they showed no yielding, and as she remained silent, he walked her on again. There was some discomfiture in his tone as he resumed, though he tried to conceal it.
Having so much influence with you, Liz, as I have, perhaps I should have done better to have had a little chat with you in the first instance, before Mr Headstone spoke for himself. But really, all this in his favour seemed so plain and undeniable. I knew you to have always been so reasonable and sensible, I didn't consider it worth while. Very likely that was a mistake of mine. However, it's soon set right. All that need be done to set it right is for you to tell me at once, that I may go home and tell Mr Headstone that what has taken place is not final, and it will all come round by and by.
He stopped again. The pale-faced looked anxiously and lovingly at him, but she shook her head.
"Can't you speak?" said the boy sharply.
I am very unwilling to speak, Charley. If I must, I must. I cannot authorize you to say any such thing to Mr Headstone. I cannot allow you to say any such thing to Mr Headstone. nothing remains to be said to him from me, after what I have said for good and all to-night.' 'And this girl,' cried the boy, contemptuously throwing her off again, 'calls herself a sister!' 'Charley, dear, that is the second time that you've almost struck me. Don't be hurt by my words. I don't mean, heaven forbid, that you intended it, but you hardly know with what a sudden swing you removed yourself from me.' 'However,' said the boy, taking no heed of the remonstrance, and pursuing his own mortified disappointment, 'I know what this means, and you shall not disgrace me.' 'It means what I've told you, Charley, and nothing more.' 'That's not true,' said the boy in a violent tone, 'and you know it's not. It means your precious Mr Wrayburn. That's what it means.' 'Charley, if you remember any old days of ours together, forbear.' 'But you shall not disgrace me,' doggedly pursued the boy. 'I am determined that after I have climbed up out of the mire, you shall not pull me down. You can't disgrace me if I have nothing to do with you, and I will have nothing to do with you for the future.' 'Charley, on many a night like this, and many a worse night, I have sat on the stones of the street, hushing you in my arms. Unsay those words without even saying you're sorry for them, and my arms are open to you still, and so is my heart.' 'I'll not unsay them. I'll say them again. You are an inveterately bad girl, and a false sister, and I've done with you. For ever I have done with you.' He threw up his ungrateful and ungracious hand, as if it set up a barrier between them, and flung himself upon his heel, and left her. She remained impassive on the same spot, silent and motionless, until the striking of the church clock roused her, and she turned away. But then, with the breaking up of her immobility, came the breaking up of the waters that the cold heart of the selfish boy had frozen, and, 'Oh, that I were lying here with the dead!' and, 'Oh, Charley, Charley, that this should be the end of our pictures in the fire!' were all the words she said, as she laid her face in her hands on the stone coping. A figure passed by, and passed on, but stopped and looked round at her. It was the figure of an old man with a bowed head, wearing a large brimmed, low-crowned hat and a long-skirted coat. After hesitating a little, the figure turned back, and, advancing with an air of gentleness and compassion, said, 'Pardon me, young woman, for speaking to you, but you are under some distress of mind. I cannot pass upon my way and leave you weeping here alone, as if there was nothing in the place. Can I help you? Can I do anything to give you comfort?' She raised her head at the sound of these kind words, and answered gladly, 'Oh, Mr Riah, is it you?' 'My daughter,' said the old man, 'I stand amazed. I spoke as to a stranger. Take my arm, take my arm. What grieves you? Who has done this? Poor girl, poor girl!' 'My brother has quarrelled with me,' sobbed Lizzie, 'and renounced me.' 'He is a thankless dog,' said the Jew angrily. 'Let him go. Shake the dust from thy feet and let him go. Come, daughter, come home with me, it is but across the road, and take a little time to recover your peace and to make your eyes seemly, and then I will bear you company through the streets, for it is past your usual time and will soon be late, and the way is long, and there is much company out of doors to-night.' She accepted the support he offered her, and they slowly passed out of the churchyard. They were in the act of emerging into the main thoroughfare, when another figure, loitering discontentedly by, and looking up the street and down it, and all about, started and exclaimed, 'Lizzie! Why, where have you been? Why, what's the matter?' As Eugene Wrayburn thus addressed her, she drew closer to the Jew, and bent her head. The Jew, having taken in the whole of Eugene at one sharp glance, cast his eyes upon the ground, and stood mute. 'Lizzie,
What is the matter?'
'Mr Wrayburn, I cannot tell you now. I cannot tell you to-night, if I ever can tell you. Pray leave me.'
'But, Lizzie, I came expressly to join you. I came to walk home with you, having dined at a coffee house in this neighbourhood, and knowing your hour. And I have been lingering about,' added Eugene, 'like a bailiff, or,' with a look at Riah, 'an old clothesman.' The Jew lifted up his eyes, and took in Eugene once more, at another glance.
'Mr Wrayburn, pray leave me with this protector. And one thing more. Pray be careful of yourself.'
'Mysteries of Udolpho,' said Eugene with a look of wonder. 'May I be excused for asking, in the elderly gentleman's presence, who is this kind protector?'
'A trustworthy friend,' said Lizzie.
'I will relieve him of his trust,' returned Eugene. 'But you must tell me, Lizzie, what is the matter?'
'Her brother is the matter,' said the old man, lifting up his eyes again.
'Our brother the matter?' returned Eugene with airy contempt. 'Our brother is not worth a thought, far less a tear. What has our brother done?'
The old man lifted up his eyes again, with one grave look at Wrayburn, and one grave glance at Lizzie, as she stood looking down. Both were so full of meaning that even Eugene was checked in his light career, and subsided into a thoughtful 'With an air of perfect patience, the old man, remaining mute, and keeping his eyes cast down, stood retaining Lizzie's arm, as though in his habit of passive endurance it would be all one to him if he had stood there motionless all night.
'If Mr Aaron,' said Eugene, who soon found this fatiguing, 'will be good enough to relinquish his charge to me, he will be quite free for any engagement he may have at the synagogue. Mr Aaron, will you have the kindness?'
But the old man stood stock still.
'Good evening, Mr Aaron,' said Eugene politely. 'We need not detain you.' Then turning to Lizzie, 'Is our friend Mr Aaron a little deaf?'
'My hearing is very good, Christian gentleman,' replied the old man calmly, 'but I will hear only one voice to-night, desiring me to leave this damsel before I have conveyed her to her home. If she requests it, I will do it. I will do it for no one else.'
'May I ask why so, Mr Aaron?' said Eugene, quite undisturbed in his ease.
'Excuse me. If she asks me, I will tell her,' replied the old man. 'I will tell no one else.'
'I do not ask you,' said Lizzie, 'and I beg you to take me home. Mr Wrayburn, I have had a bitter trial to-night, and I hope you'll not think me ungrateful, or mysterious, or changeable. I am neither. I am wretched. Pray remember what I said to you. Pray take care.'
'My dear Lizzie,' he returned in a low voice, bending over her on the other side. 'Of what? Of whom?'
'Of any one you have lately seen and made angry.'
He snapped his fingers and laughed. 'Come,' said he, 'since no better may be, Mr Aaron and I will divide this trust, and see you home together. Mr Aaron on that side, I on this. If perfectly agreeable to Mr Aaron, the escort will now proceed.' He knew his power over her. He knew that she would not insist upon his leaving her. He knew that, her fears for him being aroused, she would be uneasy if he were out of her sight. For all his seeming levity and carelessness, he knew whatever he chose to know of the thoughts of her heart. And going on at her side, so gaily, regardless of all that had been urged against him, so superior in his sallies and self-possession to the gloomy constraint of her suitor and the selfish petulance of her brother, so faithful to her, as it seemed, when her own stock was faithless, what an immense advantage,
what an overpowering influence were his that night. Add to the rest, poor girl, that she had heard him vilified for her sake, and that she had suffered for his, and where the wonder that his occasional tones of serious interest, setting off his carelessness as if it were assumed to calm her, that his lightest touch, his lightest look, his very presence beside her in the dark common street, were like glimpses of an enchanted world, which it was natural for jealousy and malice and all meanness to be unable to bear the brightness of, and to gird at as bad spirits might. Nothing more being said of repairing to Riah's, they went direct to Lizzie's lodging. A little short of the house door, she parted from them, and went in alone.
'Mr Aaron,' said Eugene, when they were left together in the street, 'with many thanks for your company, it remains for me unwillingly to say farewell.'
'Sir,' returned the other, 'I give you good night, and I wish that you were not so thoughtless.'
'Mr Aaron,' returned Eugene, 'I give you good night, and I wish, for you are a little dull, that you were not so thoughtful.'
But now that his part was played out for the evening, and when in turning his back upon the Jew he came off the stage, he was thoughtful himself. 'How did Lightwood's catechism run?' he murmured, as he stopped to light his cigar. 'What is to come of it? What are you doing? Where are you going? We shall soon know now. Ah!' with a heavy sigh. The heavy sigh was repeated as if by an echo an hour afterwards, when Riah, who had been sitting on some dark steps in a corner over against the house, arose and went his patient way, stealing through the streets in his ancient dress, like the ghost of a departed time. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 2, Birds of a Feather. Chapter 16, An Anniversary Occasion. The estimable Twemlow, dressing himself in his lodgings over the stable yard in Duke Street, St James's, and hearing the horses at their toilet below, finds himself on the whole in a disadvantageous position as compared with the noble animals at livery. For whereas, on the one hand, he has no attendant to slap him soundingly and require him in gruff accents to come up and come over, still, on the other hand, he has no attendant at all, and the mild gentleman's finger joints and other joints working rustily in the morning, he could deem it agreeable even to be tied up by the countenance at his chamber door, so he were there skilfully rubbed down and slushed and sluiced and polished and clothed, while himself taking merely a passive part in these trying transactions. How the fascinating Tippins gets on when arraying herself for the bewilderment of the senses of men, is known only to the Graces and her maid. But perhaps even that engaging creature, though not reduced to the self-dependence of Twemlow, could dispense with a good deal of the trouble attendant on the daily restoration of her charms, seeing that as to her face and neck this adorable divinity is, as it were, a diurnal species of lobster, throwing off a shell every forenoon, and needing to keep in a retired spot until the new crust hardens. Howbeit, Twemlow doth at length invest himself with collar and cravat and wristbands to his knuckles, and goeth forth to breakfast. And to breakfast with whom but his near neighbours, the Lammles of Sackville Street, who have imparted to him that he will meet his distant kinsman, Mr Fledgeby. The awful Snigsworth might taboo and prohibit Fledgeby, but the peaceable Twemlow reasons, if he is my kinsman, I didn't make him so, and to meet a man is not to know him. It is the first anniversary of the happy marriage of Mr and Mrs Lammle, and the celebration is a breakfast, because a dinner on the desired scale of sumptuosity cannot be achieved within less limits than those of the non-existent palatial residence of which so many people are madly envious. So Twemlow trips with not a little stiffness across Piccadilly,
sensible of having once been more upright in figure and less in danger of being knocked down by swift vehicles. To be sure, that was in the days when he hoped for leave from the dread Snigsworth to do something, or be something, in life, and before that magnificent Tartar issued the ukase, "As he will never distinguish himself, he must be a poor gentleman pensioner of mine, and let him hereby consider himself pensioned." Ah, my Twemlow! Say, little feeble grey personage, what thoughts are in thy breast to-day, of the fancy, so still to call her, who bruised thy heart when it was green and thy head brown, and whether it be better or worse, more painful or less, to believe in the fancy to this hour, than to know her for a greedy armour-plated crocodile, with no more capacity of imagining the delicate and sensitive and tender spot behind thy waistcoat, than of going straight at it with a knitting needle. Say, likewise, my Twemlow, whether it be the happier lot to be a poor relation of the great, or to stand in the wintry slush, giving thee hack horses to drink out of the shallow tub at the coach-stand, into which thou hast so nearly set thy uncertain foot. Twemlow says nothing, and goes on. As he approaches the Lammles' door, drives up a little one-horse carriage, containing Tippins the divine. Tippins, letting down the window, playfully extols the vigilance of her cavalier in being in waiting there to hand her out. Twemlow hands her out with as much polite gravity as if she were anything real, and they proceed upstairs. Tippins all abroad about the legs, and seeking to express that those unsteady articles are only skipping in their native buoyancy.
"And dear Mrs. Lammle, and dear Mr. Lammle, how do you do? And when are you going down to what's-its-name place? Guy, Earl of Warwick, you know. What is it, Dun Cow, to claim the flitch of bacon? And Mortimer, whose name is for ever blotted out from my list of lovers, by reason first of fickleness, and then of base desertion. How do you do, wretch? And Mr. Wrayburn, you here, what can you come for, because we're all very sure beforehand that you're not going to talk? And Veneering, MP, how are things going on down at the house, and when will you turn out those terrible people for us? And Mrs. Veneering, my dear, can it positively be true that you go down to that stifling place night after night to hear those men prose? Talking of which, Veneering, why don't you prose? For you haven't opened your lips there yet, and we're dying to hear what you have got to say to us. Miss Podsnap, charmed to see you. Pa here? No. Ma neither? Oh. Mr. Boots, delighted. Mr. Brewer. This is a gathering of the clans.
Thus Tippins, and surveys Fledgeby and outsiders through golden glass, murmuring as she turns about and about in her innocent giddy way,
"Anybody else I know? No, I think not. Nobody there, nobody there, nobody anywhere."
Mr. Lammle, all a-glitter, produces his friend Fledgeby, as dying for the honour of presentation to Lady Tippins. Fledgeby presented, has the air of going to say something, has the air of going to say nothing, has an air successively of meditation, of resignation, and of desolation, backs on Brewer, makes the tour of Boots, and fades into the extreme background, feeling for his whisker as if it might have turned up since he was there 5 minutes ago. But Lammle has him out again before he has so much as completely ascertained the bareness of the land. He would seem to be in a bad way, Fledgeby, for Lammle represents him as dying again. He is dying now, of want of presentation to Twemlow. Twemlow offers his hand, glad to see him.
"Your mother, sir, was a connection of mine."
"I believe so," says Fledgeby, "but my mother and her family were too."
"Are you staying in town?" asked Twemlow.
"I always am," says Fledgeby.
"You like town,"
says Twemlow, but is felled flat by Fledgeby's taking it quite ill and replying, "No, he don't like town." Lammle tries to break the force of the fall by remarking that some people do not like town. Fledgeby retorting that he never heard of any such case but his own. Twemlow goes down again, heavily. 'There is nothing new this morning, I suppose?' says Twemlow, returning to the mark with great spirit. Fledgeby has not heard of anything. 'No, there's not a word of news,' says Lammle. 'Not a particle,' adds Boot. 'Not an atom,' chimes in Brewer. Somehow the execution of this little concerted piece appears to raise the general spirits, as with the sense of duty done, and sets the company a-going. Everybody seems more equal than before to the calamity of being in the society of everybody else. Even Eugene, standing in a window, moodily swinging the tassel of a blind, gives it a smarter jerk now, as if he found himself in better case. Breakfast announced. Everything on table showy and gaudy, but with a self-assertingly temporary and nomadic air on the decorations, as boasting that they will be much more showy and gaudy in the palatial residence. Mr Lammle's own particular servant behind his chair, the analytical behind Veneering's chair, instances in point that such servants fall into two classes, one mistrusting the master's acquaintances, and the other mistrusting the master, Mr Lammle's servant of the second class. Appearing to be lost in wonder and low spirits because the police are so long in coming to take his master up on some charge of the first magnitude. Veneering MP on the right of Mrs Lammle, Twemlow on her left, Mrs Veneering W.M.P., wife of Member of Parliament, and Lady Tippins on Mr Lammle's right and left. But be sure that well within the fascination of Mr Lammle's eye and smile sits little Georgiana, and be sure that close to little Georgiana, also under inspection by the same gingerous gentleman, sits Fledgeby. Oftener than twice or thrice while breakfast is in progress, Mr Twemlow gives a little sudden turn towards Mrs Lammle, and then says to her, 'I beg your pardon.' This not being Twemlow's usual way, why is it his way today? Why, the truth is, Twemlow repeatedly labours under the impression that Mrs Lammle is going to speak to him, and turning finds that it is not so, and mostly that she has her eyes upon Veneering. Strange that this impression so abides by Twemlow after being corrected, yet so it is. Lady Tippins, partaking plentifully of the fruits of the earth, including grape juice in the category, becomes livelier, and applies herself to elicit sparks from Mortimer Lightwood. It is always understood among the initiated that that faithless lover must be planted at table opposite to Lady Tippins, who will then strike conversational fire out of him. In a pause of mastication and deglutition, Lady Tippins, contemplating Mortimer, recalls that it was at our dear Veneerings, and in the presence of a party who are surely all here, that he told them his story of the man from somewhere, which afterwards became so horribly interesting and vulgarly popular. 'Yes, Lady Tippins,' assents Mortimer. 'As they say on the stage, even so.' 'Then we expect you,' retorts the charmer, 'to sustain your reputation and tell us something else.' 'Lady Tippins, I exhausted myself for life that day, and there is nothing more to be got out of me.' Mortimer parries thus, with a sense upon him that elsewhere it is Eugene and not he who is the jester, and that in these circles where Eugene persists in being speechless, he, Mortimer, is but the double of the friend on whom he has founded himself. 'But,' quoth the fascinating Tippins, 'I am resolved on getting something more out of you. Traitor! What is this I hear about another disappearance?' 'As it is you who have heard it,' returns Lightwood, 'perhaps you'll tell us.' 'Monster, away!' retorts Lady Tippins. 'Your own golden dustman referred me to you.' Mr Lammle, striking in here, proclaims aloud that there is a sequel to the story of the man from somewhere. Silence ensues upon the proclamation. 'I assure you,' says Lightwood, glancing round the table, 'I have nothing to tell.' But Eugene, adding in a low voice, 'There, tell it, tell it,' he corrects himself with the addition, 'nothing worth mentioning.' Boots and Brewer immediately perceive that it is immensely worth mentioning, and become politely clamorous. Veneering is also visited by a perception to the same effect. But it is understood that his attention is now rather used up, and difficult to hold, that being the tone of the House of Commons. 'Pray don't be at the trouble of composing yourselves to listen,' says Mortimer Lightwood, because I shall have finished long before you have fallen into comfortable attitudes. It's like, impatiently interrupts Eugene, the children's narrative. I'll tell you a story of Jack and Minory, and now my story's begun. I'll tell you another of Jack and his brother, and now my story is done. Get on and get it over. Eugene says this with a sound of vexation in his voice, leaning back in his chair and looking balefully at Lady Tippins, who nods to him as her dear bear, and playfully insinuates that she, a self-evident proposition, is beauty, and he beast. The reference, proceeds Mortimer, which I suppose to be made by my honourable and fair enslaver opposite, is to the following circumstance. Very lately, the young woman, Lizzie Hexham, daughter of the late Jessie Hexham, otherwise Gaffer, who will be remembered to have found the body of the man from somewhere, mysteriously received, she knew not from whom, an explicit retraction of the charges made against her father by another waterside character of the name of Riderhood. Nobody believed them, because little rogue Riderhood, I am tempted into the paraphrase by remembering the charming wolf who would have rendered society a great service if he had devoured Mr Riderhood's father and mother in their infancy, had previously played fast and loose with the said charges, and in fact abandoned them. However, the retraction I have mentioned found its way into Lizzie Hexam's hands, with a general flavour on it of having been favoured by some anonymous messenger in a dark cloak and slouched hat, and was by her forwarded in her father's vindication to Mr Boffin, my client. You will excuse the phraseology of the shop, but as I never had another client, and in all likelihood never shall have, I am rather proud of him as a natural curiosity, probably unique. Although as easy as usual on the surface, Lightwood is not quite as easy as usual below it. With an air of not minding Eugene at all, he feels that the subject is not altogether a safe one in that connection. The natural curiosity which forms the sole ornament of my professional museum, he resumes, hereupon desires his secretary, an individual of the hermit crab or oyster species, and whose name I think is Chokesmith, but it doesn't in the least matter, say Artichoke, to put himself in communication with Lizzie Hexam. Artichoke professes his readiness so to do, endeavours to do so, but fails. Why fails? Asks Boots. How fails? Asks Brewer. Pardon me, returns Lightwood. I must postpone the reply for one moment, or we shall have an anticlimax. Artichoke failing signally, my client refers the task to me, his purpose being to advance the interests of the object of his search. I proceed to put myself in communication with her. I even happen to possess some special means, with a glance at Eugene, of putting myself in communication with her. But I fail too, because she has vanished. Vanished, is the general echo. Disappeared, says Mortimer. Nobody knows how, nobody knows when, nobody knows where, and so ends the story to which my honourable and fair enslaver opposite referred. Tippins, with a bewitching little scream, opines that we shall every one of us be murdered in our beds. Eugene eyes her as if some of us would be enough for him. Mrs Veneering, W.M.P., remarks that these social mysteries make one afraid of leaving baby. Veneering, M.P., wishes to be informed, with something of a second-hand air of seeing the right honourable gentleman at the head of the Home Department in his place, whether it is intended to be conveyed that the vanished person has been spirited away or otherwise harmed. Instead of Lightwood's answering, Eugene answers, and answers hastily and vexedly. No, he doesn't mean that. He means voluntarily vanished, but utterly, completely. However, the great subject of the happiness of Mr and Mrs Lammle must not be allowed to vanish with the other vanishments. With the vanishing of the murderer, the vanishing of Julius Handford, the vanishing of Lizzie Hexam, and therefore Veneering must recall the present sheep to the pen from which they have strayed. Who so fit to discourse of the happiness of Mr and Mrs Lammle, they being the dearest and oldest friends he has in the world, or what audience so fit for him to take into his confidence as that audience, a noun of multitude or signifying many, who are all the oldest and dearest friends he has in the world? So Veneering, without the formality of rising, launches into a familiar oration, gradually toning into the parliamentary sing-song in which he sees at that board his dear friend Twemlow, who on that day 12-month bestowed on his dear friend Lammle the fair hand of his dear friend Sophronia, and in which he also sees at that board his dear friends Boots and Brewer, whose rallying round him, at a period when his dear friend Lady Tippins likewise rallied round him, aye, and in the foremost rank, he can never forget while memory holds her seat. But he is free to confess that he misses from that board his dear old friend Podsnap, though he is well represented by his dear young friend Georgiana, and he further sees at that board, this he announces with pomp, as if exulting in the powers of an extraordinary telescope, his friend Mr Fledgeby, if he will permit him to call him so. For all of these reasons, and many more which he right well knows will have occurred to persons of your exceptional acuteness, he is here to submit to you that the time has arrived when, with our hearts in our glasses, with tears in our eyes, with blessings on our lips, and in a general way with the profusion of gammon and spinach in our emotional larders, we should one and all drink to our dear friends the Lammles, wishing them many years as happy as the last, and many, many friends as congenially united as themselves. And this he will add, that Anastasia Veneering, who is instantly heard to weep, is formed on the same model as her old and chosen friend Sophronia Lammle, in respect that she is devoted to the man who wooed and won her, and nobly discharges the duties of a wife. Seeing no better way out of it, Veneering here pulls up his oratorical Pegasus, extremely short, and plumps down clean over his head with, "Lammle, God bless you." Then Lammle, too much of him every way, pervadingly too much nose of a coarse wrong shape, and his nose in his mind and his manners, too much smile to be real, too much frown to be false, too many large teeth to be visible at once without suggesting a bite. He thanks you, dear friends, for your kindly greeting, and hopes to receive you, it may be on the next of these delightful occasions, in a residence better suited to your claims on the rights of hospitality. He will never forget that at Veneerings he first saw Sophronia. Sophronia will never forget that at Veneerings she first saw him. They spoke of it soon after they were married, and agreed that they would never forget it. In fact, to Veneering they owe their union. They hope to show their sense of this some day. No, no, from Veneering. Oh, yes, yes, and let him rely upon it. They will, if they can. His marriage with Sophronia was not a marriage of interest on either side. She had her little fortune, he had his little fortune. They joined their little fortunes. It was a marriage of pure inclination and suitability. Thank you. Sophronia and he are fond of the society of young people, but he is not sure that their house would be a good house for young people proposing to remain single, since the contemplation of its domestic bliss might induce them to change their minds. He will not apply this to any one present, certainly not to their darling little Georgiana. Again, thank you. Neither, by the by, will he apply it to his friend Fledgeby. He thanks Veneering for the feeling manner in which he referred to their common friend Fledgeby, for he holds that gentleman in the highest estimation. Thank you. In fact, returning unexpectedly to Fledgeby, the better you know him, the more you find in him that you desire to know. Again, thank you. In his dear Sophronia's name, and in his own, thank you. Mrs Lammle has sat quite still, with her eyes cast down upon the tablecloth. As Mr Lammle's address ends, Twemlow once more turns to her involuntarily, not cured yet of that often recurring impression that she is going to speak to him. This time she really is going to speak to him. Veneering is talking with his other next neighbour, and she speaks in a low voice. "Mr Twemlow." He answers, "I beg your pardon, yes?" Still a little doubtful because of her not looking at him. "You have the soul of a gentleman, and I know I may trust you. Will you give me the opportunity of saying a few words to you when you come upstairs?" "Assuredly, I shall be honoured. Don't seem to do so, if you please. And don't think it inconsistent if my manner should be more careless than my words. I may be watched." Intensely astonished, Twemlow puts his hand to his forehead and sinks back in his chair, meditating. Mrs Lammle rises. All rise. The ladies go upstairs. The gentlemen soon saunter after them. Fledgeby has devoted the interval to taking an observation of Boots' whiskers, Brewer's whiskers, and Lammles whiskers, and considering which pattern of whisker he would prefer to produce out of himself by friction, if the genie of the cheek would only answer to his rubbing. In the drawing-room, groups form as usual. Lightwood, Boots, and Brewer flutter like moths around that yellow wax candle, guttering down, and with some hint of a winding sheet in it, Lady Tippins. Outsiders cultivate Veneering MP and Mrs Veneering W.M.P. Lammles stands with folded arms, Mephistophelian, in a corner, with Georgiana and Fledgeby. Mrs Lammle, on a sofa by a table, invites Mr Twemlow's attention to a book of portraits in her hand. Mr Twemlow takes his station on a settee before her, and Mrs Lammle shows him a portrait. 'You have reason to be surprised,' she says softly, 'but I wish you wouldn't look so.' Disturbed Twemlow, making an effort not to look so, looks much more so. 'I think, Mr Twemlow, you never saw that distant connection of yours before to-day?' 'No, never.' 'Now that you do see him, you see what he is. You are not proud of him?' 'To say the truth, Mrs Lammle, no.' 'If you knew more of him, you would be less inclined to acknowledge him. Here is another portrait. What do you think of it?' Twemlow has just presence of mind enough to say aloud, 'Very like, uncommonly like.' 'You have noticed, perhaps, whom he favours with his attention. You notice where he is now, and how engaged?' 'Yes, but Mr Lammle—' She darts a look at him which he cannot comprehend, and shows him another portrait. 'Very good, is it not?' 'Charming,' says Twemlow. 'So like as to be almost a caricature. Mr Twemlow, it is impossible to tell you what the struggle in my mind has been, before I could bring myself to speak to you as I do now. It is only in the conviction that I may trust you never to betray me, that I can proceed. Sincerely promise me that you never will betray my confidence, that you will respect it even though you may no longer respect me, and I shall be as satisfied as if you had sworn it.' 'Madam, on the honour of a poor gentleman—' 'Thank you. I can desire no more. Mr Twemlow, I implore you to save that child.' 'That child?' 'Georgiana. She will be sacrificed. She will be inveigled and married to that connection of yours. It is a partnership affair, a money speculation. She has no strength of will or character to help herself, and she is on the brink of being sold into wretchedness for life.' 'Amazing! But what can I do to prevent it?' demands Twemlow, shocked and bewildered to the last degree. 'Here is another portrait, and not good, is it?' Aghast at the light manner of her throwing her head back to look at it critically, Twemlow still dimly perceives the expediency of throwing his own head back, and does so, though he no more sees the portrait than if it were in china. 'Decidedly not good,' says Mrs Lammle. 'Stiff and exaggerated.' 'And but Twemlow, in his demolished state, cannot command the word, and trails off into 'exactly so.' 'Mr Twemlow, your word will have weight with her pompous, self-blinded father. You know how much he makes of your family. Lose no time. Warn him.' 'But warn him against whom?' 'Against me.' By great good fortune, Twemlow receives a stimulant at this critical instant. The stimulant is Lammle's voice. 'Sophronia, my dear, what portraits are you showing Twemlow?' 'Public characters, Alfred.' 'Show him the last of me.' 'Yes, Alfred.' She puts the book down, takes another book up, turns the leaves, and presents the portrait to Twemlow. 'That is the last of Mr Lammle. Do you think it good? Warn her father against me. I deserve it, for I have been in the scheme from the first. It is my husband's scheme, your connections and mine. I tell you this only to show you the necessity of the poor little foolish affectionate creature's being befriended and rescued. You will not repeat this to her father. You will spare me so far, and spare my husband, for, though this celebration of to-day is all a mockery, he is my husband, and we must live. Do you think it like?' Twemlow, in a stunned condition, feigns to compare the portrait in his hand with the original looking towards him from his Mephistophelian corner. Very well indeed,' are at length the words which Twemlow with great difficulty extracts from himself. 'I am glad you think so. On the whole, I myself consider it the best. The others are so dark. Now here, for instance, is another of Mr Lammle.' 'But I don't understand. I don't see my way,' Twemlow stammers, as he falters over the book with his glass at his eye. 'How warn her father? Not tell him? Tell him how much? Tell him how little? I'm getting lost.' 'Tell him I am a matchmaker. Tell him I am an artful and designing woman. Tell him you are sure his daughter is best out of my house and my company. Tell him any such things of me. They will all be true. You know what a puffed up man he is, and how easily you can cause his vanity to take the alarm. Tell him as much as will give him the alarm and make him careful of her, and spare me the rest. Mr Twemlow, I feel my sudden degradation in your eyes. Familiar as I am with my degradation in my own eyes, I keenly feel the change that must have come upon me in yours in these last few moments. But I trust to your good faith with me as implicitly as when I began. If you knew how often I have tried to speak to you today, you would almost pity me. I want no new promise from you on my own account, for I am satisfied, and I always shall be satisfied with the promise you have given me. I can venture to say no more, for I see that I am watched. If you would set my mind at rest with the assurance that you will interpose with the father and save this harmless girl, close that book before you return it to me, and I shall know what you mean, and deeply thank you in my heart. Alfred, Mr Twemlow thinks the last one the best, and quite agrees with you and me.' Alfred advances, the groups break up, Lady Tippins rises to go, and Mrs Veneering follows her leader. For the moment Mrs Lammle does not turn to them, but remains looking at Twemlow, looking at Alfred's portrait through his eyeglass. The moment past, Twemlow drops his eyeglass at its ribbon's length, rises and closes the book with an emphasis which makes the fragile nursling of the fairies, Tippins, start. Then goodbye and charming occasion worthy of the golden age, and more about the flitch of bacon and the like of that, and Twemlow goes staggering across Piccadilly with his hand to his forehead, and is nearly run down by a flushed letter cart, and at last drops safe in his easy chair, innocent good gentleman, with his hand to his forehead still, and his head in a whirl. End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 1, Lodgers in Queer Street. It was a foggy day in London, and the fog was heavy and dark. Animate London, with smarting eyes and irritated lungs, was blinking, wheezing, and choking. Inanimate London was a sooty spectre, divided in purpose between being visible and invisible, and so being wholly neither. Gaslights flared in the shops of the haggard and unblessed air, as knowing themselves to be night creatures that had no business abroad under the sun, while the sun itself, when it was for a few moments dimly indicated through circling eddies of fog, showed as if it had gone out and were collapsing flat and cold. Even in the surrounding country it was a foggy day, but there the fog was grey, whereas in London it was, at about the boundary line, dark yellow, and a little within it brown, and then browner, and then browner, until at the heart of the city, which call St. Mary Axe, it was rusty black. From any point of the high ridge of land northward, it might have been discerned that the loftiest buildings made an occasional struggle to get their heads above the foggy sea, and especially that the great dome of St. Paul's seemed to die hard. But this was not perceivable in the streets at their feet, where the whole metropolis was a heap of vapour charged with muffled sound of wheels and enfolding a gigantic catarrh.
At 9 o'clock on such a morning, the place of business of Pubsey and Co. was not the liveliest object even in St. Mary Axe, which is not a very lively spot. With a sobbing gaslight in the counting-house window, and a burglarious stream of fog creeping in to strangle it through the keyhole of the main door. But the light went out, and the main door opened, and Riah came forth with a bag under his arm. Almost in the act of coming out at the door, Riah went into the fog and was lost to the eyes of St. Mary Axe. But the eyes of this history can follow him westward, by Cornhill, Cheapside, Fleet Street, and the Strand, to Piccadilly and the Albany. Thither he went at his grave and measured pace, staff in hand, skirt at heel, and more than one head, turning to look back at his venerable figure already lost in the mist, supposed it to be some ordinary figure indistinctly seen, which fancy and the fog had worked into that passing likeness. Arrived at the house in which his master's chambers were on the second floor, Riah proceeded up the stairs and paused at Fascination Fledgeby's door. Making free with neither bell nor knocker, he struck upon the door with the top of his staff, and, having listened, sat down on the threshold. It was characteristic of his habitual submission that he sat down on the raw dark staircase, as many of his ancestors had probably sat down in dungeons, taking what befell him as it might befall. After a time, when he had grown so cold as to be fain to blow upon his fingers, he arose and knocked with his staff again, and listened again, and again sat down to wait. Thrice he repeated these actions before his listening ears were greeted by the voice of Fledgeby calling from his bed, "Hold your row! I'll come and open the door directly." But in lieu of coming directly, he fell into a sweet sleep for some quarter of an hour more, during which added interval Riah sat upon the stairs and waited with perfect patience. At length the door stood open, and Mr Fledgeby's retreating drapery plunged into bed again. Following it at a respectful distance, Riah passed into the bedchamber, where a fire had been some time lighted and was burning briskly. "Why, what time at night do you mean to call it?" inquired Fledgeby, turning away beneath the clothes and presenting a comfortable rampart of shoulder to the chilled figure of the old man. "Sir, it is full 10:30 in the morning." "The deuce it is! Then it must be precious foggy." "Very foggy, sir." "And raw, then?" "Chill and bitter," said Riah, drawing out a handkerchief and wiping the moisture from his beard and long grey hair as he stood on the verge of the rug, with his eyes on the acceptable fire. With a plunge of enjoyment, Fledgeby settled himself afresh. "Any snow or sleet or slush or anything of that sort?" he asked. "No, sir, no, not quite so bad as that. The streets are pretty clean." "You needn't brag about it," returned Fledgeby, disappointed in his desire to heighten the contrast between his bed and the streets. "But you're always bragging about something. Got the books there?" "They are here, sir." "All right. I'll turn the general subject over in my mind for a minute or two, and while I'm about it, you can empty your bag and get ready for me." With another comfortable plunge, Mr Fledgeby fell asleep again. The old man, having obeyed his directions, sat down on the edge of a chair, and, folding his hands before him, gradually yielded to the influence of the warmth, and dozed. He was roused by Mr Fledgeby's appearing erect at the foot of the bed, in Turkish slippers, rose-coloured Turkish trousers, got cheap from somebody who had cheated some other somebody out of them, and a gown and cap to correspond. In that costume he would have left nothing to be desired, if he had been further fitted out with a bottomless chair, a lantern, and a bunch of matches. "Now, old 'un," cried Fascination in his light raillery, "what dodgery are you up to next, sitting there with your eyes shut? You ain't asleep. Catch a weasel at it, and catch a Jew." "Truly, sir, I fear I nodded," said the old man. "Not you," returned Fledgeby with a cunning look. "A telling move with a good many, I dare say, but it won't put me off my guard. Not a bad notion, though, if you want to look indifferent in driving a bargain. Oh, you are a dodger." The old man shook his head, gently repudiating the imputation, and suppressed a sigh, and moved to the table at which Mr Fledgeby was now pouring out for himself a cup of steaming and fragrant coffee from a pot that had stood ready on the hob. It was an edifying spectacle, the young man in his easy chair taking his coffee, and the old man with his grey head bent, standing awaiting his pleasure. 'Now,' said Fledgeby, 'fork out your balance in hand, and prove by figures how you make it out that it ain't more. First of all, light that candle.' Riah obeyed, and then taking a bag from his breast, and referring to the sum in the accounts for which they made him responsible, told it out upon the table. Fledgeby told it again with great care, and rang every sovereign. 'I suppose,' he said, taking one up to eye it closely, 'you haven't been lightening any of these? But it's a trade of your people's, you know. You understand what sweating a pound means, don't you?' 'Much as you do, sir,' returned the old man, with his hands under opposite cuffs of his loose sleeves, as he stood at the table, deferentially observant of the master's face. 'May I take the liberty to say something?' 'You may,' Fledgeby graciously conceded. 'Do you not, sir, without intending it, of a surety without intending it, sometimes mingle the character I fairly earn in your employment with the character which it is your policy that I should bear?' 'I don't find it worth my while to cut things so fine as to go into the inquiry,' Fascination coolly answered. 'Not in justice?' 'Bother justice,' said Fledgeby. 'Not in generosity?' 'Jews and generosity,' said Fledgeby. 'That's a good connection. Bring out your vouchers, and don't talk Jerusalem palaver.' The vouchers were produced, and for the next half hour Mr Fledgeby concentrated his sublime attention on them. They and the accounts were all found correct, and the books and the papers resumed their places in the bag. 'Next,' said Fledgeby, 'concerning that bill-broking branch of the business, the branch I like best. What queer bills are to be bought, and at what prices? You have got your list of what's in the market?' 'Sir, a long list,' replied Riah, taking out a pocket-book, and selecting from its contents a folded paper, which, being unfolded, became a sheet of foolscap covered with close writing. 'Whew!' whistled Fledgeby, as he took it in his hand. 'Queer Street is full of lodgers just at present. These are to be disposed of in parcels, are they?' 'In parcels, as set forth,' returned the old man, looking over his master's shoulder, 'or the lump.' 'Half the lump will be waste paper, one knows beforehand,' said Fledgeby. 'Can you get it at waste paper price? That's the question.' Riah shook his head, and Fledgeby cast his small eyes down the list. They presently began to twinkle, and he no sooner became conscious of their twinkling than he looked up over his shoulder at the grave face above him, and moved to the chimney-piece. Making a desk of it, he stood there with his back to the old man, warming his knees, perusing the list at his leisure, and often returning to some lines of it, as though they were particularly interesting. At those times he glanced in the chimney-glass to see what note the old man took of him. He took none that could be detected, but, aware of his employer's suspicions, stood with his eyes on the ground. Mr Fledgeby was thus amiably engaged when a step was heard at the outer door, and the door was heard to open hastily. 'Hark! That's your doing, you pump of Israel,' said Fledgeby. 'You can't have shut it.' Then the step was heard within, and the voice of Mr Alfred Lammle called aloud, 'Are you anywhere here, Fledgeby?' To which Fledgeby, after cautioning Riah in a low voice to take his cue as it should be given him, replied, 'Here I am,' and opened his bedroom door. 'Come in,' said Fledgeby. 'This gentleman is only Pubsey and Co. of St Mary Axe, that I am trying to make terms for an unfortunate friend with in a manner of some dishonoured bills. But really Pubsey and Co. are so strict with their debtors, and so hard to move, that I seem to be wasting my time. Can't I make any terms with you on my friend's part, Mr Riah?' 'I am but the representative of another, sir,' returned the Jew in a low voice. 'I do as I am bidden by my principal. It is not my capital that is invested in the business. It is not my profit that arises therefrom.'
Ha 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 ha! Laughed Fledgeby. Lammle? Ha 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 ha! Laughed Lammle. Yes, of course, we know.
Devilish good, ain't it, Lammle?
Said Fledgeby, unspeakably amused by his hidden joke. Always the same, always the same, said Lammle. Mr. Riah, Pubsey and Co., St. Mary Axe, Fledgeby put in, as he wiped away the tears that trickled from his eyes, so rare was his enjoyment of his secret joke. Mr. Riah is bound to observe the invariable forms for such cases made and provided, said Lammle. He is only the representative of another, cried Fledgeby. Does as he is told by his principal. Not his capital that's invested in the business. Oh, that's good. Mr. Lammle joined in the laugh, and looked knowing, and the more he did both, the more exquisite the secret joke became for Mr. Fledgeby. However, said that fascinating gentleman, wiping his eyes again, if we go on in this way, we shall seem to be almost making game of Mr. Riah, or of Pubsey and Co., St. Mary Axe, or of somebody, which is far from our intention. Mr. Riah, if you would have the kindness to step into the next room for a few moments while I speak with Mr. Lammle here, I should like to try to make terms with you once again before you go. The old man, who had never raised his eyes during the whole transaction of Mr. Fledgeby's joke, silently bowed and passed out by the door which Fledgeby opened for him. Having closed it on him, Fledgeby returned to Lammle, standing with his back to the bedroom fire, with one hand under his coat skirts and all his whiskers in the other. "Hello," said Fledgeby. "There's something wrong." "How do you know it?" demanded Lammle. "Because you show it," replied Fledgeby in unintentional rhyme. "Well then, there is," said Lammle. "There is something wrong. The whole thing's wrong." "I say," remonstrated Fascination very slowly, and sitting down with his hands on his knees to stare at his glowering friend with his back to the fire. "I tell you, Fledgeby," repeated Lammle with a sweep of his right arm, "the whole thing's wrong. The game's up." "What game's up?" demanded Fledgeby, as slowly as before, and more sternly. "The game. Our game. Read that." Fledgeby took a note from his extended hand, and read it aloud. "Alfred Lammle, Esquire, sir. Allow Mrs. Podsnap and myself to express our united sense of the polite attentions of Mrs. Alfred Lammle and yourself towards our daughter Georgiana. Allow us also wholly to reject them for the future, and to communicate our final desire that the two families may become entire strangers. I have the honour to be, sir, your most obedient and very humble servant, John Podsnap." Fledgeby looked at the 3 blank sides of this note quite as long and earnestly as at the first expressive side, and then looked at Lammle, who responded with another extensive sweep of his right arm. "Whose doing is this?" said Fledgeby. "Impossible to imagine," said Lammle. "Perhaps," suggested Fledgeby, after reflecting with a very discontented brow, "somebody has been giving you a bad character." "Or you," said Lammle, with a deeper frown. Mr. Fledgeby appeared to be on the verge of some mutinous expressions, when his hand happened to touch his nose. A certain remembrance connected with that feature operating as a timely warning, he took it thoughtfully between his thumb and forefinger, and pondered, Lammle meanwhile eyeing him with furtive eyes. "Well," said Fledgeby, "this won't improve with talking about. If we ever find out who did it, we'll mark that person. There's nothing more to be said, except that you undertook to do what circumstances prevent your doing." "And that you undertook to do what you might have done by this time, if you had made a prompter use of circumstances," snarled Lammle. "Ha! That," remarked Fledgeby, with his hands in the Turkish trousers, "is a matter of opinion." "Mr. Fledgeby," said Lammle, in a bullying tone. 'Am I to understand that you in any way reflect upon me, or hint dissatisfaction with me in this affair?' 'No,' said Fledgeby, 'provided you have brought my promissory note in your pocket, and now hand it over.' Lammle produced it, not without reluctance. Fledgeby looked at it, identified it, twisted it up, and threw it into the fire. They both looked at it as it blazed, went out, and flew in feathery ash up the chimney. 'Now, Mr Fledgeby,' said Lammle as before, 'am I to understand that you in any way reflect upon me, or hint dissatisfaction with me, in this affair?' 'No,' said Fledgeby. 'Finally and unreservedly no?' 'Yes.' 'Fledgeby, my hand.' Mr Fledgeby took it, saying, 'And if we ever find out who did this, we'll mark that person. And in the most friendly manner let me mention one thing more. I don't know what your circumstances are, and I don't ask. You have sustained a loss here. Many men are liable to be involved at times, and you may be, or you may not be. But whatever you do, Lammle, don't, I beg of you, ever fall into the hands of Pubsey and Co. in the next room, for they are grinders, regular flayers and grinders, my dear Lammle,' repeated Fledgeby with a peculiar relish, 'and they'll skin you by the inch from the nape of your neck to the sole of your feet, and grind every inch of your skin to tooth powder. You have seen what Mr Riah is. Never fall into his hands, Lammle, I beg of you as a friend.' Mr Lammle, disclosing some alarm at the solemnity of this affectionate adjuration, demanded why the devil he should ever fall into the hands of Pubsey and Co. 'To confess the fact, I was made a little uneasy,' said the candid Fledgeby, 'by the manner in which that Jew looked at you when he heard your name. I didn't like his eye, but it may have been the heated fancy of a friend. Of course, if you are sure that you have no personal security out, which you may not be quite equal to meeting, and which can have got into his hands, it must have been fancy. Still, I didn't like his eye.' The brooding Lammle, with certain white dints coming and going in his palpitating nose, looked as if some tormenting imp were pinching it. Fledgeby, watching him with a twitch in his mean face which did duty there for a smile, looked very like the tormentor who was pinching. 'But I mustn't keep him waiting too long,' said Fledgeby, 'or he'll revenge it on my unfortunate friend. How's your very clever and agreeable wife? She knows we are broken down?' 'I showed her the letter.' 'Very much surprised?' asked Fledgeby. 'I think she would have been more so,' answered Lammle, 'if there had been more go in you.' 'Oh! She lays it upon me, then?' 'Mr Fledgeby, I will not have my words misconstrued.' 'Don't break out, Lammle,' urged Fledgeby in a submissive tone, 'because there's no occasion. I only asked a question. Then she don't lay it upon me?' 'To ask another question?' 'No, sir.' 'Very good,' said Fledgeby, plainly seeing that she did. 'My compliments to her. Good bye.' They shook hands, and Lammle strode out, pondering. Fledgeby saw him into the fog, and, returning to the fire and musing with his face to it, stretched the legs of the rose-coloured Turkish trousers wide apart, and meditatively bent his knees as if he were going down upon them. 'You have a pair of whiskers, Lammle, which I never liked,' murmured Fledgeby, 'and which money can't produce. You are boastful of your manners and your conversation. You wanted to pull my nose, and you have let me in for a failure, and your wife says I am the cause of it. I'll bowl you down. I will, though I have no whiskers.' Here he rubbed the places where they were due. 'And no manners, and no conversation.' Having thus relieved his noble mind, he collected the legs of the Turkish trousers, straightened himself on his knees, and called out to Riah in the next room. 'Halloa, you sir!' At sight of the old man,
re-entering with a gentleness monstrously in contrast with the character he had given him. Mr Fledgeby was so tickled again that he exclaimed, laughing, "Good, good! Upon my soul, it is uncommon good. Now, old 'un," proceeded Fledgeby, when he had had his laugh out, "you'll buy up these lots that I mark with my pencil. There's a tick there, and a tick there, and a tick there, and I wager twopence you'll afterwards go on squeezing those Christians like the Jew you are. Now, next you'll want a cheque, or you'll say you want it, though you've capital enough somewhere if one only knew where, but you'd be peppered and salted and grilled on a gridiron before you'd own to it, and that cheque I'll write." When he had unlocked a drawer, and taken a key from it to open another drawer, in which was another key that opened another drawer, in which was another key that opened another drawer, in which was the cheque-book, and when he had written the cheque, and when, reversing the key and drawer process, he had placed his cheque-book in safety again, he beckoned the old man with the folded cheque to come and take it. "Old 'un," said Fledgeby, when the Jew had put it in his pocket-book and was putting that in the breast of his outer garment, "so much at present for my affairs. Now, a word about affairs that are not exactly mine. Where is she?" With his hand not yet withdrawn from the breast of his garment, Riah started and paused. "Ah-ho-ho!" said Fledgeby. "Didn't expect it. Where have you hidden her?" Showing that he was taken by surprise, the old man looked at his master with some passing confusion, which the master highly enjoyed. "Is she in the house I pay rent and taxes for in St Mary Axe?" demanded Fledgeby. "No, sir." "Is she in your garden up atop of that house, gone up to be dead, or whatever the game is?" asked Fledgeby. "No, sir." "Where is she then?" Riah bent his eyes upon the ground, as if considering whether he could answer the question without breach of faith, and then silently raised them to Fledgeby's face, as if he could not. "Come," said Fledgeby, "I won't press that just now, but I want to know this, and I will know this, mind you. What are you up to?" The old man, with an apologetic action of his head and hands, as not comprehending the master's meaning, addressed to him a look of mute inquiry. "You can't be a gallivanting dodger," said Fledgeby, "for you're a regular pity the sorrows, you know, if you do know any Christian rhyme, whose trembling limbs have borne him to, etc. You're one of the patriarchs. You're a shaky old card, and you can't be in love with this Lizzie." "Oh, sir," expostulated Riah. "Oh, sir, sir, sir." "Then why?" retorted Fledgeby, with some slight tinge of a blush. "Don't you out with your reason for having your spoon in the soup at all?" "Sir, I will tell you the truth, but your pardon for the stipulation, it is in sacred confidence. It is strictly upon honour." "Honour too!" cried Fledgeby with a mocking lip. "Honour among Jews! Well, cut away." "It is upon honour, sir," the other still stipulated with respectful firmness.
"Oh, certainly, honour bright," said Fledgeby.
The old man, never bidden to sit down, stood with an earnest hand laid on the back of the young man's easy chair. The young man sat looking at the fire with a face of listening curiosity, ready to check him off and catch him tripping.
"Cut away," said Fledgeby. "Start with your motive."
"Sir, I have no motive but to help the helpless." Mr Fledgeby could only express the feelings to which this incredible statement gave rise in his breast by a prodigiously long derisive sniff. "How I came to know, and much to esteem and to respect this damsel, I mentioned when you saw her in my poor garden on the house-top," said the Jew.
"Did you?" said Fledgeby distrustfully. "Well, perhaps you did, though."
The better I knew her, the more interest I felt in her fortunes. They gathered to a crisis. I found her beset by a selfish and ungrateful brother, beset by an unacceptable wooer, beset by the snares of a more powerful lover, beset by the wiles of her own heart.
She took to one of the chaps, then?
Sir, it was only natural that she should incline towards him, for he had many and great advantages. But he was not of her station, and to marry her was not in his mind. Perils were closing round her, and the circle was fast darkening, when I, being, as you have said, sir, too old and broken to be suspected of any feeling for her but a father's, stepped in and counselled flight. I said, my daughter, there are times of moral danger when the hardest virtuous resolution to form is flight, and when the most heroic bravery is flight. She answered she had had this in her thoughts, but whither to fly without help she knew not, and there were none to help her. I showed her there was one to help her, and it was I, and she is gone.
What did you do with her? Asked Fledgeby, feeling his cheek.
I placed her, said the old man, at a distance, with a grave, smooth, outward sweep from one another of his two open hands at arm's length, at a distance among certain of our people, where her industry would serve her, and where she could hope to exercise it unassailed from any quarter.
Fledgeby's eyes had come from the fire to notice the action of his hands when he said, at a distance. Fledgeby now tried, very unsuccessfully, to imitate that action as he shook his head and said, Placed her in that direction, did you? Oh, you circular old dodger. With one hand across his breast, and the other on the easy chair, Riah, without justifying himself, waited for further questioning. But that it was hopeless to question him on that one reserved point, Fledgeby, with his small eyes too near together, saw full well. Lizzie, said Fledgeby, looking at the fire again, and then looking up. Lizzie. You didn't tell me the other name in your garden atop of the house. I'll be more communicative with you. The other name's Hexham. Riah bent his head in assent. Look here, you sir, said Fledgeby. I have a notion I know something of the inveigling chap, the powerful one. Has he anything to do with the law?
Nominally, I believe it is his calling.
I thought so. Name anything like Lightwood?
Sir, not at all like.
Come, old 'un, said Fledgeby, meeting his eyes with a wink. Say the name.
Wrayburn.
My Jupiter, cried Fledgeby. That one, is it? I thought it might be the other, but I never dreamed of that one. I shouldn't object to your balking either of the pair, Dodger, for they're both conceited enough, but that one is as cool a customer as ever I met with. Got a beard besides, and presumes upon it. Well done, old 'un. Go on, and prosper.
Brightened by this unexpected commendation, Riah asked, were there more instructions for him?
No, said Fledgeby. You may toddle now, Judah, and grope about on the orders you have got.
Dismissed with those pleasing words, the old man took his broad hat and staff, and left the great presence, more as if he were some superior creature benignantly blessing Mr Fledgeby than the poor dependent on whom he set his foot. Left alone, Mr Fledgeby locked his outer door and came back to his fire.
Well done you, said Fascination to himself. Slow you may be, sure you are.
This he twice or thrice repeated with much complacency as he again dispersed the legs of the Turkish trousers and bent the knees.
A tidy shot, that, I flatter myself.
He then soliloquized.
and a Jew brought down with it. Now, when I heard the story told at Lammles, I didn't make a jump at Riah. Not a hit of it. I got at him by degrees.' Herein he was quite accurate, it being his habit not to jump or leap or make an upward spring at anything in life, but to crawl at everything. 'I got at him,' pursued Fledgeby, feeling for his whiskers, 'by degrees. If your Lammles or your Lightwoods had got at him anyhow, they would have asked him the question whether he hadn't something to do with that gal's disappearance. I knew a better way of going to work. Having got behind the hedge and put him in the light, I took a shot at him and brought him down plump. Oh, it don't count for much being a Jew in a match against me.' Another dry twist in place of a smile made his face crooked here. 'As to Christians,' proceeded Fledgeby, 'look out, fellow Christians, particularly you that lodge in Queer Street. I have got the run of Queer Street now, and you shall see some games there. She'll work a lot of power over you, and you not know it, knowing as you think yourselves, would be almost worth laying out money upon. But when it comes to squeezing a profit out of you into the bargain, it's something like.' With this apostrophe, Mr Fledgeby appropriately proceeded to divest himself of his Turkish garments and invest himself with Christian attire. Pending which operation, and his morning ablutions, and his anointing of himself with the last infallible preparation for the production of luxuriant and glossy hair upon the human countenance, quacks being the only sages he believed in besides usurers, the murky fog closed about him and shut him up in its sooty embrace. If it had never let him out any more, the world would have had no irreparable loss, but could have easily replaced him from its stock on hand. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 2, A Respected Friend in a New Aspect. In the evening of this same foggy day, when the yellow window blind of Pubsey and Co. was drawn down upon the day's work, Riah the Jew once more came forth into St. Mary Axe. But this time he carried no bag, and was not bound on his master's affairs. He passed over London Bridge, and returned to the Middlesex shore by that of Westminster, and so, ever wading through the fog, waded to the doorstep of the Dolls' dressmaker. Miss Wren expected him. He could see her through the window by the light of her low fire, carefully banked up with damp cinders that it might last the longer and waste the less when she was out, sitting waiting for him in her bonnet. His tap at the glass roused her from the musing solitude in which she sat, and she came to the door to open it, aiding her steps with a little crutch stick.
"Good evening, godmother,"
said Miss Jenny Wren. The old man laughed, and gave her his arm to lean on.
"Won't you come in and warm yourself, godmother?"
asked Miss Jenny Wren. "Not if you are ready, Cinderella, my dear."
"Well,"
exclaimed Miss Wren, delighted,
"now you are a clever old boy. If we gave prizes at this establishment, but we only keep blanks, you should have the first silver medal for taking me up so quick."
As she spake thus, Miss Wren removed the key of the house door from the keyhole and put it in her pocket, and then bustlingly closed the door and tried it as they both stood on the step. Satisfied that her dwelling was safe, she drew one hand through the old man's arm and prepared to ply her crutch stick with the other. But the key was an instrument of such gigantic proportions that before they started, Riah proposed to carry it.
No, I'll carry it myself," returned Miss Wren. "I'm awfully lopsided, you know, and stowed down in my pocket it will trim the ship. To let you into a secret, godmother, I wear my pocket on my high side o' purpose.
With that they began their plodding through the fog.
Yes, it was truly sharp of you, godmother, resumed Miss Wren with great approbation, to understand me. But, you see, you are so like the fairy godmother in the bright little books. You look so unlike the rest of people, and so much as if you had changed yourself into that shape, just this moment, with some benevolent object.
Boh! Cried Miss Jenny, putting her face close to the old man's.
I can see your features, godmother, behind the beard.
Does the fancy go to my changing other objects too, Jenny?
Ah, that it does. If you'd only borrow my stick and tap this piece of pavement, this dirty stone that my foot taps, it would start up a coach and six. I say, let's believe it so.
With all my heart, replied the good old man.
And I'll tell you what I must ask you to do, godmother. I must ask you to be so kind as give my child a tap and change him altogether. Oh, my child has been such a bad child of late. It worries me nearly out of my wits. Not done a stroke of work these 10 days. Has had the horrors too, and fancied that 4 copper-coloured men in red wanted to throw him into a fiery furnace.
But that's dangerous, Jenny.
Dangerous, godmother? My child is always dangerous, more or less. He might—
Here the little creature glanced back over her shoulder at the sky.
—be setting the house on fire at this present moment. I don't know who would have a child for my part. It's no use shaking him. I've shaken him till I've made myself giddy. Why don't you mind your commandments and honour your parents, you naughty old boy? I said to him all the time, but he only whimpered and stared at me.
What shall be changed after him? Asked Riah in a compassionately playful voice.
Upon my word, godmother, I'm afraid I must be selfish next, and get you to set me right in the back and the legs. It's a little thing to you, with your power, godmother, but it's a great deal to poor weak aching me.
There was no querulous complaining in the words, but they were not the less touching for that. And then?
Oh, yes, and then, you know, godmother, we'll both jump up into the coach and six and go to Lizzie. This reminds me, godmother, to ask you a serious question. You are as wise can be, having been brought up by the fairies, and you can tell me this. Is it better to have had a good thing and lost it, or never to have had it?
Explain, goddaughter.
I feel so much more solitary and helpless without Lizzie now than I used to feel before I knew her.
Tears were in her eyes as she said so. Some beloved companionship fades out of most lives, my dear, said the Jew. That of a wife and a fair daughter and a son of promise has faded out of my own life, but the happiness was.
Ah,
said Miss Wren thoughtfully, by no means convinced, and chopping the exclamation with that sharp little hatchet of hers.
Then I tell you what change I think you had better begin with, godmother. You had better change is into was, and was into is, and keep them so.
Would that suit your case? Would you not be always in pain then? Asked the old man tenderly.
Right,
exclaimed Miss Wren with another chop.
You have changed me wiser, godmother. Not, she added with the quaint hitch of her chin and eyes, that you need to be a very wonderful godmother to do that deed.
Thus conversing, and having crossed Westminster Bridge, they traversed the ground that Riah had lately traversed, and new ground likewise, for when they had recrossed the Thames by way of London Bridge, they struck down by the river, and held their still foggier course that way. But previously, as they were going along, Jenny twisted her venerable friend aside to a brilliantly lighted toy-shop window, and said,
Now, look at 'em. All my work.
This referred to a dazzling semicircle of dolls in all the colours of the rainbow, who were dressed for presentation at court, for going to balls, for going out driving, for going out on horseback, for going out walking, for going to get married, for going to help other dolls to get married, for all the gay events of life. Pretty, 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 said the old man with a clap of his hands. Most elegant taste.
Glad you like 'em,
returned Miss Wren loftily.
but the fun is, godmother, how I make the great ladies try my dresses on. Though it's the hardest part of my business, and would be even if my back were not bad and my legs queer.
He looked at her as not understanding what she said.
Bless you, godmother,
said Miss Wren.
I have to scud about town at all hours. If it was only sitting at my bench, cutting out and sewing, it would be comparatively easy work. But it's the trying on by the great ladies that takes it out of me.
How the trying on? asked Riah.
What a moony godmother you are after all, returned Miss Wren. Look here. There's a drawing room, or a grand day in the park, or a show, or a fete, or what you like. Very well. I squeeze among the crowd, and I look about me. When I see a great lady very suitable for my business, I say, "You do, my dear," and I take particular notice of her, and run home and cut her out and baste her. Then another day I come scudding back again to try on, and then I take particular notice of her again. Sometimes she plainly seems to say, "How that little creature is staring," and sometimes likes it, and sometimes don't, but much more often yes than no. All the time I'm only saying to myself, I must hollow out a bit here, I must slope away there, and I'm making a perfect slave of her, with making her try on my doll's dress. Evening parties are severer work for me, because there's only a doorway for a full view. And what with hobbling among the wheels of the carriages and the legs of the horses, I fully expect to be run over some night. However, there I have 'em, just the same. When they go bobbing into the hall from the carriage, and catch a glimpse of my little physiognomy poked out from behind a policeman's cape in the rain, I dare say they think I am wondering and admiring with all my eyes and heart, but they little think they're only working for my dolls. There was Lady Belinda Whitrose. I made her do double duty in one night. I said, when she came out of the carriage, "You'll do, my dear," and I ran straight home and cut her out and basted her. Back I came again, and waited behind the men that called the carriages. Very bad night, too. At last, Lady Belinda Whitrose's carriage. Lady Belinda Whitrose coming down, and I made her try on, oh, and take pains about it too, before she got seated. That's Lady Belinda, hanging up by the waist, much too near the gaslight for a wax one with her toes turned in. When they had plodded on for some time nigh the river, Riah asked the way to a certain tavern called the Six Jolly Fellowship Porters. Following the directions he received, they arrived, after 2 or 3 puzzled stoppages for consideration, and some uncertain looking about them, at the door of Miss Abbey Potterson's dominions. A peep through the glass portion of the door revealed to them the glories of the bar, and Miss Abbey herself, seated in state on her snug throne, reading the newspaper, to whom, with deference, they presented themselves. Taking her eyes off her newspaper, and pausing with a suspended expression of countenance, as if she must finish the paragraph in hand before undertaking any other business whatever, Miss Abbey demanded, with some slight asperity, "Now then, what's for you?" "Could we see Miss Potterson?" asked the old man, uncovering his head. "You not only could, but you can and you do," replied the hostess. "Might we speak with you, madam?" By this time Miss Abbey's eyes had possessed themselves of the small figure of Miss Jenny Wren, for the closer observation of which Miss Abbey laid aside her newspaper, rose, and looked over the half-door of the bar. The crutch stick seemed to entreat for its owner leave to come in and rest by the fire,
So Miss Abbey opened the half-door and said, as though replying to the crutch-stick, "Yes, come in and rest by the fire." "My name is Riah," said the old man with courteous action, "and my avocation is in London City. This my young companion."
"Stop a bit,"
interposed Miss Wren.
"I'll give the lady my card."
She produced it from her pocket with an air, after struggling with the gigantic door key which had got upon the top of it and kept it down. Miss Abbey, with manifest tokens of astonishment, took the diminutive document and found it to run concisely thus: Miss Jenny Wren, dolls' dressmaker, dolls attended at their own residence. "Lud!" exclaimed Miss Potterson, staring, and dropped the card. "We take the liberty of coming, my young companion and I, madam," said Riah, "on behalf of Lizzie Hexham." Miss Potterson was stooping to loosen the bonnet strings of the doll's dressmaker. She looked round rather angrily and said, "Lizzie Hexham is a very proud young woman." "She would be so proud," returned Riah dexterously, "to stand well in your good opinion, that before she quitted London for—"
"For where? In the name of the Cape of Good Hope?"
asked Miss Potterson, as though supposing her to have emigrated. "For the country," was the cautious answer. "She made us promise to come and show you a paper which she left in our hands for that special purpose. I am an unserviceable friend of hers, who began to know her after her departure from this neighbourhood. She has been for some time living with my young companion, and has been a helpful and a comfortable friend to her. Much needed, madam," he added in a lower voice. "Believe me, if you knew all, much needed."
"I can believe that," said Miss Abbey, with a softening glance at the little creature.
"And if it's proud to have a heart that never hardens, and a temper that never tires, and a touch that never hurts," Miss Jenny struck in, flushed, "she is proud. And if it's not, she is not."
Her set purpose of contradicting Miss Abbey point blank was so far from offending that dread authority as to elicit a gracious smile.
"You do right, child," said Miss Abbey, "to speak well of those who deserve well of you."
"Right or wrong,"
muttered Miss Wren inaudibly, with a visible hitch of her chin,
"I mean to do it, and you may make up your mind to that, old lady."
"Here is the paper, madam," said the Jew, delivering into Miss Potterson's hands the original document drawn up by Rokesmith and signed by Riderhood. "Will you please read it?"
"But first of all," said Miss Abbey, "did you ever taste shrub, child?"
Miss Wren shook her head.
"Should you like to?"
"Should, if it's good,"
returned Miss Wren.
"You shall try, and if you find it good, I'll mix some for you with hot water. Put your poor little feet on the fender. It's a cold, cold night, and the fog clings so." As Miss Abbey helped her to turn her chair, her loosened bonnet dropped on the floor.
"Why, what lovely hair!"
cried Miss Abbey.
"And enough to make wigs for all the dolls in the world. What a quantity!" "Call that a quantity?"
returned Miss Wren.
"Poof! What do you say to the rest of it?"
As she spoke, she untied a band, and the golden stream fell over herself and over the chair and flowed down to the ground. Miss Abbey's admiration seemed to increase her perplexity. She beckoned the Jew towards her as she reached down the shrub bottle from its niche, and whispered, "Child or woman?" "Child in years," was the answer. "Woman in self-reliance and trial."
"You are talking about me, good people," thought Miss Jenny, sitting in her golden bower warming her feet. "I can't hear what you say, but I know your tricks and your manners." The shrub, when tasted from a spoon, perfectly harmonizing with Miss Jenny's palate, a judicious amount was mixed by Miss Potterson's skilful hands, whereof Riah too partook. After this preliminary, Miss Abbey read the document, and, as often as she raised her eyebrows in so doing, the watchful Miss Jenny accompanied the action with an expressive and emphatic sip of the shrub and water.
"As far as this goes,"
said Miss Abbey Potterson, when she had read it several times and thought about it,
"it proves, what didn't much need proving, that Rogue Riderhood is a villain.
I have my doubts whether he is not the villain who solely did the deed, but I have no expectation of those doubts ever being cleared up now. I believe I did Lizzie's father wrong, but never Lizzie's self, because when things were at the worst, I trusted her, had perfect confidence in her, tried to persuade her to come to me for a refuge. I'm very sorry to have done a man wrong, particularly when it can't be undone. Be kind enough to let Lizzie know what I say, not forgetting that if she'll come to the Porters, after all, bygones being bygones, she will find a home at the Porters, and a friend at the Porters. She knows Miss Abbey of old, remind her, and she knows what like the home and what like the friend is likely to turn out. I'm generally short and sweet, or short and sour, according as it may be, and as opinions vary, remarked Miss Abbey, and that's about all I've got to say, and enough too. But before the shrub and water was sipped out, Miss Abbey bethought herself that she would like to keep a copy of the paper by her. "It's not long, sir," said she to Riah, "and perhaps you wouldn't mind just jotting it down." The old man willingly put on his spectacles, and, standing at the little desk in the corner where Miss Abbey filed her receipts and kept her sample files, customers' scores were interdicted by the strict administration of the Porters, wrote out the copy in a fair round character. As he stood there doing his methodical penmanship, his ancient scribe-like figure intent upon the work, and the little doll's dressmaker sitting in her golden bower before the fire, Miss Abbey had her doubts whether she had not dreamed those two rare figures in the bar of the Six Jolly Fellowships, and might not wake with a nod next moment and find them gone. Miss Abbey had twice made the experiment of shutting her eyes and opening them again, still finding the figures there, when, dreamlike, a confused hubbub arose in the public room. As she started up, and they all three looked at one another, it became a noise of clamouring voices and the stir of feet. Then all the windows were heard to be hastily thrown up, and shouts and cries came floating into the house from the river. A moment more, and Bob Gliddery came clattering along the passage, with the noise of all the nails in his boots condensed into every separate nail. "What is it?" asked Miss Abbey.
"It's summat run down in the fog, ma'am," answered Bob. "There's ever so many people in the river."
"Tell him to put on all the kettles," cried Miss Abbey. "See that the boiler's full. Get a bath out. Hang some blankets to the fire. Heat some stone bottles. Have your senses about you, you girls downstairs, and use 'em." While Miss Abbey partly delivered these directions to Bob, whom she seized by the hair, and whose head she knocked against the wall as a general injunction to vigilance and presence of mind, and partly hailed to the kitchen with them, the company in the public room, jostling one another, rushed out to the causeway, and the outer noise increased. "Come and look," said Miss Abbey to her visitors. They all three hurried to the vacated public room, and passed by one of the windows into the wooden veranda overhanging the river. "Does anybody down there know what has happened?" demanded Miss Abbey in her voice of authority. "It's a steamer, Miss Abbey," cried one blurred figure in the fog. "It always is a steamer, Miss Abbey," cried another. "Them's her lights, Miss Abbey, what you see a blinking yonder," cried another.
"She's a blowing off her steam, Miss Abbey, and that's what makes the fog and the noise worse, don't you see?" explained another. Boats were putting off, torches were lighting up, people were rushing tumultuously to the water's edge. Some man fell in with a splash, and was pulled out again with a roar of laughter. The drags were called for. A cry for the life-buoy passed from mouth to mouth. It was impossible to make out what was going on upon the river, for every boat that put off sculled into the fog, and were lost to view at a boat's length. Nothing was clear but that the unpopular steamer was assailed with reproaches on all sides. She was the murderer, bound for Gallows Bay. She was the manslaughterer, bound for penal settlement. Her captain ought to be tried for his life. Her crew ran down men in rowboats with a relish. She mashed up Thames lightermen with her paddles. She fired property with her funnels. She always was, and she always would be, wreaking destruction upon somebody or something after the manner of all her kind. The whole bulk of the fog teemed with such taunts, uttered in tones of universal hoarseness. All the while the steamer's lights moved spectrally a very little as she lay to, waiting the upshot of whatever accident had happened. Now she began burning blue lights. These made a luminous patch about her, as if she had set the fog on fire, and in the patch, the cries changing their note, and becoming more fitful and more excited, shadows of men and boats could be seen moving, while voices shouted, "There! There again!"
A couple more strokes ahead. Hurrah! Look out! Hold on! Haul in! And the like. Lastly, with a few tumbling clots of blue fire, the night closed in dark again. The wheels of the steamer were heard revolving, and her lights glided smoothly away in the direction of the sea. It appeared to Miss Abbey and her two companions that a considerable time had been thus occupied. There was now as eager a set towards the shore beneath the house as they had been from it, and it was only on the first boat of the rush coming in that it was known what had occurred. "If that's Tom Tootle," Miss Abbey made proclamation in her most commanding tones, "let him instantly come underneath here." The submissive Tom complied, attended by a crowd. "What is it, Tootle?" demanded Miss Abbey.
"It's a foreign steamer, miss, run down a wherry."
"How many in the wherry?"
"One man, Miss Abbey."
"Found?"
"Yes. He's been under water a long time, miss, but they've grappled up the body."
"Let 'em bring it here. You, Bob Gliddery, shut the house door and stand by it on the inside, and don't you open it till I tell you. Any police down there?" "Here, Miss Abbey," was official rejoinder. "After they have brought the body in, keep the crowd out, will you? And help Bob Gliddery to shut 'em out." "All right, Miss Abbey." The autocratic landlady withdrew into the house with Riah and Miss Jenny, and disposed those forces, one on either side of her, within the half door of the bar, as behind a breastwork. "You two stand close here," said Miss Abbey, "and you'll come to no hurt. And see it brought in. Bob, you stand by the door." That sentinel, smartly giving his rolled shirt sleeves an extra and a final tuck on his shoulders, obeyed. Sound of advancing voices, sound of advancing steps, shuffle and talk without, momentary pause, two peculiarly blunt knocks or pokes at the door, as if the dead man arriving on his back were striking at it with the soles of his motionless feet. "That's the stretcher, or the shutter, whichever of the two they are carrying," said Miss Abbey, with experienced ear. "Open you, Bob." Door opened. Heavy tread of laden men. A halt. A rush. Stoppage of rush. Door shut. Baffled boots from the vexed souls of disappointed outsiders. "Come on, men," said Miss Abbey, for so potent was she with her subjects that even then the bearers awaited her permission. "First floor." The entry being low, and the staircase being low, they so took up the burden they had set down as to carry that low. The recumbent figure, in passing, lay hardly as high as the half door. Miss Abbey started back at sight of it. "Why, good God!" said she, turning to her two companions. "That's the very man who made the declaration we have just had in our hands. That's Riderhood." End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 3, The Same Respected Friend in More Aspects Than One. In sooth, it is Riderhood and no other, or it is the outer husk and shell of Riderhood and no other, that is born into Miss Abbey's first-floor bedroom. Supple to twist and turn as the rogue has ever been, he is sufficiently rigid now, and not without much shuffling of attendant feet, and tilting of his bier this way and that way, and peril even of his sliding off it and being tumbled in a heap over the balustrades, can he be got upstairs. "Fetch your doctor," quoth Miss Abbey, and then, "Fetch his daughter," on both of which errands quick messengers depart. The doctor-seeking messenger meets the doctor half-way, coming under convoy of police. Doctor examines the dank carcass and pronounces, not hopefully, that it is worth while trying to reanimate the same. All the best means are at once in action, and everybody present lends a hand, and a heart and soul. No one has the least regard for the man. With them all he has been an object of avoidance, suspicion, and aversion, but the spark of life within him is curiously separable from himself now, and they have a deep interest in it, probably because it is life, and they are living and must die. In answer to the doctor's inquiry how did it happen, and was any one to blame, Tom Tootle gives in his verdict, unavoidable accident, and no one to blame but the sufferer. "He was slinking about in his boat," says Tom, "which slinking were, not to speak ill of the dead, the manner of the man, when he come right athwart the steamer's bows, and she cut him in two." Mr. Tootle is so far figurative touching the dismemberment as that he means the boat and not the man, for the man lies whole before them. Captain Joey, the bottle-nosed regular customer in the glazed hat, is a pupil of the much-respected old school, and, having insinuated himself into the chamber in the execution of the important service of carrying the drowned man's neckerchief, favours the doctor with a sagacious old scholastic suggestion that the body should be hung up by the heels. "Similar," says Captain Joey, "to mutton in a butcher's shop," and should then, as a particularly choice manoeuvre for promoting easy respiration, be rolled upon casks. These scraps of the wisdom of the captain's ancestors are received with such speechless indignation by Miss Abbey that she instantly seizes the captain by the collar, and without a single word ejects him, not presuming to remonstrate, from the scene. There then remain to assist the doctor and Tom only those three other regular customers, Bob Glamour, William Williams, and Jonathan, family name of the latter, if any, unknown to mankind, who are quite enough. Miss Abbey, having looked in to make sure that nothing is wanted, descends to the bar, and there awaits the result, with the gentle Jew and Miss Jenny Wren. If you are not gone for good, Mr. Riderhood, it would be something to know where you are hiding at present. This flabby lump of mortality that we work so hard at with such patient perseverance yields no sign of you. If you are gone for good, rogue, it is very solemn, and if you are coming back, it is hardly less so. Nay, in the suspense and mystery of the latter question involving that of where you may be now, there is a solemnity, even added to that of death, making us who are in attendance alike afraid to look on you and to look off you, and making those below start at the least sound of a creaking plank in the floor. Stay. Did that eyelid tremble? So the doctor, breathing low and closely watching, asks himself, No. Did that nostril twitch? No. This artificial respiration ceasing, do I feel any faint flutter under my hand upon the chest? No. Over and over again, no. No. But try over and over again, nevertheless. See? A token of life. An indubitable token of life. The spark may smoulder and go out, or it may glow and expand, but see! The four rough fellows, seeing, shed tears. Neither Riderhood in this world, nor Riderhood in the other, could draw tears from them, but a striving human soul between the two can do it easily. He is struggling to come back. Now he is almost here. Now he is far away again. Now he is struggling harder to get back. And yet, like us all when we swoon, like us all every day of our lives when we wake, he is instinctively unwilling to be restored to the consciousness of this existence, and would be left dormant if he could. Bob Gliddery returns with Pleasant Riderhood, who was out when sought for, and hard to find. She has a shawl over her head, and her first action when she takes it off, weeping, and curtsies to Miss Abbey, is to wind her hair up.
Thank you, Miss Abbey, for having father here.
I'm bound to say, girl, I didn't know who it was, returns Miss Abbey, but I hope it would have been pretty much the same if I had known. Poor Pleasant, fortified with a sip of brandy, is ushered into the first-floor chamber. She could not express much sentiment about her father if she were called upon to pronounce his funeral oration, but she has a great tenderness for him that he ever had for her, and crying bitterly when she sees him stretched unconscious, asks the doctor with clasped hands, "Is there no hope, sir? Oh, poor father! Is poor father dead?" To which the doctor, on one knee beside the body, busy and watchful, only rejoins, without looking round, "Now, my girl, unless you have the self-command to be perfectly quiet, I cannot allow you to remain in the room." Pleasant, consequently, wipes her eyes with her back hair, which is in fresh need of being wound up, and having got it out of the way, watches with terrified interest all that goes on. Her natural woman's aptitude soon renders her able to give a little help. Anticipating the doctor's want of this or that, she quietly has it ready for him, and so by degrees is entrusted with the charge of supporting her father's head upon her arm. It is something so new to Pleasant to see her father an object of sympathy and interest, to find any one very willing to tolerate his society in this world, not to say pressingly and soothingly entreating him to belong to it, that it gives her a sensation she never experienced before. Some hazy idea that if affairs could remain thus for a long time, it would be a respectable change, floats in her mind. Also some vague idea that the old evil is drowned out of him, and that if he should happily come back to resume his occupation of the empty form that lies upon the bed, his spirit will be altered. In which state of mind she kisses the stony lips, and quite believes that the impassive hand she chafes will revive a tender hand, if it revive ever. Sweet delusion for pleasant Riderhood. But they minister to him with such extraordinary interest, their anxiety is so keen, their vigilance is so great, their excited joy grows so intense as the signs of life strengthen, that how can she resist it, poor thing? And now he begins to breathe naturally, and he stirs, and the doctor declares him to have come back from that inexplicable journey where he stopped on the dark road, and to be here. Tom Tootle, who is nearest to the doctor when he says this, grasps the doctor fervently by the hand. Bob Glamour, William Williams, and Jonathan of the no surname all shake hands with one another round, and with the doctor too. Bob Glamour blows his nose, and Jonathan of the no surname is moved to do likewise, but lacking a pocket-handkerchief, abandons that outlet for his emotion. Pleasant sheds tears deserving her own name, and her sweet delusion is at its height. There is intelligence in his eyes. He wants to ask a question. He wonders where he is. Tell him.
Father, you were run down on the river and are at Miss Abbey Potterson's.
He stares at his daughter, stares all around him, closes his eyes, and lies slumbering on her arm. The short-lived delusion begins to fade. The low, bad, unimpressible face is coming up from the depths of the river, or what other depths, to the surface again. As he grows warm, the doctor and the four men cool. As his lineaments soften with life, their faces and their hearts harden to him. "He will do now," says the doctor, washing his hands and looking at the patient with growing disfavour.
"Many a better man," moralises Tom Tootle with a gloomy shake of the head, "ain't had his luck."
"It's to be hoped he'll make a better use of his life," says Bob Glamour, "than I expect he will."
"Or than he done afore," adds William Williams. "But no, not he," says Jonathan of the no surname, clinching the quartet. They speak in a low tone because of his daughter, but she sees that they have all drawn off, and that they stand in a group at the other end of the room, shunning him. It would be too much to suspect them of being sorry that he didn't die when he had done so much towards it, but they clearly wish that they had had a better subject to bestow their pains on. Intelligence is conveyed to Miss Abbey in the bar, who reappears on the scene and contemplates from a distance, holding whispered discourse with the doctor. The spark of life was deeply interesting while it was in abeyance, but now that it has got established in Mr Riderhood, there appears to be a general desire that circumstances had admitted of its being developed in anybody else, rather than that gentleman. "However," says Miss Abbey, cheering them up, "you have done your duty, like good and true men, and you had better come down and take something at the expense of the porters." This they all do, leaving the daughter watching the father, to whom, in their absence, Bob Gliddery presents himself. "His gills looks rum, don't they?" says Bob after inspecting the patient.
Pleasant faintly nods.
"His gills'll look rummer when he wakes, won't they?"
says Bob. Pleasant hopes not. Why?
"When he finds himself here, you know,"
Bob explains.
"'Cause Miss Abbey forbid him the house, and ordered him out of it, but what you may call the fates ordered him into it again, which is rumness, ain't it?" "He wouldn't have come here of his own accord," returns poor Pleasant, with an effort at a little pride. "No," retorts Bob, "nor he wouldn't have been let in if he had."
The short delusion is quite dispelled now, as plainly as she sees on her arm the old father, unimproved. Pleasant sees that everybody there will cut him when he recovers consciousness. I'll take him away ever so soon as I can, thinks Pleasant with a sigh. He's best at home. Presently they all return, and wait for him to become conscious that they will all be glad to get rid of him. Some clothes are got together for him to wear, his own being saturated with water, and his present dress being composed of blankets. Becoming more and more uncomfortable, as though the prevalent dislike were finding him out somewhere in his sleep and expressing itself to him, the patient at last opens his eyes wide and is assisted by his daughter to sit up in bed. 'Well, Riderhood,' says the doctor, 'how do you feel?' He replies gruffly,
'Nothing to boast on,'
having in fact returned to life in an uncommonly sulky state. 'I don't mean to preach, but I hope,' said the doctor, gravely shaking his head, 'that this escape may have a good effect upon you, Riderhood.' The patient's discontented growl of a reply is not intelligible. His daughter, however, could interpret, if she would, that what he says is, he don't want no Poll parroting. Mr Riderhood next demands his shirt, and draws it on over his head with his daughter's help, exactly as if he had just had a fight. 'Wanted a steamer?' he pauses to ask her.
'Yes, father.'
'I'll have the law on her, bust her, and make her pay for it.'
He then buttons his linen very moodily, twice or thrice stopping to examine his arms and hands, as if to see what punishment he has received in the fight. He then doggedly demands his other garments, and slowly gets them on, with an appearance of great malevolence towards his late opponent and all the spectators. He has an impression that his nose is bleeding, and several times draws the back of his hand across it, and looks for the result in a pugilistic manner, greatly strengthening that incongruous resemblance.
'Where's my fur cap?'
he asks in a surly voice, when he has shuffled his clothes on.
'In the river,'
somebody rejoins.
'And warn't there no honest man to pick it up? Oh, of course there was, though, and to cut off with it arterwards. You're a rare lot, all on you.'
Thus Mr Riderhood, taking from the hands of his daughter with special ill will a lent cap, and grumbling as he pulls it down over his ears. Then getting on his unsteady legs, leaning heavily upon her, and growling,
'Hold still, can't you? What? You must be a staggering next, must you?'
he takes his departure out of the ring in which he has had that little turn-up with death. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 4, A Happy Return of the Day. Mr and Mrs Wilfer had seen a full 250 more anniversaries of their wedding day than Mr and Mrs Lammle had seen of theirs, but they still celebrated the occasion in the bosom of their family. Not that these celebrations ever resulted in anything particularly agreeable, or that the family was ever disappointed by that circumstance on account of having looked forward to the return of the auspicious day with sanguine anticipations of enjoyment. It was kept morally rather as a fast than a feast, enabling Mrs Wilfer to hold a sombre darkling state which exhibited that impressive woman in her choicest colours. The noble lady's condition on these delightful occasions was one compounded of heroic endurance and heroic forgiveness. Lurid indications of the better marriages she might have made shone athwart the awful gloom of her composure, and fitfully revealed the cherub as a little monster unaccountably favoured by Heaven, who had possessed himself of a blessing for which many of his superiors had sued and contended in vain. So firmly had this, his position towards his treasure, become established, that when the anniversary arrived, it always found him in an apologetic state.
It is not impossible that his modest penitence may have even gone the length of sometimes severely reproving him for that he ever took the liberty of making so exalted a character his wife. As for the children of the Union, their experience of these festivals had been sufficiently uncomfortable to lead them annually to wish, when out of their tenderest years, either that Ma had married somebody else instead of much teased Pa, or that Pa had married somebody else instead of Ma. When there came to be but two sisters left at home, the daring mind of Bella, on the next of these occasions, scaled the height of wondering with droll vexation what on earth Pa ever could have seen in Ma to induce him to make such a little fool of himself as to ask her to have him. The revolving year now bringing the day round in its orderly sequence, Bella arrived in the Boffin chariot to assist at the celebration. It was the family custom, when the day recurred, to sacrifice a pair of fowls on the altar of Hymen, and Bella had sent a note beforehand to intimate that she would bring the votive offering with her. So Bella and the fowls, by the united energies of 2 horses, 2 men, 4 wheels, and a plum-pudding carriage dog with as uncomfortable a collar on as if he had been George the Fourth, were deposited at the door of the parental dwelling. They were there received by Mrs Wilfer in person, whose dignity on this, as on most special occasions, was heightened by a mysterious toothache.
'I shall not require the carriage at night,' said Bella. 'I shall walk back.' The male domestic of Mrs Boffin touched his hat, and in the act of departure had an awful glare bestowed upon him by Mrs Wilfer, intended to carry deep into his audacious soul the assurance that, whatever his private suspicions might be, male domestics in livery were no rarity there. 'Well, dear Ma,' said Bella, 'and how do you do?'
'I am as well, Bella,' replied Mrs Wilfer, 'as can be expected.'
'Dear me, Ma,' said Bella, 'you talk as if one was just born.' 'That's exactly what Ma has been doing,' interposed Lavvy over the maternal shoulder, 'ever since we got up this morning. It's all very well to laugh, Bella, but anything more exasperating it is impossible to conceive.'
Mrs Wilfer, with a look too full of majesty to be accompanied by any words, attended both her daughters to the kitchen, where the sacrifice was to be prepared.
'Mr Rokesmith,' said she, resignedly, 'has been so polite as to place his sitting-room at our disposal today. You will therefore, Bella, be entertained in the humble abode of your parents, so far in accordance with your present style of living, that there will be a drawing-room for your reception as well as a dining-room. Your papa invited Mr Rokesmith to partake of our lowly fare. In excusing himself on account of a particular engagement, he offered the use of his apartment.'
Bella happened to know that he had no engagement out of his own room at Mr Boffin's, but she approved of his staying away. We should only have put one another out of countenance, she thought, and we do that quite often enough as it is. Yet she had sufficient curiosity about his room to run up to it with the least possible delay and make a close inspection of its contents. It was tastefully, though economically furnished and very neatly arranged. There were shelves and stands of books, English, French, and Italian, and in a portfolio on the writing table there were sheets upon sheets of memoranda and calculations and figures, evidently referring to the Boffin property. On that table also, carefully backed with canvas, varnished, mounted, and rolled like a map, was the placard descriptive of the murdered man who had come from afar to be her husband. She shrank from this ghostly surprise, and felt quite frightened as she rolled and tied it up again. Peeping about here and there, she came upon a print, a graceful head of a pretty woman, elegantly framed, hanging in the corner by the easy chair.
'Oh, indeed, sir,'
said Bella, after stopping to ruminate before it.
'Oh, indeed, sir. I fancy I can guess whom you think that's like. But I tell you what it's much more like. Your impudence.'
Having said which, she decamped, not solely because she was offended, but because there was nothing else to look at.
'Now, Ma,'
said Bella, reappearing in the kitchen with some remains of a blush,
'you and Lavvy think magnificent me fit for nothing, but I intend to prove the contrary. I mean to be cook to-day.'
'Hold!' rejoined her majestic mother. 'I cannot permit it. Cook in that dress?'
'As for my dress, Ma,'
returned Bella, merrily searching in a dresser drawer.
'I mean to apron it, and towel it all over the front, and as to permission, I mean to do without.'
'You cook?' said Mrs Wilfer. 'You, who never cooked when you were at home?'
'Yes, Ma,' returned Bella. 'That is precisely the state of the case.'
She girded herself with a white apron, and busily with knots and pins contrived a bib to it, coming close and tight under her chin, as if it had caught her round the neck to kiss her. Over this bib her dimples looked delightful, and under it her pretty figure not less so.
'Now, Ma,'
said Bella, pushing back her hair from her temples with both hands,
'what's first?'
'First,' returned Mrs Wilfer solemnly, 'if you persist in what I cannot but regard as conduct utterly incompatible with the equipage in which you arrived,'
'Which I do, Ma.'
'First, then, you'd put the fowls down to the fire.'
'To be sure!'
cried Bella.
'And flour them, and twirl them round, and there they go,'
sending them spinning at a great rate.
'What's next, Ma?'
'Next,' said Mrs Wilfer, with a wave of her gloves, expressive of abdication under protest from the culinary throne, 'I would recommend examination of the bacon in the saucepan on the fire, and also of the potatoes by the application of a fork. Preparation of the greens will further become necessary if you persist in this unseemly demeanour.'
'As of course I do, Ma.'
Persisting, Bella gave her attention to one thing and forgot the other, and gave her attention to the other and forgot the third, and remembering the third was distracted by the fourth, and made amends whenever she went wrong by giving the unfortunate fowls an extra spin, which made their chance of ever getting cooked exceedingly doubtful. But it was pleasant cookery too. Meantime Miss Lavinia, oscillating between the kitchen and the opposite room, prepared the dining table in the latter chamber. This office she, always doing her household spiriting with unwillingness, performed in a startling series of whisks and bumps, laying the tablecloth as if she were raising the wind, putting down the glasses and salt cellars as if she were knocking at the door, and clashing the knives and forks in a skirmishing manner suggestive of hand-to-hand conflict.
'Look at Ma,'
whispered Lavinia to Bella when this was done, and they stood over the roasting fowls.
'If one was the most dutiful child in existence, of course on the whole one hopes one is, isn't she enough to make one want to poke her with something wooden, sitting there bolt upright in a corner?'
'Only suppose,' returned Bella,
"that poor Pa was to sit bolt upright in another corner." 'My dear, he couldn't do it,' said Lavvy. "Pa would loll directly. But indeed I do not believe there ever was any human creature who could keep so bolt upright as Ma, or put such an amount of aggravation into one back. What's the matter, Ma? Ain't you well, Ma?'
'Doubtless I am very well,' returned Mrs Wilfer, turning her eyes upon her youngest born with scornful fortitude. 'What should be the matter with me?'
'You don't seem very brisk, Ma,'
retorted Lavvy the bold. 'Brisk?' repeated her parent. 'Brisk? Whence the low expression, Lavinia? If I am uncomplaining, if I am silently contented with my lot, let that suffice for my family.'
'Well, Ma,'
returned Lavvy,
'since you will force it out of me, I must respectfully take leave to say that your family are no doubt under the greatest obligations to you for having an annual toothache on your wedding day, and that it's very disinterested in you, and an immense blessing to them. Still, on the whole, it is possible to be too boastful even of that boon.'
'You incarnation of sauciness!' said Mrs Wilfer. 'Do you speak like that to me? On this day, of all days in the year, pray do you know what would have become of you if I had not bestowed my hand upon R.W., your father, on this day?'
'No, Ma,' replied Lavvy, 'I really do not. And with the greatest respect for your abilities and information, I very much doubt if you do either.'
Whether or no the sharp vigour of this sally on a weak point of Mrs Wilfer's entrenchments might have routed that heroine for the time, is rendered uncertain by the arrival of a flag of truce in the person of Mr George Sampson, bidden to the feast as a friend of the family, whose affections were now understood to be in course of transference from Bella to Lavinia, and whom Lavinia kept, possibly in remembrance of his bad taste in having overlooked her in the first instance, under a course of stinging discipline.
'I congratulate you, Mrs Wilfer,'
said Mr George Sampson, who had meditated this neat address while coming along,
'on the day.'
Mrs Wilfer thanked him with a magnanimous sigh, and again became an unresisting prey to that inscrutable toothache.
'I am surprised,' said Mr Sampson feebly, 'that Miss Bella condescends to cook.'
Here Miss Lavinia descended on the ill-starred young gentleman with a crushing supposition that at all events it was no business of his. This disposed of Mr Sampson in a melancholy retirement of spirit, until the cherub arrived, whose amazement at the lovely woman's occupation was great. However, she persisted in dishing the dinner as well as cooking it, and then sat down, bibless and apronless, to partake of it as an illustrious guest, Mrs Wilfer first responding to her husband's cheerful 'for what we are about to receive,' with a sepulchral 'Amen,' calculated to cast a damp upon the stoutest appetite.
'But what,' said Bella, as she watched the carving of the fowls, 'makes them pink inside, I wonder, Pa? Is it the breed?'
'No, I don't think it's the breed, my dear,' returned Pa. 'I rather think it is because they are not done.'
'They ought to be,'
said Bella. 'Yes, I am aware they ought to be, my dear,' rejoined her father, 'but they ain't.' So the gridiron was put in requisition, and the good-tempered cherub, who was often as uncherubically employed in his own family as if he had been in the employment of some of the old masters, undertook to grill the fowls. Indeed, except in respect of staring about him, a branch of the public service to which the pictorial cherub is much addicted, this domestic cherub discharged as many odd functions as his prototype, with the difference, say, that he performed with a blacking brush on the family's boots, instead of performing on enormous wind instruments and double basses, and that he conducted himself with cheerful alacrity to much useful purpose, instead of foreshortening himself in the air with the vaguest intentions. Bella helped him with his supplemental cookery, and made him very happy, but put him in mortal terror too by asking him when they sat down at table again, how he supposed they cooked fowls at the Greenwich dinners, and whether he believed they really were such pleasant dinners as people said. His secret winks and nods of remonstrance in reply made the mischievous Bella laugh until she choked, and then Lavinia was obliged to slap her on the back, and then she laughed the more. But her mother was a fine corrective at the other end of the table, to whom her father, in the innocence of his good fellowship, at intervals appealed with, 'My dear, I'm afraid you're not enjoying yourself.'
'Why so, R.W.?'
she would sonorously reply. 'Because, my dear, you seem a little out of sorts.'
'Not at all,'
would be the rejoinder, in exactly the same tone. 'Would you take a merry thought, my dear?'
'Thank you. I will take whatever you please, R.W.'
'Well, but, my dear, do you like it?'
'I like it as well as I like anything, R.W.'
The stately woman would then, with a meritorious appearance of devoting herself to the general good, pursue her dinner as if she were feeding somebody else on high public grounds. Bella had brought dessert and 2 bottles of wine, thus shedding unprecedented splendour on the occasion. Mrs Wilfer did the honours of the first glass by proclaiming, 'R.W., I drink to you.' 'Thank you, my dear, and I to you.'
'Pa and Ma,'
said Bella.
'Permit me,'
Mrs Wilfer interposed with outstretched glove.
'No, I think not. I drank to your papa. If, however, you insist on including me, I can, in gratitude, offer no objection.' 'Why, law, Ma,' interposed Lavvy the bold, 'isn't it the day that made you and Pa one and the same? I've no patience.'
'By whatever other circumstance the day may be marked, it is not the day, Lavinia, on which I will allow a child of mine to pounce upon me. I beg, nay, command, that you will not pounce. R.W., it is appropriate to recall that it is for you to command and for me to obey. It is your house, and you are master at your own table. Both our healths,' drinking the toast with tremendous stiffness. 'I really am a little afraid, my dear,' hinted the cherub meekly, 'that you are not enjoying yourself.'
'On the contrary,' returned Mrs Wilfer, 'quite so. Why should I not?'
'I thought, my dear, that perhaps your face might—'
'My face might be a martyrdom, but what would that import, or who should know it if I smiled?'
And she did smile, manifestly freezing the blood of Mr George Sampson by so doing. For that young gentleman, catching her smiling eye, was so very much appalled by its expression as to cast about in his thoughts concerning what he had done to bring it down upon himself.
'The mind naturally falls,' said Mrs Wilfer. 'Shall I say into a reverie, or shall I say into a retrospect, on a day like this?'
Lavvy, sitting with defiantly folded arms, replied, but not audibly, 'For goodness' sake, say whichever of the two you like best, Ma, and get it over.'
'The mind,' pursued Mrs Wilfer in an oratorical manner, 'naturally reverts to papa and mamma. I here allude to my parents at a period before the earliest dawn of this day. I was considered tall, perhaps I was. Papa and mamma were unquestionably tall. I have rarely seen a finer woman than my mother, never than my father.'
The irrepressible Lavvy remarked aloud,
'Whatever grandpapa was, he wasn't a female.' 'Your grandpapa,' retorted Mrs Wilfer with an awful look and in an awful tone, 'was what I describe him to have been, and would have struck any of his grandchildren to the earth who presumed to question it. It was one of mamma's cherished hopes that I should become united to a tall member of society. It may have been a weakness, but if so, it was equally the weakness, I believe, of King Frederick of Prussia.'
These remarks being offered to Mr George Sampson, who had not the courage to come out for single combat, but lurked with his chest under the table and his eyes cast down, Mrs Wilfer proceeded, in a voice of increasing sternness and impressiveness, until she could force that skulker to give himself up.
'Mamma would appear to have had an indefinable foreboding of what afterwards happened, for she would frequently urge upon me, "Not a little man. Promise me, my child, not a little man. Never, never, never marry a little man." Papa also would remark to me, he possessed extraordinary humour, that a family of Wales must not ally themselves with sprats. His company was eagerly sought, as may be supposed, by the wits of the day, and our house was their continual resort. I have known as many as 3 copper-plate engravers exchanging the most exquisite sallies and retorts there at one time.'
Here Mr Sampson delivered himself captive, and said, with an uneasy movement on his chair, that 3 was a large number, and it must have been highly entertaining.
'Among the most prominent members of that distinguished circle was a gentleman measuring 6 feet 4 in height. He was not an engraver.'
Here Mr Sampson said, with no reason whatever, 'Of course not.' 'This gentleman was so obliging as to honour me with attentions which I could not fail to understand.' Here Mr Sampson murmured, that when it came to that, you could always tell.
'I immediately announced to both my parents that those attentions were misplaced, and that I could not favour his suit. They inquired, was he too tall? I replied it was not the stature, but the intellect was too lofty. At our house, I said, the tone was too brilliant, the pressure was too high to be maintained by me, a mere woman, in everyday domestic life. I well remember mamma's clasping her hands and exclaiming, "This will end in a little man."
Here Mr Sampson glanced at his host, and shook his head with despondency.
She afterwards went so far as to predict that it would end in a little man whose mind would be below the average, but that was in what I may denominate a paroxysm of maternal disappointment. Within a month, said Mrs Wilfer, deepening her voice as if she were relating a terrible ghost story, within a month I first saw R.W., my husband. Within a year I married him. It is natural for the mind to recall these dark coincidences on the present day.
Mr Sampson, at length released from the custody of Mrs Wilfer's eye, now drew a long breath, and made the original and striking remark,
that there was no accounting for these sort of presentiments.
R.W. scratched his head and looked apologetically all round the table until he came to his wife, when, observing her, as it were, shrouded in a more sombre veil than before, he once more hinted, 'My dear, I am really afraid you are not altogether enjoying yourself.' To which she once more replied, 'On the contrary, R.W., quite so.' The wretched Mr Sampson's position at this agreeable entertainment was truly pitiable, for not only was he exposed defenceless to the harangues of Mrs Wilfer, but he received the utmost contumely at the hands of Lavinia, who, partly to show Bella that she, Lavinia, could do what she liked with him, and partly to pay him off for still obviously admiring Bella's beauty, led him the life of a dog. Illuminated on the one hand by the stately graces of Mrs Wilfer's oratory, and shadowed on the other by the checks and frowns of the young lady to whom he had devoted himself in his destitution, the sufferings of this young gentleman were distressing to witness. If his mind for the moment reeled under them, it may be urged, in extenuation of its weakness, that it was constitutionally a knock-kneed mind, and never very strong upon its legs. The rosy hours were thus beguiled until it was time for Bella to have Pa's escort back. The dimples duly tied up in the bonnet strings, and the leave-taking done, they got out into the air, and the cherub drew a long breath, as if he found it refreshing.
'Well, dear Pa,' said Bella, 'the anniversary may be considered over.'
'Yes, my dear,' returned the cherub. 'There's another of 'em gone.' Bella drew his arm closer through hers as they walked along, and gave it a number of consolatory pats. 'Thank you, my dear,' he said, as if she had spoken. 'I am all right, my dear. Well, and how do you get on, Bella?'
'I am not at all improved, Pa.'
'Ain't you really, though?'
'No, Pa. On the contrary, I am worse.'
'Law!' said the cherub.
'I am worse, Pa. I make so many calculations how much a year I must have when I marry, and what is the least I can manage to do with, that I am beginning to get wrinkles over my nose. Did you notice any wrinkles over my nose this evening, Pa?'
Pa laughing at this, Bella gave him 2 or 3 shakes.
'You won't laugh, sir, when you see your lovely woman turning haggard. You'd better be prepared in time, I can tell you. I shall not be able to keep my greediness for money out of my eyes long, and when you see it there, you'll be sorry, and serve you right for not being warned in time. Now, sir, we entered into a bond of confidence. Have you anything to impart?'
'I thought it was you who was to impart, my love.'
'Oh, did you indeed, sir? Then why didn't you ask me the moment we came out? The confidences of lovely women are not to be slighted. However, I forgive you this once. And look here, Pa, that's—'
Bella laid the little forefinger of her right glove on her lip, and then laid it on her father's lip.
'That's a kiss for you. And now I am going seriously to tell you. Let me see how many. 4 secrets. Mind, serious, grave, weighty secrets, strictly between ourselves.'
'Number 1, my dear,' said her father, settling her arm comfortably and confidentially.
'Number 1,' said Bella, 'will electrify you, Pa. Who do you think has—'
She was confused here in spite of her merry way of beginning.
has made an offer to me.
Pa looked into her face, and looked at the ground, and looked into her face again, and declared he could never guess.
'Mr Rokesmith.'
'You don't tell me so, my dear.'
'Mr Rokesmith, Pa,' said Bella, separating the syllables for emphasis. 'What do you say to that?'
Pa answered quietly with the counter-question, 'What did you say to that, my love?'
'I said no,'
returned Bella sharply.
'Of course.'
'Yes, of course,' said her father, meditating.
'And I told him why I thought it a betrayal of trust on his part and an affront to me,' said Bella.
'Yes, to be sure. I am astonished indeed. I wonder he committed himself without seeing more of his way first. Now I think of it, I suspect he always has admired you, though, my dear.'
'A hackney coachman may admire me,'
remarked Bella, with a touch of her mother's loftiness. 'It's highly probable, my love. Number 2, my dear.'
'Number 2, Pa, is much to the same purpose, though not so preposterous. Mr. Lightwood would propose to me, if I would let him.'
'Then I understand, my dear, that you don't intend to let him?' Bella again saying with her former emphasis,
'Why, of course not.'
Her father felt himself bound to echo, 'Of course not.'
'I don't care for him,'
said Bella. 'That's enough,' her father interposed.
'No, Pa, it's not enough,'
rejoined Bella, giving him another shake or two.
'Haven't I told you what a mercenary little wretch I am? It only becomes enough when he has no money, and no clients, and no expectations, and no anything but debts.'
'Ah!' said the cherub, a little depressed. 'Number 3, my dear.'
'Number 3, Pa, is a better thing, a generous thing, a noble thing, a delightful thing. Mrs Boffin has herself told me, as a secret, with her own kind lips, and truer lips never opened or closed in this life, I am sure, that they wish to see me well married, and that when I marry with their consent, they will portion me most handsomely.'
Here the grateful girl burst out crying very heartily. 'Don't cry, my darling,' said her father, with his hand to his eyes. 'It's excusable in me to be a little overcome when I find that my dear favourite child is, after all disappointments, to be so provided for and so raised in the world. But don't you cry, don't you cry. I am very thankful. I congratulate you with all my heart, my dear.' The good soft little fellow, drying his eyes here, Bella put her arms round his neck and tenderly kissed him on the high road, passionately telling him he was the best of fathers and the best of friends, and that on her wedding morning she would go down on her knees to him and beg his pardon for having ever teased him or seemed insensible to the worth of such a patient, sympathetic, genial, fresh young heart. At every one of her adjectives she redoubled her kisses, and finally kissed his hat off, and then laughed immoderately when the wind took it and he ran after it. When he had recovered his hat and his breath, and they were going on again once more, said her father then, 'Number 4, my dear.' Bella's countenance fell in the midst of her mirth.
'After all, perhaps I better put off number 4, Pa. Let me try once more, if for never so short a time, to hope that it may not really be so.'
The change in her strengthened the cherub's interest in number 4, and he said quietly, 'May not be so, my dear? May not be how, my dear?' Bella looked at him pensively, and shook her head.
'And yet I know right well it is so, Pa. I know it only too well.'
'My love,' returned her father, 'you make me quite uncomfortable. Have you said no to anybody else, my dear?'
'No, Pa.'
'Yes, to anybody?' he suggested, lifting up his eyebrows.
'No, Pa.'
'Is there anybody else who would take his chance between yes and no, if you would let him, my dear?'
'Not that I know of, Pa.'
'There can't be somebody who won't take his chance when you want him to?' said the cherub, as a last resource.
'Why, of course not, Pa,'
said Bella, giving him another shake or two. 'No, of course not,' he assented. 'Bella, my dear, I am afraid I must either have no sleep to-night, or I must press for number 4.
'Oh, Pa, there is no good in number 4. I am so sorry for it. I am so unwilling to believe it. I have tried so earnestly not to see it, that it is very hard to tell even to you. But Mr Boffin is being spoilt by prosperity, and is changing every day.'
'My dear Bella, I hope and trust not.'
'I have hoped and trusted not too, Pa. But every day he changes for the worse and for the worse.' Not to me, he's always much the same to me, but to others about him. Before my eyes he grows suspicious, capricious, hard, tyrannical, unjust. If ever a good man were ruined by good fortune, it is my benefactor. And yet, Pa, think how terrible the fascination of money is. I see this, and hate this, and dread this, and don't know but that money might make a much worse change in me. And yet I have money always in my thoughts and my desires, and the whole life I place before myself is money, money, money. And what money can make of life?
End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 5, The Golden Dustman Falls into Bad Company. Were Bella Wilfer's bright and ready little wits at fault? Or was the Golden Dustman passing through the furnace of proof and coming out dross? Ill news travels fast. We shall know full soon. On that very night of her return from the Happy Return, something chanced which Bella closely followed with her eyes and ears. There was an apartment at the side of the Boffin mansion known as Mr Boffin's room. Far less grand than the rest of the house, it was far more comfortable, being pervaded by a certain air of homely snugness, which upholstering despotism had banished to that spot when it inexorably set its face against Mr Boffin's appeals for mercy in behalf of any other chamber. Thus, although a room of modest situation, for its windows gave on Silas Wegg's old corner, and of no pretensions to velvet, satin, or gilding, it had got itself established in a domestic position analogous to that of an easy dressing-gown or pair of slippers, and whenever the family wanted to enjoy a particularly pleasant fireside evening, they enjoyed it, as an institution that must be, in Mr Boffin's room. Mr and Mrs Boffin were reported sitting in this room when Bella got back. Entering it, she found the secretary there too, in official attendance it would appear, for he was standing with some papers in his hand by a table with shaded candles on it, at which Mr Boffin was seated, thrown back in his easy chair.
'You are busy, sir?'
said Bella, hesitating at the door.
'Not at all, my dear, not at all. You're one of ourselves. We never make company of you. Come in, come in. Here's the old lady in her usual place.' Mrs Boffin adding her nod and smile of welcome to Mr Boffin's words, Bella took her book to a chair in the fireside corner by Mrs Boffin's work table. Mr Boffin's station was on the opposite side. 'Now, Rokesmith,' said the Golden Dustman, so sharply rapping the table to bespeak his attention, as Bella turned the leaves of her book, that she started. 'Where were we?' 'You were saying, sir,' returned the secretary with an air of some reluctance, and glanced towards those others who were present, 'that you considered the time had come for fixing my salary.' 'Don't be above calling it wages, man,' said Mr Boffin testily. 'What the deuce! I never talked of any salary when I was in service.' 'My wages,' said the secretary, correcting himself. 'Rokesmith, you're not proud, I hope?' observed Mr Boffin, eyeing him askance. 'I hope not, sir, because I never was when I was poor,' said Mr Boffin. 'Poverty and pride don't go at all well together. Mind that. How can they go well together? Why, it stands to reason. A man, being poor, has nothing to be proud of. It's nonsense.' With a slight inclination of his head, and a look of some surprise, the secretary seemed to assent by forming the syllables of the word nonsense on his lips. 'Now, concerning these same wages,' said Mr Boffin. 'Sit down.' The secretary sat down. 'Why didn't you sit down before?' asked Mr Boffin distrustfully. 'I hope that wasn't pride. But about these wages. Now, I've gone into the matter, and I say 200 a year. What do you think of it? Do you think it's enough?' 'Thank you. It is a fair proposal.' 'I don't say, you know,' Mr Boffin stipulated, 'but what it may be more than enough. I'll tell you why, Rokesmith. A man of property, like me, is bound to consider the market price. At first, I didn't enter into that, as much as I might have done, but I've got acquainted with other men of property since, and I've got acquainted with the duties of property. I mustn't go putting the market price up, because money may happen not to be an object with me. A sheep is worth so much in the market. I ought to give it, and no more. A secretary is worth so much in the market, and I ought to give it, and no more. However, I don't mind stretching a point with you.' 'Mr Boffin, you are very good,' replied the secretary with an effort. 'Then we put the figure,' said Mr Boffin, '@200 a year. Then the figure's disposed of. Now, there must be no misunderstanding regarding what I buy for 200 a year. If I pay for a sheep, I buy it out and out. Similarly, if I pay for a secretary, I buy him out and out.' 'In other words, you purchase my whole time?' 'Certainly I do. Look here,' said Mr Boffin. 'It ain't that I want to occupy your whole time. You can take up a book for a minute or two when you've nothing better to do, though I think you'll almost always find something useful to do. But I want to keep you in attendance. It's convenient to have you at all times ready on the premises. Therefore, betwixt your breakfast and your supper, on the premises I expect to find you.' The secretary bowed. 'In bygone days, when I was in service myself,' said Mr Boffin, 'I couldn't go cutting about in my will and pleasure, and you won't expect to go cutting about at your will and pleasure. You've rather got into a habit of that lately. Perhaps it was for want of a right specification betwixt us. Now, let there be a right specification betwixt us, and let it be this. If you want to leave, ask for it.' Again the secretary bowed. His manner was uneasy and astonished, and showed a sense of humiliation. 'I'll have a bell,' said Mr Boffin, 'hung from this room to yours. When I want you, I'll touch it. I don't call to mind that I have anything more to say at the present moment.' The secretary rose, gathered up his papers, and withdrew. Bella's eyes followed him to the door, lighted on Mr Boffin complacently thrown back in his easy chair, and drooped over her book. 'I have let that chap, that young man of mine,' said Mr Boffin, taking a trot up and down the room, 'get above his work. It won't do. I must have him down a peg. A man of property owes a duty to other men of property, and must look sharp after his inferiors.' Bella felt that Mrs Boffin was not comfortable, and that the eyes of that good creature sought to discover from her face what attention she had given to this discourse, and what impression it had made upon her. For which reason Bella's eyes drooped more engrossedly over her book, and she turned the page with an air of profound absorption in it.
'Noddy,'
said Mrs Boffin, after thoughtfully pausing in her work. 'My dear,' returned the Golden Dustman, stopping short in his trot,
'excuse my putting it to you, Noddy, but now, really, haven't you been a little strict with Mr Rokesmith to-night? Haven't you been a little, just a little, not quite like your old self?'
'Why, old woman, I hope so,' returned Mr Boffin cheerfully, if not boastfully.
'Hope so, dearie?'
'Our old selves wouldn't do here, old lady. Haven't you found that out yet? Our old selves would be fit for nothing here but to be robbed and imposed upon. Our old selves weren't people of fortune. Our new selves are. It's a great difference.'
'Ah!'
said Mrs Boffin, pausing in her work again, softly to draw a long breath and to look at the fire.
'A great difference.'
'And we must be up to the difference,' pursued her husband. 'We must be equal to the change. That's what we must be. We've got to hold our own now against everybody, for everybody's hand is stretched out to be dipped into our pockets, and we have got to recollect that money makes money as well as makes everything else.'
'Mentioning recollecting,'
said Mrs Boffin, with her work abandoned, her eyes upon the fire and her chin upon her hand,
'do you recollect, Noddy, how you said to Mr Rokesmith when he first came to see us at the Bower and you engaged him, how you said to him that if it had pleased Heaven to send John Harmon to his fortune safe, we could have been content with the one mound which was our legacy, and should never have wanted the rest?'
'Aye, I remember, old lady. But we hadn't tried what it was to have the rest then. Our new shoes had come home, but we hadn't put 'em on. We're wearing 'em now. We're wearing 'em, and must step out accordingly.' Mrs Boffin took up her work again, and plied her needle in silence. 'As to Rokesmith, that young man of mine,' said Mr Boffin, dropping his voice and glancing towards the door with an apprehension of being overheard by some eavesdropper there, 'it's the same with him.
as with the footman. I have found out that you must either scrunch 'em or let 'em scrunch you. If you ain't imperious with 'em, they won't believe in your being any better than themselves, if as good, after the stories, lies mostly, that they have heard of your beginnings. There's nothing betwixt stiffening yourself up and throwing yourself away. Take my word for that, old lady.' Bella ventured for a moment to look stealthily towards him under her eyelashes, and she saw a dark cloud of suspicion, covetousness, and conceit overshadowing the once open face. 'Howsoever,' said he, 'this isn't entertaining to Miss Bella, is it, Bella?' A deceiving Bella she was, to look at him with that pensively abstracted air, as if her mind were full of her book, and she had not heard a single word. 'Ha! Better employed than to attend to it,' said Mr Boffin. 'That's right, that's right. Especially as you have no call to be told how to value yourself, my dear.' Colouring a little under this compliment, Bella returned,
'I hope, sir, you don't think me vain?'
'Not a bit, my dear,' said Mr Boffin. 'But I think it's very creditable in you, at your age, to be so well up with the pace of the world and to know what to go in for. You're right. Go in for money, my love. Money's the article. You'll make money of your good looks, and of the money Mrs Boffin and me will have the pleasure of settling upon you, and you'll live and die rich. That's the state to live and die in,' said Mr Boffin, in an unctuous manner. 'Rich!' There was an expression of distress in Mrs Boffin's face, as, after watching her husband's, she turned to their adopted girl and said,
'Don't mind him, Bella, my dear.'
'Eh?' cried Mr Boffin. 'What? Not mind him?'
'I don't mean that,' said Mrs Boffin with a worried look, 'but I mean, don't believe him to be anything but good and generous, Bella, because he is the best of men. No, I must say that much, Noddy. You're always the best of men.'
She made the declaration as if he were objecting to it, which assuredly he was not in any way.
'And as to you, my dear Bella,'
said Mrs Boffin, still with that distressed expression,
'he is so much attached to you, whatever he says, that your own father has not a truer interest in you and can hardly like you better than he does.'
'Says too!' cried Mr Boffin. 'Whatever he says. Why, I say so openly. Give me a kiss, my dear child, in saying good night, and let me confirm what my old lady tells you. I'm very fond of you, my dear, and I am entirely of your mind, and you and I will take care that you shall be rich. These good looks of yours, which you have some right to be vain of, my dear, though you are not, you know, are worth money, and you shall make money of 'em. The money you will have will be worth money, and you shall make money of that too. There's a golden ball at your feet. Good night, my dear.'
Somehow Bella was not so well pleased with this assurance and this prospect as she might have been. Somehow, when she put her arms round Mrs Boffin's neck and said good night, she derived a sense of unworthiness from the still anxious face of that good woman, and her obvious wish to excuse her husband. 'Why, what need to excuse him?' thought Bella, sitting down in her own room.
'What he said was very sensible, I'm sure, and very true, I'm sure. It is only what I often say to myself. Don't I like it, then? No, I don't like it, and though he is my liberal benefactor, I disparage him for it. Then pray,' said Bella, sternly putting the question to herself in the looking-glass as usual, 'what do you mean by this, you inconsistent little beast?' The looking-glass preserving a discreet ministerial silence when thus called upon for explanation, Bella went to bed with a weariness upon her spirit which is more than the weariness of want of sleep. And again in the morning she looked for the cloud, and for the deepening of the cloud, upon the Golden Dustman's face. She had begun by this time to be his frequent companion in his morning strolls about the streets, and it was at this time that he made her a party to his engaging in a curious pursuit. Having been hard at work in one dull enclosure all his life, he had a child's delight in looking at shops. It had been one of the first novelties and pleasures of his freedom, and was equally the delight of his wife. For many years their only walks in London had been taken on Sundays when the shops were shut, and when every day in the week became their holiday, they derived an enjoyment from the variety and fancy and beauty of the display in the windows, which seemed incapable of exhaustion.
As if the principal streets were a great theatre, and the play were childishly new to them, Mr and Mrs Boffin, from the beginning of Bella's intimacy in their house, had been constantly in the front row, charmed with all they saw, and applauding vigorously. But now Mr Boffin's interest began to centre in bookshops, and more than that, for that of itself would not have been much, in one exceptional kind of book. 'Look in here, my dear,' Mr Boffin would say, checking Bella's arm at a bookseller's window. 'You can read a sight, and your eyes are as sharp as they're bright. Now, look well about you, my dear, and tell me if you see any book about a miser.' If Bella saw such a book, Mr Boffin would instantly dart in and buy it, and still, as if they had not found it, they would seek out another bookshop, and Mr Boffin would say, 'Now, look well all round, my dear, for a life of a miser, or any book of that sort, any lives of odd characters who may have been misers.' Bella, thus directed, would examine the window with the greatest attention, while Mr Boffin would examine her face. The moment she pointed out any book as being entitled Lives of Eccentric Personages, Anecdotes of Strange Characters, Records of Remarkable Individuals, or anything to that purpose, Mr Boffin's countenance would light up, and he would instantly dart in and buy it. Size, price, quality were of no account. Any book that seemed to promise a chance of miserly biography, Mr Boffin purchased without a moment's delay, and carried home. Happening to be informed by a bookseller that a portion of the annual register was devoted to characters, Mr Boffin at once bought a whole set of that ingenious compilation, and began to carry it home piecemeal, confiding a volume to Bella, and bearing 3 himself. The completion of this labour occupied them about a fortnight. When the task was done, Mr Boffin, with his appetite for misers whetted instead of satiated, began to look out again. It very soon became unnecessary to tell Bella what to look for, and an understanding was established between her and Mr Boffin that she was always to look for lives of misers. Morning after morning they roamed about the town together, pursuing this singular research. Miserly literature not being abundant, the proportion of failures to successes may have been as 100 to 1. Still Mr Boffin, never wearied, remained as avaricious for misers as he had been at the first onset. It was curious that Bella never saw the books about the house, nor did she ever hear from Mr Boffin one word of reference to their contents. He seemed to save up his misers as they had saved up their money. As they had been greedy for it, and secret about it, and had hidden it, so he was greedy for them, and secret about them, and hid them. But beyond all doubt it was to be noticed, and was by Bella very clearly noticed, that as he pursued the acquisition of those dismal records with the ardour of Don Quixote for his books of chivalry, he began to spend his money with a more sparing hand. And often when he came out of a shop with some new account of one of those wretched lunatics, she would almost shrink from the sly, dry chuckle with which he would take her arm again and trot away. It did not appear that Mrs Boffin knew of this taste. He made no allusion to it, except in the morning walks when he and Bella were always alone, and Bella, partly under the impression that he took her into his confidence by implication, and partly in remembrance of Mrs Boffin's anxious face that night, held the same reserve. While these occurrences were in progress, Mrs Lammle made the discovery that Bella had a fascinating influence over her. The Lammles, originally presented by the dear Veneerings, visited the Boffins on all grand occasions, and Mrs Lammle had not previously found this out, but now the knowledge came upon her all at once. It was a most extraordinary thing, she said to Mrs Boffin. She was foolishly susceptible of the power of beauty, but it wasn't altogether that. She never had been able to resist a natural grace of manner, but it wasn't altogether that. It was more than that, and there was no name for the indescribable extent and degree to which she was captivated by this charming girl. This charming girl, having the words repeated to her by Mrs Boffin, who was proud of her being admired and would have done anything to give her pleasure, naturally recognized in Mrs Lammle a woman of penetration and taste. Responding to the sentiments by being very gracious to Mrs Lammle, she gave that lady the means of so improving her opportunity, as that the captivation became reciprocal, though always wearing an appearance of greater sobriety on Bella's part than on the enthusiastic Sophronia's. Howbeit, they were so much together that, for a time, the Boffin chariot held Mrs Lammle oftener than Mrs Boffin, a preference of which the latter worthy soul was not in the least jealous, placidly remarking,
Mrs Lammle is a younger companion for her than I am, and Lord, she's more fashionable.' But between Bella Wilfer and Georgiana Podsnap there was this one difference, among many others, that Bella was in no danger of being captivated by Alfred. She distrusted and disliked him. Indeed, her perception was so quick, and her observation so sharp, that after all she mistrusted his wife too, though with her giddy vanity and wilfulness she squeezed the mistrust away into a corner of her mind, and blocked it up there. Mrs Lammle took the friendliest interest in Bella's making a good match. Mrs Lammle said, in a sportive way, she really must show her beautiful Bella what kind of wealthy creatures she and Alfred had on hand, who would as one man fall at her feet enslaved. Fitting occasion made, Mrs Lammle accordingly produced the most passable of those feverish, boastful, and indefinably loose gentlemen who were always lounging in and out of the city on questions of the Bourse, and Greek, and Spanish, and India, and Mexican, and par, and premium, and discount, and 3/4 and 7/8, who in their agreeable manner did homage to Bella as if she were a compound of fine girl, thoroughbred horse, well-built drag, and remarkable pipe, but without the least effect, though even Mr Fledgeby's attractions were cast into the scale. 'I fear, Bella dear,' said Mrs Lammle one day in the chariot, 'that you will be very hard to please.' 'I don't expect to be pleased, dear,'
said Bella with a languid turn of her eyes. 'Truly, my love,' returned Sophronia, shaking her head and smiling her best smile, 'it would not be very easy to find a man worthy of your attractions.'
'The question is not a man, my dear,' said Bella coolly, 'but an establishment.'
'My love,' returned Mrs Lammle, 'your prudence amazes me. Where did you study life so well? You're right. In such a case as yours, the object is a fitting establishment. You could not descend to an inadequate one from Mr Boffin's house, and even if your beauty alone could not command it, it is to be assumed that Mr and Mrs Boffin will—'
'Oh, they have already,'
Bella interposed. 'No, have they really?' A little vexed by a suspicion that she had spoken precipitately, and withal a little defiant of her own vexation, Bella determined not to retreat.
'That is to say,' she explained, 'they have told me they mean to portion me as their adopted child, if you mean that. But don't mention it.'
'Mention it!' replied Mrs Lammle, as if she were full of awakened feeling at the suggestion of such an impossibility. 'Mention it!'
'I don't mind telling you, Mrs Lammle,'
Bella began again. 'My love, say Sophronia, or I must not say Bella.' With a little short petulant
'Oh!'
Bella complied.
'Oh, Sophronia, then. I don't mind telling you, Sophronia, that I am convinced I have no heart, as people call it, and that I think that sort of thing is nonsense.'
'Brave girl!' murmured Mrs Lammle.
'And so,' pursued Bella, 'as to seeking to please myself, I don't, except in the one respect I have mentioned. I am indifferent otherwise.'
'But you can't help pleasing, Bella,' said Mrs Lammle, rallying her with an arch look and her best smile. 'You can't help making a proud and an admiring husband. You may not care to please yourself, and you may not care to please him, but you are not a free agent as to pleasing. You are forced to do that in spite of yourself, my dear. So it may be a question whether you may not as well please yourself too, if you can.' Now, the very grossness of this flattery put Bella upon proving that she actually did please in spite of herself. She had a misgiving that she was doing wrong, though she had an indistinct foreshadowing that some harm might come of it thereafter. She little thought what consequences it would really bring about, but she went on with her confidence.
'Don't talk of pleasing in spite of oneself, dear,' said Bella. 'I have had enough of that.'
'Ay!' cried Mrs Lammle. 'Am I already corroborated, Bella?'
'Never mind, Sophronia, we will not speak of it any more. Don't ask me about it.'
This plainly meaning, 'Do ask me about it,' Mrs Lammle did as she was requested. 'Tell me, Bella. Come, my dear. What provoking burr has been inconveniently attracted to the charming skirts, and with difficulty shaken off?
Provoking indeed, said Bella, and no burr to boast of. But don't ask me.
Shall I guess?
You would never guess. What would you say to our secretary?
My dear, the hermit secretary, who creeps up and down the back stairs and is never seen.
I don't know about his creeping up and down the back stairs, said Bella, rather contemptuously. Further than knowing that he does no such thing, and as to his never being seen, I should be content never to have seen him, though he is quite as visible as you are. But I please him for my sins, and he had the presumption to tell me so.
The man never made a declaration to you, my dear Bella.
Are you sure of that, Sophronia? Said Bella. I am not. In fact, I am sure of the contrary.
The man must be mad, said Mrs. Lammle, with a kind of resignation.
He appeared to be in his senses, returned Bella, tossing her head, and he had plenty to say for himself. I told him my opinion of his declaration and his conduct, and dismissed him. Of course this has all been very inconvenient to me, and very disagreeable. It has remained a secret, however. That word reminds me to observe, Sophronia, that I have glided on into telling you the secret, and that I rely upon you never to mention it.
Mention it, repeated Mrs. Lammle with her former feeling. Mention it. This time Sophronia was so much in earnest that she found it necessary to bend forward in the carriage and give Bella a kiss. A Judas order of kiss, for she thought, while she yet pressed Bella's hand after giving it, "Upon your own showing, you vain heartless girl, puffed up by the doting folly of a dustman, I need have no relenting towards you. If my husband who sends me here should form any schemes for making you a victim, I should certainly not cross him again." In those very same moments Bella was thinking, why am I always at war with myself? Why have I told, as if upon compulsion, what I knew all along I ought to have withheld? Why am I making a friend of this woman beside me, in spite of the whispers against her that I hear in my heart? As usual, there was no answer in the looking-glass when she got home, and referred these questions to it. Perhaps if she had consulted some better oracle, the result might have been more satisfactory. But she did not, and all things consequent marched the march before them. On one point connected with the watch she kept on Mr Boffin, she felt very inquisitive, and that was the question whether the secretary watched him too, and followed the sure and steady change in him, as she did. Her very limited intercourse with Mr Rokesmith rendered this hard to find out. Their communication now at no time extended beyond the preservation of commonplace appearances before Mr and Mrs Boffin, and if Bella and the secretary were ever left alone together by any chance, he immediately withdrew. She consulted his face when she could do so covertly, as she worked or read, and could make nothing of it. He looked subdued, but he had acquired a strong command of feature, and whenever Mr Boffin spoke to him in Bella's presence, or whatever revelation of himself Mr Boffin made, the secretary's face changed no more than a wall. A slightly knitted brow that expressed nothing but an almost mechanical attention, and a compression of the mouth that might have been a guard against a scornful smile, these she saw from morning to night, from day to day, from week to week, monotonous, unvarying, set as in a piece of sculpture. The worst of the matter was that it thus fell out insensibly and most provokingly, as Bella complained to herself in her impetuous little manner, that her observation of Mr Boffin involved a continual observation of Mr Rokesmith. Won't that extract a look from him? Can it be possible that makes no impression on him? Such questions Bella would propose to herself, often as many times in a day as there were hours in it. Impossible to know. Always the same fixed face. Can he be so base as to sell his very nature for 200 a year? Bella would think. And then, but why not? It's a mere question of price with others besides him. I suppose I would sell mine if I could get enough for it. And so she would come round again to the war with herself. A kind of illegibility, though a different kind, stole over Mr Boffin's face. Its old simplicity of expression got masked by a certain craftiness that assimilated even his good humour to itself. His very smile was cunning, as if he had been studying smiles among the portraits of his misers. Saving an occasional burst of impatience or coarse assertion of his mastery, his good humour remained to him, but it had now a sordid alloy of distrust, and though his eyes should twinkle and all his face should laugh, he would sit holding himself in his own arms, as if he had an inclination to hoard himself up, and must always grudgingly stand on the defensive. What with taking heed of these two faces, and what with feeling conscious that the stealthy occupation must set some mark on her own, Bella soon began to think there was not a candid or a natural face among them all but Mrs Boffin's. None the less, because it was far less radiant than of yore, faithfully reflecting in its anxiety and regret every line of change in the golden dustmans. 'Rokesmith,' said Mr Boffin one evening when they were all in his room again, and he and the secretary had been going over some accounts, 'I'm spending too much money, or leastways you are spending too much for me.' 'You are rich, sir.' 'I am not,' said Mr Boffin. The sharpness of the retort was next to telling the secretary that he lied, but it brought no change of expression into the set face. 'I tell you I am not rich,' repeated Mr Boffin, 'and I won't have it.' 'You are not rich, sir?' repeated the secretary in measured words. 'Well,' returned Mr Boffin, 'if I am, that's my business. I am not going to spend at this rate, to please you or anybody. You wouldn't like it, if it was your money.' 'Even in that impossible case, sir, I—' 'Hold your tongue,' said Mr Boffin. 'You oughtn't to like it in any case. There! I didn't mean to be rude, but you put me out so, and after all I'm master. I didn't intend to tell you to hold your tongue. I beg your pardon. Don't hold your tongue. Only don't contradict. Did you ever come across the life of Mr Elwes?' referring to his favourite subject at last. 'The miser?' 'Ah, people called him a miser. People are always calling other people something. Did you ever read about him?' 'I think so.' 'He never owned to being rich, and yet he might have bought me twice over. Did you ever hear of Daniel Dancer?' 'Another miser. Yes.' 'He was a good 'un,' said Mr Boffin, 'and he had a sister worthy of him. They never called themselves rich neither. If they had called themselves rich, most likely they wouldn't have been so.' 'They lived and died very miserably, did they not, sir?' 'No, I don't know that they did,' said Mr Boffin curtly. 'Then they are not the misers I mean. Those abject wretches—' 'Don't call names, Rokesmith,' said Mr Boffin. 'That exemplary brother and sister lived and died in the foulest and filthiest degradation.' 'They pleased themselves,' said Mr Boffin, 'and I suppose they could have done no more if they had spent their money. But however, I ain't going to fling mine away. Keep the expenses down. The fact is, you ain't enough here, Rokesmith. It wants constant attention in the littlest things. Some of us will be dying in a workhouse next.' 'As the persons you have cited,' quietly remarked the secretary, 'thought they would, if I remember, sir.' 'And very creditable in them too,' said Mr Boffin. 'Very independent in them. Never mind them just now. Have you given notice to quit your lodgings?' 'Under your direction, I have, sir.' 'Then I'll tell you what,' said Mr Boffin. 'Pay the quarter's rent. Pay the quarter's rent, it'll be the cheapest thing in the end. And come here at once, so that you may be always on the spot, day and night, and keep the expenses down. You'll charge the quarter's rent to me, and we must try and save it somewhere. You've got some lovely furniture, haven't you?' 'The furniture in my rooms is my own.' 'Then we shan't have to buy any for you, in case you was to think it,' said Mr Boffin with a look of peculiar shrewdness. 'So honourably independent of you, as to make it a relief to your mind to make that furniture over to me, in the light of a set-off against the quarter's rent. Why, ease your mind, ease your mind. I don't ask it, but I won't stand in your way if you should consider it due to yourself. As to your room, choose any empty room at the top of the house.' 'Any empty room will do for me,' said the secretary. 'You can take your pick,' said Mr Boffin, 'and it'll be as good as 8 or 10 shillings a week added to your income. I won't deduct for it. I look to you to make it up handsomely by keeping the expenses down. Now, if you'll show a light, I'll come to your office room and dispose of a letter or two.' On that clear, generous face of Mrs Boffin's, Bella had seen such traces of a pang at the heart while this dialogue was being held, that she had not the courage to turn her eyes to it when they were left alone. Feigning to be intent on her embroidery, she sat plying her needle until her busy hand was stopped by Mrs Boffin's hand being lightly laid upon it. Yielding to the touch, she felt her hand carried to the good soul's lips, and felt a tear fall on it. 'Oh, my loved husband,' said Mrs Boffin, 'this is hard to see and hear. But my dear Bella, believe me that in spite of all the change in him, he is the best of men.' He came back at the moment when Bella had taken the hand comfortingly between her own. 'Eh?' said he, mistrustfully looking in at the door. 'What's she telling you?'
'She's only praising you, sir,' said Bella.
'Praising me? You're sure? Not blaming me for standing on my own defence against a crew of plunderers who would suck me dry by driblets? Not blaming me for getting a little hoard together?' He came up to them, and his wife folded her arms upon his shoulder, and shook her head as she laid it on her hands. 'There, there, there!' urged Mr Boffin, not unkindly. 'Don't take on, old lady.'
'But I can't bear to see you so, my dear.'
'Nonsense! Recollect, we are not our old selves. Recollect, we must scrunch or be scrunched. Recollect, we must hold our own. Recollect, money makes money. Don't you be uneasy, Bella, my child. Don't you be doubtful. The more I save, the more you shall have.' Bella thought it was well for his wife that she was musing with her affectionate face on his shoulder, for there was a cunning light in his eyes as he said all this, which seemed to cast a disagreeable illumination on the change in him, and make it morally uglier. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Our Mutual Friend. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mil Nicholson. Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens. Book 3, A Long Lane. Chapter 6, The Golden Dustman Falls into Worse Company. It had come to pass that Mr Silas Wegg now rarely attended the minion of fortune and the worm of the hour at his, the worm's and minion's, own house, but lay under general instructions to await him within a certain margin of hours at the Bower. Mr Wegg took this arrangement in great dudgeon, because the appointed hours were evening hours, and those he considered precious to the progress of the friendly move. But it was quite in character, he bitterly remarked to Mr Venus, that the upstart who had trampled on these eminent creatures, Miss Elizabeth, Master George, Aunt Jane, and Uncle Parker, should oppress his literary man. The Roman Empire having worked out its destruction, Mr Boffin next appeared in a cab with Rowland's Ancient History, which valuable work being found to possess lethargic properties, broke down at about the period when the whole of the army of Alexander the Macedonian, at that time about 40,000 strong, burst into tears simultaneously on his being taken with a shivering fit after bathing. The wars of the Jews likewise languishing under Mr Wegg's generalship, Mr Boffin arrived in another cab with Plutarch, whose lives he found in the sequel extremely entertaining, though he hoped Plutarch might not expect him to believe them all. What to believe, in the course of his reading, was Mr Boffin's chief literary difficulty indeed. For some time he was divided in his mind between half, all, or none. At length, when he decided, as a moderate man, to compound with half, the question still remained, which half? And that stumbling block he never got over. One evening, when Silas Wegg had grown accustomed to the arrival of his patron in a cab, accompanied by some profane historian charged with unutterable names of incomprehensible peoples, of impossible descent, waging wars any number of years, and syllables long, and carrying illimitable hosts and riches about, with the greatest ease, beyond the confines of geography, one evening the usual time passed by, and no patron appeared. After half an hour's grace, Mr Wegg proceeded to the outer gate, and there executed a whistle, conveying to Mr Venus, if perchance within hearing, the tidings of his being at home and disengaged. Forth from the shelter of a neighbouring wall, Mr Venus then emerged. 'Brother in arms,' said Mr Wegg in excellent spirits, 'welcome.
In return, Mr Venus gave him a rather dry good evening. 'Walk in, brother,' said Silas, clapping him on the shoulder, 'and take your seat in my chimney corner. For what says the ballad? No malice to dread, sir, and no falsehood to fear, but truth to delight me, Mr Venus, and I forgot what to cheer. Lee toddle de om dee, and something to guide my ain fireside, sir, my ain fireside.' With this quotation, depending for its neatness rather on the spirit than the words, Mr Wegg conducted his guest to his hearth. 'And you come, brother,' said Mr Wegg in a hospitable glow. 'You come like I don't know what. Exactly like it. I shouldn't know you from it, shedding a halo all around you.' 'What kind of a halo?' asked Mr Venus. 'Hope, sir,' replied Silas. 'That's your halo.' Mr Venus appeared doubtful on the point, and looked rather discontentedly at the fire. 'We'll devote the evening, brother,' exclaimed Wegg, 'to prosecute our friendly move, and afterwards crush in a flowing wine cup, which I allude to brewing rum and water. We'll pledge one another, for what says the poet, and you needn't, Mr Venus, be your black bottle, for surely I'll be mine. I will take a glass with a slice of lemon in it, to which you're partial, for old lang syne.' This flow of quotation and hospitality in Wegg indicated his observation of some little querulousness on the part of Venus. 'Why, as to the friendly move,' observed the last named gentleman, rubbing his knees peevishly, 'one of my objections to it is, that it don't move.' 'Rome, brother,' returned Wegg, 'a city which, it may not be generally known, originated in twins and a wolf, and ended in imperial marble, wasn't built in a day.' 'Did I say it was?' asked Venus. 'No, you did not, brother. Well inquired.' 'But I do say,' proceeded Venus, 'that I am taken from among my trophies of anatomy, am called upon to exchange my human warious for mere coal ashes warious, and nothing comes of it. I think I must give up.' 'No, sir,' remonstrated Wegg enthusiastically. 'No, sir. Charge, Chester, charge! On, Mr Venus, on! Never say die, sir. A man of your mark.' 'It's not so much saying it that I object to,' returned Mr Venus, 'as doing it. And having got to do it, whether or no, I can't afford to waste my time on groping for nothing in cinders.' 'But think how little time you have given to the move, sir, after all,' urged Wegg. 'Add the evenings so occupied together, and what do they come to? And you, sir, harmonizer with myself in opinions, views, and feelings. You, with the patience to fit together on wires the whole framework of society. I allude to the human skeleton. You, to give in so soon.' 'I don't like it,' returned Mr Venus moodily, as he put his head between his knees and stuck up his dusty hair. 'And there's no encouragement to go on.' 'Not them mounds without?' said Mr Wegg, extending his right hand with an air of solemn reasoning. 'Encouragement? Not them mounds now looking down upon us?' 'They're too big,' grumbled Venus. 'What's a scratch here, and a scrape there, a poke in this place, and a dig in the other to them? Besides, what have we found?' 'What have we found?' cried Wegg, delighted to be able to acquiesce. 'Ah! There I grant you, comrade. Nothing. On the contrary, comrade, what may we find? There you'll grant me anything.' 'I don't like it,' pettishly returned Venus as before. 'I came into it without enough consideration. Besides, again, isn't your own Mr Boffin well acquainted with the mounds? And wasn't he well acquainted with the deceased and his ways? And has he ever showed any expectation of finding anything?' At that moment, wheels were heard. 'Now, I should be loath,' said Mr Wegg, with an air of patient injury, 'to think so ill of him as to suppose him capable of coming at this time of night. And yet it sounds like him.' A ring at the yard bell. 'It is him,' said Mr Wegg, 'and he is capable of it.
I am sorry, because I could have wished to keep up a little lingering fragment of respect for him.'
Here Mr Boffin was heard lustily calling at the yard gate, 'Halloa, Wegg! Halloa!'
'Keep your seat, Mr Venus,' said Wegg. 'He may not stop.'
And then called out,
'Halloa, sir, halloa. I'm with you directly, sir. Half a minute, Mr Boffin. Come in, sir, as fast as my leg will bring me, and
so with a show of much cheerful alacrity stumped out to the gate with a light, and there, through the window of a cab, descried Mr Boffin inside, blocked up with books. 'Here, lend a hand, Wegg,' said Mr Boffin excitedly. 'I can't get out till the way's cleared for me. This is the Annual Register, Wegg, in a cab full of volumes. Do you know him?'
'Know the Animal Register, sir?'
returned the impostor, who had caught the name imperfectly. 'For a trifling wager, I think I could find any animal in him, blindfold, Mr Boffin.' 'And here's Kirby's Wonderful Museum,' said Mr Boffin, 'and Caulfield's Characters, and Wilson's. Such characters, Wegg, such characters! I must have one or two of the best of them tonight. It's amazing what places they used to put the guineas in, wrapped up in rags. Catch hold of that pile of volumes, Wegg, or it'll bulge out and burst into the mud. Is there anyone about to help?' 'There's a friend of mine, sir, that had the intention of spending the evening with me when I gave you up, much against my will, for the night.' 'Call him out!' cried Mr Boffin in a bustle. 'Get him to bear a hand. Don't drop that one under your arm. It's Dancer. Him and his sister made pies of a dead sheep they found when they were out walking. Where's your friend? Oh, here's your friend. Would you be so good as to help Wegg and myself with these books? Don't take Jemmy Taylor of Southwark, nor yet Jemmy Wood of Gloucester. These are the two Jemmies. I'll carry them myself.' Not ceasing to talk and bustle in a state of great excitement, Mr Boffin directed the removal and arrangement of the books, appearing to be in some sort beside himself, until they were all deposited on the floor and the cab was dismissed. 'There!' said Mr Boffin, gloating over them. 'There they are, like the 24 fiddlers, all of a row. Get on your spectacles, Wegg. I know where to find the best of 'em, and we'll have a taste at once of what we've got before us. What's your friend's name?' Mr Wegg presented his friend as Mr Venus. 'Eh?' cried Mr Boffin, catching at the name. 'Of Clerkenwell?' 'Of Clerkenwell, sir,' said Mr Venus. 'Why, I've heard of you!' cried Mr Boffin. 'I heard of you in the old man's time. You knew him. Did you ever buy anything of him?' With piercing eagerness. 'No, sir,' returned Venus. 'But he showed you things, didn't he?' Mr Venus, with a glance at his friend, replied in the affirmative. 'What did he show you?' asked Mr Boffin, putting his hands behind him and eagerly advancing his head. 'Did he show you boxes, little cabinets, pocket books, parcels, anything locked or sealed, anything tied up?' Mr Venus shook his head. 'Are you a judge of China?' Mr Venus again shook his head. 'Because, if he'd ever showed you a teapot, I should be glad to know of it,' said Mr Boffin, and then, with his right hand at his lips, repeated thoughtfully, 'A teapot, a teapot,' and glanced over the books on the floor, as if he knew there was something interesting connected with a teapot somewhere among them. Mr Wegg and Mr Venus looked at one another wonderingly, and Mr Wegg, in fitting on his spectacles, opened his eyes wide over their rims and tapped the side of his nose, as an admonition to Venus to keep himself generally wide awake. 'A teapot,' repeated Mr Boffin, continuing to muse and survey the books. 'A teapot, a teapot. Are you ready, Wegg?' 'I am at your service, sir,' replied that gentleman, taking his usual seat on the usual settle, and poking his wooden leg under the table before it. 'Mr Venus, would you make yourself useful, and take a seat beside me, sir, for the conveniency of snuffing the candles?' Venus complying with the invitation while it was yet being given, Silas pegged at him with his wooden leg, to call his particular attention to Mr Boffin standing musing before the fire in the space between the two settles. 'Coughed Mr Wegg, to attract his employer's attention. 'Would you wish to commence with an animal, sir, from the register?' 'No,' said Mr Boffin. 'No, Wegg.' With that, producing a little book from his breast pocket, he handed it with great care to the literary gentleman, and inquired, 'What do you call that, Wegg?' 'This, sir,' replied Silas, adjusting his spectacles and referring to the title page, 'is Merryweather's Lives and Anecdotes of Misers. Mr Venus, would you make yourself useful and draw the candles a little nearer, sir? This to have a special opportunity of bestowing a stare upon his comrade. 'Which of 'em have you got in that lot?' asked Mr Boffin. 'Can you find out pretty easy?' 'Well, sir,' replied Silas, turning to the table of contents and slowly fluttering the leaves of the book, 'I should say they must be pretty well all here, sir. Here's a large assortment, sir. My eye catches John Overs, sir, John Little, sir, Dick Jarrell, John Elwes, the Reverend Mr Jones of Blueberry, Vulture Hopkins, Daniel Dancer.' 'Give us Dancer, Wegg,' said Mr Boffin. With another stare at his comrade, Silas sought and found the place. 'Page 109, Mr Boffin. Chapter 8. Contents of chapter. His birth and estate. His garments and outward appearance. Miss Dancer and her feminine graces. The miser's mansion. The finding of a treasure. The story of the mutton pies. A miser's idea of death. Bob the miser's cur. Griffiths and his master. How to turn a penny. A substitute for a fire. The advantages of keeping a snuff box. The miser dies without a shirt. The treasures of a dunghill. Eh? What's that?' demanded Mr Boffin. 'The treasures, sir,' repeated Silas, reading very distinctly, 'of a dunghill. Mr Venus, sir, would you obleege with the snuffers?' This to secure attention to his adding with his lips only, 'mounds.' Mr Boffin drew an armchair into the space where he stood, and said, seating himself and slyly rubbing his hands, 'Give us Dancer.' Mr Wegg pursued the biography of that eminent man, through its various phases of avarice and dirt, through Miss Dancer's death on a sick regimen of cold dumpling, and through Mr Dancer's keeping his rags together with a hay band, and warming his dinner by sitting upon it, down to the consolatory incident of his dying naked in a sack, after which he read on as follows. 'The house, or rather the heap of ruins in which Mr Dancer lived, and which at his death devolved to the right of Captain Holmes, was a most miserable, decayed building, for it had not been repaired for more than half a century.' Here Mr Wegg eyes his comrade and the room in which they sat, which had not been repaired for a long time. 'But though poor in external structures, the ruinous fabric was very rich in the interior. It took many weeks to explore its whole contents, and Captain Holmes found it a very agreeable task to dive into the miser's secret hoards.' Here Mr Wegg repeated 'secret hoards' and pegged his comrade again. 'One of Mr Dancer's richest escritoires was found to be a dung-heap in the cow-house. A sum but little short of £2,500 was contained in this rich piece of manure, and in an old jacket, carefully tied and strongly nailed down to the manger, in banknotes and gold, were found £500 more.' Here Mr Wegg's wooden leg started forward under the table, and slowly elevated itself as he read on. 'Several bowls were discovered filled with guineas and half-guineas, and at different times, on searching the corners of the house, they found various parcels of banknotes. Some were crammed into the crevices of the wall.' Here Mr Venus looked at the wall. 'Bundles were hid under the cushions and covers of the chairs.' Here Mr Venus looked under himself on the settle. 'Some were reposing snugly at the back of the drawers, and notes amounting to £600 were found neatly doubled up in the inside of an old teapot. In the stable the captain found jugs full of old dollars and shillings. The chimney was not left unsearched, and paid very well for the trouble, for in 19 different holes, all filled with soot, were found various sums of money amounting together to more than £200. On the way to this crisis, Mr Wegg's wooden leg had gradually elevated itself more and more, and he had nudged Mr Venus with his opposite elbow deeper and deeper, until at length the preservation of his balance became incompatible with the two actions, and he now dropped over sideways upon that gentleman, squeezing him against the settle's edge. Nor did either of the two, for some seconds, make any effort to recover himself, both remaining in a kind of pecuniary swoon. But the sight of Mr Boffin sitting in the armchair hugging himself, with his eyes upon the fire, acted as a restorative. Counterfeiting a sneeze to cover their movements, Mr Wegg, with a spasmodic "Tissue," pulled himself and Mr Venus up in a masterly manner. "Let's have some more," said Mr Boffin hungrily. "John Elwes is the next, sir. Is it your pleasure to take John Elwes?" "Ah," said Mr Boffin. "Let's hear what John did." He did not appear to have hidden anything, so went off rather flatly. But an exemplary lady named Wilcox, who had stowed away gold and silver in a pickle pot, in a clock case, a canister full of treasure in a hole under her stairs, and a quantity of money in an old rat trap, revived the interest. To her succeeded another lady, claiming to be a pauper, whose wealth was found wrapped up in little scraps of paper and old rag. To her another lady, applewoman by trade, who had saved a fortune of £10,000 and hidden it, here and there, in cracks and corners, behind bricks and under the flooring. To her a French gentleman, who had crammed up his chimney, rather to the detriment of its drawing powers, a leather valise containing 20,000 francs, gold coins, and a large quantity of precious stones, as discovered by a chimney sweep after his death. By these steps Mr Wegg arrived at a concluding instance of the human magpie. "Many years ago there lived at Cambridge a miserly old couple of the name of Jardine. They had 2 sons. The father was a perfect miser, and at his death 1,000 guineas were discovered secreted in his bed. The 2 sons grew up as parsimonious as their sire. When about 20 years of age, they commenced business at Cambridge as drapers, and they continued there until their death. The establishment of the Messrs Jardine was the most dirty of all the shops in Cambridge. Customers seldom went in to purchase, except perhaps out of curiosity. The brothers were most disreputable looking beings, for although surrounded with gay apparel as their staple in trade, they wore the most filthy rags themselves. It is said that they had no bed, and, to save the expense of one, always slept on a bundle of packing clothes under the counter. In their housekeeping they were penurious in the extreme. A joint of meat did not grace their board for 20 years, yet when the first of the brothers died, the other, much to his surprise, found large sums of money which had been secreted even from him. "There!" cried Mr Boffin. "Even from him, you see. There was only 2 of them, and yet one of them hid from the other." Mr Venus, who since his introduction to the French gentleman had been stooping to peer up the chimney, had his attention recalled by the last sentence, and took the liberty of repeating it. "Do you like it?" asked Mr Boffin, turning suddenly. "I beg your pardon, sir?" "Do you like what Wegg's been a-reading?" Mr Venus answered that he found it extremely interesting. "Then come again," said Mr Boffin, "and hear some more. Come when you like. Come the day after tomorrow, half an hour sooner. There's plenty more. There's no end to it." Mr Venus expressed his acknowledgments and accepted the invitation. "It's wonderful what's been hid at one time and another," said Mr Boffin, ruminating. "Truly wonderful." "Meaning, sir?" observed Wegg, with a propitiatory face to draw him out, and with another peg at his friend and brother. "In the way of money?" "Money?" said Mr Boffin. "Ah, and papers." Mr Wegg, in a languid transport, again dropped over on Mr Venus, and again recovering himself, masked his emotions with a sneeze. "Did you say papers too, sir? Been hidden, sir?" "Hidden and forgot," said Mr Boffin. "Why, the bookseller that sold me the wonderful museum. Where's the wonderful museum?" He was on his knees on the floor in a moment, groping eagerly among the books. "Can I assist you, sir?" asked Wegg. "No, I've got it. Here it is." Mr Boffin, dusting it with the sleeve of his coat. "Volume 4. I know it was the 4th volume that the bookseller read it to me out of. Look for it, Wegg." Silas took the book and turned the leaves. "Remarkable petrifaction, sir." "No, that's not it," said Mr Boffin. "It can't have been a petrifaction." "Memoirs of General John Reed, commonly called the Walking Rushlight, sir, with portrait." "No, nor yet him," said Mr Boffin. "Remarkable case of a person who swallowed a crown piece, sir." "Tied it?" asked Mr Boffin. "Why, no, sir," replied Wegg, consulting the text. "It appears to have been done by accident." "Oh, this next must be it. Singular discovery of a will lost 21 years. That's it," cried Mr Boffin. "Read that."
'A most extraordinary case,' read Silas Wegg aloud, 'was tried at the last Maryborough Assizes in Ireland. It was briefly this. Robert Baldwin, in March 1782, made his will in which he devised the lands now in question to the children of his youngest son, soon after which his faculties failed him and he became altogether childish and died, above 80 years old. The defendant, the eldest son, immediately afterwards gave out that his father had destroyed the will, and no will being found, he entered into possession of the lands in question, and so matters remained for 21 years, the whole family during all that time believing that the father had died without a will. But after 21 years, the defendant's wife died, and he, very soon afterwards, at the age of 78, married a very young woman, which caused some anxiety to his two sons, whose poignant expressions of this feeling so exasperated their father that he in his resentment executed a will to disinherit his eldest son, and in his fit of anger showed it to his second son, who instantly determined to get at it and destroy it, in order to preserve the property to his brother. With this view he broke open his father's desk, where he found, not his father's will which he sought after, but the will of his grandfather, which was then altogether forgotten in the family. 'There!' said Mr Boffin. 'See what men put away, and forget, or mean to destroy, and don't!' He then added in a slow tone, 'Astonishing!' And as he rolled his eyes all round the room, Wegg and Venus likewise rolled their eyes all round the room, and then Wegg singly fixed his eyes on Mr Boffin, looking at the fire again, as if he had a mind to spring upon him and demand his thoughts or his life. 'However, time's up for to-night,' said Mr Boffin, waving his hand after a silence. 'More the day after to-morrow. Range the books upon the shelves, Wegg. I dare say Mr Venus will be so kind as to help you.' While speaking, he thrust his hand into the breast of his outer coat, and struggled with some object there that was too large to be got out easily. What was the stupefaction of the friendly movers when this object at last emerging proved to be a much dilapidated dark lantern! Without at all noticing the effect produced by this little instrument, Mr Boffin stood it on his knee, and producing a box of matches, deliberately lighted the candle in the lantern, blew out the kindled match, and cast the end into the fire. 'I'm going, Wegg,' he then announced, 'to take a turn about the place, and round the yard. I don't want you. Me and this same lantern have taken hundreds, thousands, of such turns in our time together.' 'But I couldn't think, sir, not on any account I couldn't,' Wegg was politely beginning, when Mr Boffin, who had risen and was going towards the door, stopped. 'I've told you I don't want you, Wegg.' Wegg looked intelligently thoughtful, as if that had not occurred to his mind until he now brought it to bear on the circumstance. He had nothing for it but to let Mr Boffin go out, and shut the door behind him. But, the instant he was on the other side of it, Wegg clutched Venus with both hands, and said in a choking whisper, as if he were being strangled, 'Mr Venus, he must be followed, he must be watched, he mustn't be lost sight of for a moment.' 'Why mustn't he?' asked Venus, also strangling. 'Comrade, you might have noticed I was a little elevated in spirits when you come in tonight. I've found something.' 'What have you found?' asked Venus, clutching him with both hands, so that they stood interlocked like a couple of preposterous gladiators. 'There's no time to tell you now. I think he must have gone to look for it. We must have an eye upon him instantly.' Releasing each other, they crept to the door, opened it softly, and peeped out. It was a cloudy night, and the black shadow of the mounds made the dark yard darker. 'If not a double swindler,' whispered Wegg, 'why a dark lantern? We could have seen what he was about if he had carried a light one. Softly, this way.' Cautiously along the path that was bordered by fragments of crockery set in ashes, the two stole after him. They could hear him, at his peculiar trot, crushing the loose cinders as he went. 'He knows the place by heart,' muttered Silas, 'and don't need to turn his lantern on, confound him.' But he did turn it on, almost in that instant, and flashed its light upon the first of the mounds. 'Is that the spot?'
asked Venus in a whisper.
He's warm, said Silas in the same tone. He's precious warm. He's close. I think he must be going to look for it. What's that he's got in his hand? A shovel, answered Venus, and he knows how to use it. Remember, 50 times as well as either of us. If he looks for it and misses it, partner, suggested Wegg, what shall we do? First of all, wait till he does, said Venus.
Discreet advice too, for he darkened his lantern again, and the mound turned black. After a few seconds he turned the light on once more, and was seen standing at the foot of the second mound, slowly raising the lantern little by little until he held it up at arm's length as if he were examining the condition of the whole surface.
That can't be the spot too, said Venus. No, said Wegg, he's getting cold. It strikes me, whispered Venus, that he wants to find out whether anyone has been groping about there. Hush, returned Wegg. He's getting colder and colder. Now he's freezing.
This exclamation was elicited by his having turned the lantern off again and on again, and being visible at the foot of the third mound.
Why, he's going up it, said Venus.
shovel and all,' said Wegg.
At a nimble trot, as if the shovel over his shoulder stimulated him by reviving old associations, Mr Boffin ascended the serpentining walk up the mound which he had described to Silas Wegg on the occasion of their beginning to decline and fall. On striking into it, he turned his lantern off. The two following him, stooping low so that their figures might make no mark in relief against the sky when he should turn his lantern on again, Mr Venus took the lead, towing Mr Wegg, in order that his refractory leg might be promptly extricated from any pitfalls it should dig for itself. They could just make out that the Golden Dustman stopped to breathe. Of course they stopped too, instantly.
"This is his own mound,"
whispered Wegg as he recovered his wind.
"This one." "Why, all three are his own,"
returned Venus.
"So he thinks. But he's used to call this his own because it's the one first left to him, the one that was his legacy when it was all he took under the will. When he shows his light," said Venus, keeping watch upon his dusky figure all the time, "drop lower and keep closer."
He went on again, and they followed again. Gaining the top of the mound, he turned on his light, but only partially, and stood it on the ground. A bare lopsided weather-beaten pole was planted in the ashes there, and had been there many a year. Hard by this pole his lantern stood, lighting a few feet of the lower part of it, and a little of the ashy surface around, and then casting off a purposeless little clear trail of light into the air.
"He can never be going to dig up the pole,"
whispered Venus as they dropped low and kept close.
"Perhaps it's hollow and full of something," whispered Wegg.
He was going to dig with whatsoever object, for he tucked up his cuffs and spat on his hands, and then went at it like an old digger as he was. He had no design upon the pole, except that he measured a shovel's length from it before beginning, nor was it his purpose to dig deep. Some dozen or so of expert strokes sufficed. Then he stopped, looked down into the cavity, bent over it, and took out what appeared to be an ordinary case bottle, one of those squat, high-shouldered, short-necked glass bottles which the Dutchman is said to keep his courage in. As soon as he had done this, he turned off his lantern, and they could hear that he was filling up the hole in the dark. The ashes being easily moved by a skilful hand, the spies took this as a hint to make off in good time. Accordingly, Mr Venus slipped past Mr Wegg and towed him down. But Mr Wegg's descent was not accomplished without some personal inconvenience, for his self-willed leg sticking into the ashes about halfway down, and time pressing, Mr Venus took the liberty of hauling him from his tether by the collar, which occasioned him to make the rest of the journey on his back, with his head enveloped in the skirts of his coat, and his wooden leg coming last like a drag. So flustered was Mr Wegg by this mode of travelling that when he was set on the level ground with his intellectual developments uppermost, he was quite unconscious of his bearings and had not the least idea where his place of residence was to be found, until Mr Venus shoved him into it. Even then he staggered round and round, weakly staring about him, until Mr Venus with a hard brush brushed his senses into him and the dust out of him. Mr Boffin came down leisurely, for this brushing process had been well accomplished, and Mr Venus had had time to take his breath before he reappeared. That he had the bottle somewhere about him could not be doubted. Where was not so clear. He wore a large rough coat, buttoned over, and it might be in any one of half a dozen pockets. 'What's the matter, Wegg?' said Mr Boffin. 'You are as pale as a candle.' Mr Wegg replied with literal exactness that he felt as if he had had a turn. 'Bile,' said Mr Boffin, blowing out the light in the lantern, shutting it up and stowing it away in the breast of his coat as before. 'Are you subject to bile, Wegg?' Mr Wegg again replied, with strict adherence to truth, that he didn't think he had ever had a similar sensation in his head to anything like the same extent. 'Physic yourself to-morrow, Wegg,' said Mr Boffin, 'to be in order for next night. By the by, this neighbourhood is going to have a loss, Wegg.'
'A loss, sir?'
'Going to lose the Mounds.' The friendly movers made such an obvious effort not to look at one another that they might as well have stared at one another with all their might. 'Have you parted with them, Mr Boffin?' asked Silas. 'Yes, they're going. Mine's as good as gone already.'
'You mean the little one of the three with the pole atop, sir?'
'Yes,' said Mr Boffin, rubbing his ear in his old way with that new touch of craftiness added to it. 'It has fetched a penny. It will begin to be carted off to-morrow.'
'Have you been out to take leave of your old friend, sir?'
asked Silas jocosely. 'No,' said Mr Boffin. 'What the devil put that in your head?' He was so sudden and rough that Wegg, who had been hovering closer and closer to his skirts, dispatching the back of his hand on exploring expeditions in search of the bottle's surface, retired 2 or 3 paces.
'No offence, sir,' said Wegg humbly. 'No offence.'
Mr Boffin eyed him as a dog might eye another dog who wanted his bone, and actually retorted with a low growl, as the dog might have retorted. 'Good night,' he said, after having sunk into a moody silence, with his hands clasped behind him and his eyes suspiciously wandering about Wegg. 'No, stop there. I know the way out, and I want no light.' Avarice, and the evening's legends of avarice, and the inflammatory effect of what he had seen, and perhaps the rush of his ill-conditioned blood to his brain in his descent, wrought Silas Wegg to such a pitch of insatiable appetite that when the door closed he made a swoop at it, and drew Venus along with him.
'He mustn't go!' he cried. 'We mustn't let him go! He's got that bottle about him! We must have that bottle!'
'Why, you wouldn't take it by force?' said Venus, restraining him.
'Wouldn't I? Yes, I would. I'd take it by any force. I'd have it at any price. Are you so afraid of one old man as to let him go, you coward?'
'I'm so afraid of you as not to let you go,' muttered Venus sturdily, clasping him in his arms.
'Did you hear him?' retorted Wegg. 'Did you hear him say that he was resolved to disappoint us? Did you hear him say, you cur, that he was going to have the Mounds cleared off, when no doubt the whole place will be rummaged? If you haven't the spirit of a mouse to defend your rights, I have. Let me go after him.'
As in his wildness he was making a strong struggle for it, Mr Venus deemed it expedient to lift him, throw him, and fall with him, well knowing that, once down, he would not be up again easily with his wooden leg. So they both rolled on the floor, and as they did so, Mr Boffin shut the gate. End of Book 3, Chapter 6.